If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
26. Yuan Kangtai hummed and walked for a long time, and the road seemed to be too peaceful, which once made him think that he had found a way that had never been a ghost. And what made him feel strange was that there were not only ghosts along the way, but even people. Yuan Kangtai did not meet a single one. He longed to meet the young man named Miaoyu. Don't let him meet this time, or let him suffer the old sin. At this time, Gen Soda came to a wood, with neat white trees growing on both sides, and a slightly crowded path made of dirt in the middle. Gen Kangtai stopped. He was still humming softly, but the muscles in his body began to contract. He slowly moved his hand to the hilt of the knife, for he felt a hint of danger here. No. More than a moment, he sensed that there seemed to be a myriad of dangers in the woods. The sound of violent and lengthy breathing sounded in this space, as if it was a high-power exhaust fan, and Yuan Kangtai seemed to want to suck all the qi in this space into his lungs. The next moment he pressed the handle of the knife, and a breath several times that of the real mushroom was triggered, and the white air flow beside Yuan Kangtai continued to surround him, as if he was about to draw the knife and rush into the dense forest in the next moment. Ling Yuzai, who got the title of the fifth of the lower string, looked at the young man in front of him with interest. He didn't expect the other party to have such a high guts. This is knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, and he is biased towards the Tiger Mountains. Is the threshold for recruiting the ghost-killing team so high now? During the period when Ling Yuzai became a ghost, countless people and ghost swordsmen died in his mouth, and now he thinks he is invincible except for the fact that he is a little scared. And this moment of Gen Kangtai made him feel more dangerous than he had ever felt before, and he decided to reward him with a decent death after catching the boy for a while. He would eat all the boy's corpse. Gen Kangtai didn't know that the ghosts inside were so complicated. The breath of speed, the three shapes, and the fingertips were like a meteor falling in an instant, and Yuan Kangtai rushed towards it. In the rear, he actually escaped. Yuan Kangtai thought that he was a character who knew the times and was a handsome person, and he found that there seemed to be multiple evil spirits in the woods, and he resolutely decided on one thing. Run! The wisdom of the old ancestor told him that the last of the 36 plans definitely had its truth. Yuan Kangtai fled in the opposite direction quickly, and he decided not to fight them first, and it was not too late to break them one by one when he had the opportunity. At this time, thick vines quickly rose from the ground, and the rest were like lurking poisonous snakes wrapped around the surrounding trees, exuding a dangerous aura. Blood demon technique. Poison ivy imprisons. These vines seem to have a consciousness of their own under the control of the fifth of the second string. They stretch out like a gust of wind to form a huge web-like structure. The vines are wrapped with tiny, sharp thorns that give an idea of how people will be hurt if they touch the cage. As if it were an invitation, the invitee did not have the ability to flee the place on their own initiative. The fifth of the second string pressed his hands on the ground, and if he hadn't reacted quickly, the handsome boy would have escaped. As if he was being played, Ling Yuzai was furious, and he didn't want to use his blood ghost technique. Go, kill him for me. Zero Yuzai called out his men, and one figure after another came out of the woods, and there was a group of evil spirits gathered here. They were dressed in tatters and holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. Some were holding a dagger, some were holding axes, and what was even more terrifying was a one-eyed ghost with a bow and arrow standing behind him. Yuan Kangtai stood in front of the vines, watching a puff of green smoke fly on the ground covered with slime, and sure enough, as he expected, the vines were poisonous, so he couldn't escape anymore. He didn't want to use his body to try to fight the venom. In that case, Yuan Kangtai turned around and his arm began to swell, and he seemed to flicker to the demon holding the knife at the front, and slashed out. The swift breath of the Ichino broken bayonet swept over the ghost's fragile neck, and with a slash on the head of the demon, the remaining demons suddenly became nervous, and their whole bodies tensed up for fear that it would be their turn next, but they didn't have much sympathy for the demon that Gen Kangtai slashed to death. As if it were a miracle, the demon whose head was cut off did not die. His head gradually grew out. Looking at this sudden change, Yuan King was too shocked. He had never seen a demon with such tenacious vitality. Yuan Kangtai quickly retreated away from the evil ghost who had cut off his head and didn't die, and this time the pressure in his heart doubled. Because in his cognition, all the weaknesses of evil ghosts are the sun and the head, and the only ones who cannot die by cutting off their heads are the Ghost King Wu Miao and the powerful evil ghosts located in the upper string. Could it be that he touched Shang Feng in this place? Yuan King was too surprised. He looked at the thin demon, trying to see a trace of the aura of a superior person in him, but unfortunately his eyes were about to see the flower, and he didn't see where it looked like Shang Feng. But at this time, Zhen Kangtai suddenly observed that there seemed to be a tumor growing on its right arm. Yuan Kangtai's eyes narrowed, he seemed to realize something. Could it be a special blood ghost technique? It must be so. The sound of breathing sounded again, and after using it a lot, Zhen Kangta seemed to have a deeper understanding of the breathing method. He felt that this thing was like a skill, and it couldn't be used if it wasn't opened, but he found that when he was unconscious, he seemed to be able to maintain this state of breathing. He turned his neck, thinking to himself that after this battle was over, he must learn the trick of normalizing breathing. Just as there must be enlightenment before the war, before the official start of the war, Yuan Kangtai has already realized enough benefits. The whistling wind passed in an instant, and this time Yuan Kangtai aimed at his shoulder, and slashed down with his head and right arm. The extreme intention sword technique, 1 knife and 2 cuts. The demon's thin body was split in 2 from the side of his right hand, and he still had an incredible expression on his face before he died. He felt that his blood ghost technique would not be recognized, but he did not expect the intelligence of the young man in front of him. At a glance, you can see why it can cut off its head without dying. Blood demon technique, flesh transfer. A seemingly useless blood demon technique allows him to transfer his brain to another location in one day, and can make the ghost swordsman who is not familiar with it suffer a big loss for the first time. But it ran into Gen Soda, the founder of the Breath of Speed, the representative of the speed of God, this breathing method suitable for assassination, so that this weak ghost could not even move in his hands. Its corpse gradually disintegrated into pieces, leaving black beads behind. Who's coming next? Yuan Kangtai's quiet voice sounded. It sounds like the deadliest taunt to the demons. 27. Ling Yuzai saw that the substitute demon under him, who was known as the 2 immortal lives, was actually killed by the young man in front of him so easily, and his face became ugly. And hearing Yuan Kangtai's mocking words, his mood was even worse. In fact, this time the remnants came prepared, and with the help of the blood ghost technique that his subordinates could create films, he easily passed through the wisteria flower forests that were harmful to them. Then more than a dozen of them lurked on the mountain, wanting to kill the next batch of fresh blood that was about to join the ghost-killing team. Then go down the mountain and kill the guards and the 2 girls below. Their plan was well thought out, and they had done it fairly well until they met the boy in front of them. After they killed 80% of the people, they met the hard stubble of Yuan Kangtai. At first, Yuzai didn't take the boy seriously, and it was only after his subordinates heard that he had killed his other 2 subordinates that he became interested in him. But the current situation clearly does not make him happy. His blood ghost magic is so powerful that it is literally made for siege and killing. It's just that the shortcomings make him unbearable, and he needs to unleash his blood ghost magic all the time and can't move. So of all the lower strings, he accepted the most younger brothers. He needs enough combat power to be able to quickly kill the besieged subjects during this time. Jingzhen, Kangtai, you 2 go over and test the water. Chuanhai, you prepare a bow and arrow in the back and shoot him. Ling Yuzai spoke up and motioned for his other 2 subordinates to step forward. Hearing the instructions of their leader, the 2 ghosts with the dagger and the other with the axe began to run, and one of them used his limbs together and ran towards the boy at a rapid pace. Chuanhai, who had an eye in the back, began to twist his bow and arrow, and a blood-colored eye brought Zhen Kangtai's figure into his field of vision, adjusted his bow and arrows and began to aim, seeking a one-hit kill. Yuan Kangtai looked at the 2 ghosts running towards him without panic. A touch of water condensed on the body of his knife, the blade turned blue at this moment, and the sound of water began to appear, like a river rushing. The breath of water, the shape of one, and the surface of the water slash was caught off guard by a demon slashed in the waist, easily splitting him in 2, and the demon who was moving forward on all 4s dodged the knife with a pounce. The slashed demon had a pained look on his face, and he stopped moving forward to repair his body. The other demon threw the axe he was holding at Gen Soda, and then jumped high and pounced on him. With a slight swing of his knife, Yuan Kangtai chopped the axe in half from the middle. This kind of weapon made of ordinary materials was not enough to see in front of his high-end version of the Nichiren knife. The evil ghost in the air was about to pounce down, and Yuan Kangtai's lungs bulged slightly, and he quickly slashed 3 times. The hideous expression of the breath of water, the wanton type, and the flowing water 3 slash. Demon suddenly froze on his face, and it was broken into 4 under Zhen Kangtai's moves. Seeing his companion die, the other demon did not flinch, but continued to rush forward after repairing his body. Before he became a ghost, Jing Zhen was a gangster who collected protection money on the street, and he was a partner with the recently dead Kong Tai, and they often collected protection money on the street, scolding the vendors who had no money to pay. And there was a fight with other gangs to grab the territory, and it was at that time that they met the rest of the strings. Should have casually seen the zero remnant they killed for the sake of his bitter begging, and gave him and Kong Tai a little blood, let them turn into ghosts, and after becoming ghosts, they became more vicious, and after killing all the people from other gangs, they began to kill people with zero remnant. He stabbed the sharp dagger into Genkita's body, while the other claw grabbed at his abdomen, and he wanted to see how Genkita made his choice. Yuan Kangtai looked at the evil ghost that did not run away and rushed towards him. He did not panic, but his body kept flashing. He was not afraid of the evil ghost in front of him who looked like a gangster. His tense nerves told him that the evil ghost that had been aiming at him in the rear was very terrifying. It is very likely that an arrow will incapacitate him, so he keeps wrestling with the evil ghost in front of him in order to avoid the hidden arrow behind him. And seeing that Yuan Kangtai, who was so brave just now, was constantly dodging his attacks, which made his weak psychology greatly satisfied, and he thought that Yuan Kangtai was afraid of his attack. He laughed maniacally. "Why, you coward, don't you dare to fight me!" With a wave of his hand, his claws stirring up a voice in the air. "Just run, don't wait for me to catch you, or I'll tear you to pieces." "Ha ha 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 ha, boss, do you see, this little ghost is afraid of me." Although Zhen Kangtai couldn't clearly see the movements of the demon holding the bow and arrow behind him, at this moment, he clearly felt that the sense of danger had weakened. So he waved his knife without hesitation. A line of blood suddenly appeared on the head of the evil ghost named Ijin, who seemed to be unaware of it, and continued to chatter, "Come on, fight me, don't continue to run away, follow a coward." With a snap, the demon's body was broken in two, falling to the ground and slowly dissipating. "It's noisy," Yuan Kangtai said lightly. Gen Sota, who had been paying attention to the archer ghost, didn't listen carefully to what the demon was saying. His whole attention was on his own safety, and it was difficult for the demon with the dagger to bring him any danger. At this time, a whistling bow and arrow pierced the air and shot towards Yuan Kangtai. The contact between the tip of the bell knife and the bow and arrow produced a huge sound of gold and stone colliding, and Yuan Kangtai's hand trembled slightly. There was no way he could avoid the arrow, and the moment he slashed it, he showed a flaw. The demon with the bow and arrow noticed his momentary stiffness, and at this time he had no way to dodge it, but to take the arrow hard. "Can't be passive like this anymore," Yuan Kangtai thought to himself. Chuan Hai, who was standing in the back, shot an arrow and wanted to continue to look for Yuan Kangtai's figure, although the arrow just now did not achieve the result he wanted, but he was not in a hurry. His arrows were also poisoned by vines, which could turn him into pus and blood in a few hours once he came into contact with Zhen Kangtai. As he was aiming, he noticed that the boy's figure had disappeared. A touch of alertness appeared in his heart. It was panic from instinct. He continued to pull his bow and arrows, trying to look carefully for the figure, but he was shocked to find that his bow was actually broken. A Japanese wheel knife was plunged straight into the tree next to him, and the blade reflected Chuan Ha's nervous face, and a neat cut appeared in the middle of the bow and arrow made of iron sheets. Before Chuan Hai could react to what was happening, the boy he was aiming at appeared in front of him with a body full of blood. Indifferent and ruthless, like a god of death from hell. 28. Chuan Hai was suddenly frightened by the boy's eyes. He didn't see how the boy appeared in front of him, as if a few frames had been removed from the video. As soon as he heard the whistling wind, the boy came to his side. But Chuan Hai soon changed his mentality. Without the bow and arrow, he still has his own body, and as an excellent archer, his physical strength is also extremely strong. Kawakai smashed his fist into the young man with a trace of blood on his body, and he smelled a delicious aroma on his body. He immediately realized that the boy was a legend that ate a special physique worth hundreds of people. Chuan Ha's expression became crazy, hoping to devour Zhen Kangtai's flesh and blood, and the blood engraved in the cell made him lose his mind. With a crisp sound of the bell, Chuan Ha's crazy face stopped abruptly, and his head fell straight down. Yuan King was too out of the knife. This knife was particularly ruthless, and he cut off Chuan Ha's head with one knife. He swung his sword and performed a bloody vibrate, and the blade was as clear as water, not at all like a fierce battle. Yuan Kangtai glanced at the evil ghost that slowly disappeared. "Wasn't it very cool for you to shoot just now? Why didn't you continue to shoot?" Immediately realized that this person seemed to have the strength of a pillar. This greatly exceeded his expectations. In his opinion, the most people who came to participate in the selection were the strength of the entry, otherwise they would not have come here. He misjudged Yuan Kangtai's strength. Because he is not suitable for the state of two people catching and fighting, his strength is his blood ghost technique. As long as he has a sufficient number of imps, he can wantonly surround and kill others, and make himself invincible. He quietly put away the vines that were surrounding outside, because there was no need to prevent the boy from escaping at this time. All he needed was to think about how he was going to get out of here. Looking at the companions who died one by one, there was no wave in the heart of the remaining son, it was just a battery that could be replaced at will, and it was re-recruited after the death. This kind of cannon fodder is not how much or how much. Sou Usagi began to run away, and he did not forget to use the remaining demons when he fled. You hold him back, and I will first deal with his companions, and then I will join you. At this time, a loud roar sounded, as if a small mountain was moving. Ziruyuko was overjoyed when he heard this voice, and he knew that there was a companion of theirs imprisoned in this mountain, whose name seemed to be Hand Oni. The opponent's strength is comparable to him, but he didn't participate in the battle of the lower strings because he was trapped here, and the hand ghost has been here for such a long time, I don't know how many fresh humans have eaten. It must be a great increase in strength, if I can join forces with him. Ziruyuzi decided to flee in that direction. Yuan Kangtai also heard the loud noise, he knew that it might be the rabbit and they were in trouble, he looked back at the remnants who were about to escape. He frowned, the vines outside had been retracted, which meant that it was not a trap for the demon, and he didn't know why the demon who looked so powerful had escaped. That's right. In a flash of inspiration, Yuan Kangtai noticed the details he hadn't noticed. As he leaped here, he noticed that the demon's hand was pressed to the ground, unable to move. It seems that this is the limit of the demon, you have to catch up with him and kill him, or you won't have such a good chance next time. He turned his head to see Ziruyuzi running towards the place where the sound came from. Can't let him escape there, they seem to be there fighting the demons. Thinking of this, Yuan Kangtai looked at the ordinary evil ghost in front of him who was blocking his madness, and the body that had just been slightly injured due to overuse erupted at once. The new move of Swift Breath, Wu Ji type. And Moon-Cutting Void was used by Yuan Kangtai at will. If Master Scales was here, he would definitely be shocked by Yuan Kangtai's jaw. He didn't know that Yuan Kangtai had created a lethal move at will. The demons who stood in a row and wanted to block Yuan Kangtai couldn't feel what was happening at all, and a streamer slashed, and the demons in a row were all cut off their heads, and their bodies slowly dissipated, and they died without pain. Yuan Kangtai casually loaded those black beads and hurried to the place where Ling Yuzai fled. In the dense forest, the rabbit spat out a mouthful of blood to the ground, his forehead was covered with sweat, and there were countless small scars on his body, and one arm hung down weakly. A big hand slammed into the rabbit, as if to slap the rabbit to death after losing its physical strength. At this time, Tomioka Giyu used the fourth form of water breathing, the tide of strikes, and cut off the large cyan hand that the hand demon stretched out. Seeing the opportunity, Mako grabbed the rabbit's body and placed him on a tree. The forest of trees looked as if it had been cut down, littered with broken branches and trunks, and flanked by a hill-like oppressive hand ghost that laughed uncontrollably. The scaly bastard has locked me up for so long, and every year he still sends his students here to die. You are the 12th, 13th, 14th who are about to be eaten by me. They. Hand ghost pointed at the three rabbits with his fingers of red nails, I'm going to kill all his apprentices. They. Three of them were extremely angry, and when they first met the hand ghost, they felt that its huge body was invincible, and decided to leave here to join their juniors and disciples, and when there were many people, they would kill this evil ghost. But he knew from the mouth of the evil ghost that it was the evil ghost who had been abusing and killing Master Long's disciples, and in a fit of rage, he rushed forward desperately, but there was a big gap with the evil ghost. And he had already experienced a vicious battle, and there was no way to release the thunder breath given to him by Gen Kangtai, but at this time, Tomioka Yoshi and Mako rushed over after hearing the movement. They also experienced a vicious battle like the rabbit, even if they were extremely angry, they could not kill this evil ghost, because its regeneration ability was too strong, and coupled with its unparalleled defense, the three of them could not cut off its head. Tomioka Yoshito said to the rear, Mako, you take the rabbit to the top of the mountain to find Kangtai, tell him what happened here, I'll hold him back first, you go quickly. Tomioka Yoshiu's body was already wet with sweat, and he had been fighting for a long time, even using the skillful 8th form, but he was interrupted by the hand ghost, and now he didn't have much strength, so he could only pray that Gen Sota would hurry here. Zero Usagi finally arrived here, and he was extremely excited when he saw that the hand ghost was besieging the three of them and gaining the upper hand. Hand ghost, please help me, I'm the fifth of the next string, let's work together to kill and devour these little ghosts, and then we will work together to fight. 29. Seeing a new demon join the fight, the trio fell into despair. The rabbit struggled to stand up, and even if he died, he would die with his junior brothers. He could still lift the knife, and he wanted to try again if he could cut off the head of the hand ghost and avenge the dead brothers. There was a hint of purple in the rabbit's eyes, and he wanted to fight hard. A white figure appeared in their field of vision with an endless glow. It was like a galley blowing, rushing down with an unparalleled sword. The white blade of the knife aimed directly at the neck of the remnant, trying to cut off his head with a single sword. The huge power seemed to carry endless rage, and slashed at Zero Usagi with a white sword. But unexpectedly blocked by countless cyan hands, the Nichiren knife cut off countless arms, but it still didn't stop it and pulled away the remaining children. The hand ghost saved the rest of the child, although I don't know why he looked so embarrassed as the next stringer. The cyan arm placed the Zero remnant beside him. Kangtai. After Genhu saw that the white figure was Yuan Kangtai, the heart that she had been carrying finally relaxed, and for a moment she felt as if she had something to rely on. Fugong Yiyang and Bunta saw Yuan Kangtai coming, and finally had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They know Yuan Kangtai's strength, and what they can't do, Yuan Kangtai will definitely be able to do. Before leaving, Master Scales called the three of them to a place and told them that if they encountered a life and death crisis in the trial, and they had no way to fight it, you should go and seek the help of your junior brother. At that time, Tuo Rabbit and Yi Yang still felt that what the master said looked down on them, only Genhu nodded, but he didn't expect that they would soon encounter an unsolvable death crisis, and at this time, Yuan Kangtai came to them like a descending from the sky. He didn't get angry when he couldn't kill Usagi with a knife, and he was not angry, watching Fugong Yiyang being attacked. Yuan Kangtai flickered, cut off the arm that was constantly entangled with Fugong Yiyang, and helped him to the tree where Zhen Gang and they were standing. Sorry, I'm late, I've encountered a dozen demons in the mountains, and it took a little bit of effort to deal with them. Yuan Kangtai turned his head to look at the three of them. Right now, only Makoto is in better shape, because she is not the main force fighting against the hand ghost. Fugong gasped for breath, obviously with little strength. And the rabbit's state is even worse, he is covered in injuries and constantly bleeding out, and now he is still awake and he is already determined. Kangtai, are you okay? There were some tears on Mako's face, which were tears from the hand ghosts humiliating their master, Makoto, who was angry, and she looked at Yuan Kangta, who was covered in blood, and was a little worried about his state. Most of them are not my blood, you don't have to worry, the next battlefield will be handed over to me, Genhu, you take senior brother Rabbit to rest for a while, and I will take senior brother Yiyang together to kill the two evil ghosts below. Zhen Kangtai turned to look at the hand ghost. The hand ghost looked at the chattering people and didn't interrupt them, it was also recovering its severed arm by Zhen Kangtai. But the arrival of Yuan Kangtai made him feel a little bad in his heart, this boy was actually chasing down the lower string behind him, and killing all his men? The hand ghost raised the danger of Yuan Kangtai up a notch, and it asked the Zero Usagi in the rear, this young man is really as strong as he said. He may be stronger than you think, and his breathing can make him very fast, and we let him find his chance in the spur of the moment, and all my men were killed. But this time we joined forces, I will cooperate with you in the back, you just pay attention to protect me. 0. Usagi knelt on one knee, pressed his hands to the ground, and unleashed his blood demon magic. Countless vines were imprisoned by the blood demon technique and poison ivy. And countless vines grew wildly, gradually enveloping the place. It's up to you next, after killing these 4, 3 will be yours, and I will only want that boy. They. Hand ghost glanced at him, I can only give you that girl, the boy is obviously stronger, and it can make my strength go further. Ling Yuzai has a kind of heart that is seen, okay, then follow what you said. Girls are girls, it's better than nothing. They. Hand ghost arm rebounded and then shot out suddenly, rushing towards the 3 people on the trunk like countless cyan vipers. Yuan Kangtai turned his head to Genhu and said, pay attention to dodge, I and Yiyang are going to go. Yuan Kangtai grabbed the hilt of the knife and cut off all the arms that the hand ghost rushed over, and blood gushed out. They ran in the direction of the hand ghost, and on the way, Tomioka Yoshiu told Gen Sota, his arm can be infinitely regenerated, so it is useless to cut off more, we must cut off his head. Yuan Kangtai cut off an arm again and nodded. I know, I'll look for a chance. There was a sound of shaking on the ground, and suddenly countless arms and venom-laden vines appeared, as if to pierce them. Gen Souta and Tomioka Giyu jumped high to dodge the attack from the two demons, and at this time, Gen Souta suddenly shouted. Throw the knife! Tomioka Giyu immediately understood what he meant. He threw the knife in the direction of the hand ghost, and he fell towards the place of the fifth of the lower string. Gen Kangtai stepped on the knife thrown by Tomioka Giyu with precision in the air, and he jumped up again with his strength and slashed towards the head of the hand ghost. The breath of water, one type, and water slash. Slashed at the head of the hand oni like a mighty river, and a trace of horror appeared on the hand ghost's face. At this moment, a huge number of vines appeared at its neck, protecting it like a shield. The blood demon technique poison ivy imprisoned the remnants who knelt behind the hand oni, and it summoned countless vines around the hand ghost's neck, acting as a defense for it. The blade of Gen Kangtai's slashing hand ghost was entangled in countless vines, wasting a lot of strength, and he knew that this knife could not cut off its head. But he was unwilling to end it like this, because the next time there might not be such a good opportunity. Yiyang also threw his knife because he believed that he also threw out his own knife. If this knife did not make a contribution, Yiyang was likely to be killed by the hand ghost with a punch. Yuan Kangtai closed his eyes, and the blue water disappeared, replaced by a sharp purple intent. A rumbling sound sounded in the sky, making it impossible to tell whether the thunder was coming from the sky or the boy. Purple wrapped around Gen Soda's sun wheel knife, and the surging purple intent continued to emerge until it filled the entire blade, and the thunder and lightning with destructive connotations continued to shock the turquoise vines, and the vines continued to wither and turn into ashes and fall. The blade broke through the protective layer made of vines and rushed towards the neck of the hand ghost with an indomitable momentum. The thunder breath, mixed realm, and heavenly punishment god. Thunder exploded violently, like a muffled thunder above the nine heavens, and the moment the neon wheel knife came into contact with the hand ghost, it shattered the head of the hand ghost, turning it into countless blood-stained fragments scattered around. 30. The moment when the hand ghost finally disappeared was still filled with disbelief. How could he break through my defenses? How could he? No, no, no. The body of the hand ghost kept disappearing, and the last moment of its life thought of the memories of before it became a ghost. That night, as a child, he ate his brother who loved him the most, and when he woke up he felt the endless darkness envelop him, and since then, no one has held his hand again. Yuan Kangtai chopped off the head of the remnant with the remaining knife momentum, but showed no mercy in his frightened gaze. Ling Yu's eye was not suitable for close combat, and he didn't have much ability to resist after losing his companions. Zhenhe walked over with the rabbit in her arms, and she handed the rabbit to Fugong Yozhiyang and hugged the detached Yuan Kangtai. She whispered to Gen Kangtai, I feel the smell of sadness on the hand ghost. Yuan Kangtai glanced at the body of the hand ghost that was about to disappear, and nodded. Presumably he was also a teenager who worked hard before. I hope he doesn't have to be a ghost in the next life, and becomes a good life. It seemed that he felt what Yuan Kangtai said, and the last body of the hand ghost disappeared, and in the last memory, he seemed to see his brother, and he tried to catch up, running to the sun and holding his brother's hand. Brother, I'm afraid of the dark. I can't help you, you're always so cowardly. Yuan Kangtai gasped violently because of the loss of strength, and he suddenly felt the fog in front of him, and he seemed to see more than a dozen figures, carrying fox masks around their waists, waving to him and saying goodbye to them. Did you see that too, Mrs. Kang? Zhenhe whispered. Yuan Kangtai tilted his head. Yes, we promised the master to go back together, and now we have done it. They. 4 of them had their backs to the tree, the morning light shining through the sparse clouds on the ground, and the breeze gently brushed everyone's face, and everyone's face was full of happiness for the rest of their lives. 7 days later. They. Wisteria flowers were still in full bloom halfway up the mountain, shining in the sunlight, and the 4 of them leaned against the red pillars and waited for anyone else to come down on the mountain. It's a pity that except for the one who doesn't look like there are any scars on his body, no one has come down. This time, only the 5 of them passed the trial. He has been hiding in the cave for the past 7 days, and when he is hungry, he goes out to find something to eat, and he doesn't go out to fight with others, and he unexpectedly survives to the end. It's just that the clothes on his body look extremely tattered, and his green eyes have dimmed a lot at this time. He actually survived. Zhenhu leaned next to Yuan Kangtai and whispered. Yuan Kangtai glanced at Miao Yu, who was intact, and knew that he might not have had any battles with ghosts in the past 7 days, but the rules were like this, and he couldn't say anything, just for those teenagers who were killed by the strings were a little worthless. He replied lightly, no way, the requirements are like this, luck is also part of the strength. 2 girls wearing wisteria-colored kimonos walked out. I don't know if it was because they passed the assessment, and there was more joy in the originally plain voice. Congratulations on your selection. It's okay everybody. At this time, an inopportune voice sounded, breaking the words of the 2, where's my knife? Said Mitsugaku impatiently. Please don't worry, let's hand out the uniforms first, measure your measurements, and then engrave the class you belong to. The white girl said. Then the black girl spoke, there are 10 classes in total, and the division of classes is divided into A, B, C, D. And a few of you have just passed the competition, and you are the last one, and you can use it to improve your rank by killing evil spirits. With that, she clapped her palms, and several birds hovering in the sky swooped down and stood on their shoulders. There was a black crow on the shoulders of the rabbit and Tomioka, and the one of the kodake was also a crow, and on the shoulder of the real mushroom stood a cuckoo, and Gen Soda's was even more special. The goshawk has been landing on his shoulder, and his martial arts are extraordinary, and he looks different from others. From now on, you will be accompanied by crows, who will be responsible for delivering tasks to you, mainly for communications. But Maya waved his hand impatiently to drive away the crow standing on his shoulder. He walked towards the 2 of them, and pressed the black girl's hair. I don't want a crow, nor a team uniform, I want a knife, it's a Japanese wheel knife, do you know? At this time, another voice sounded, not loud but with an undoubted voice, I'll give you 3 seconds to take your hand off someone's head, and when the time comes, I will see your hand lying around, then you don't want this hand. Yuan Kangtai reached out and pressed the hilt of the knife. It's also strange to say, obviously it was the second time they met, and Yuan Kangtai felt disgust in Miao Yu's body, and he clearly felt that he hated this person, and felt that there was a sense of alienation in him. It's as if this person lives in this world, everything is just for himself. Seeing that Gen Kangtai's hand had already pressed down on the Hinawa knife that he had been longing for a long time, his face twitched, and he remembered the finger that he had broken before going up the mountain, and still took his hand away. It's just that he is still not to be outdone. When will my neon wheel knife arrive? If it is not for a special knife to use, who will join your ghost-killing team? They. Black-haired girl did not comment on their actions, and she pulled the purple cloth from the table, revealing pieces of ore of various shapes. At a glance, Gen Kangtai could see that their materials were very similar to the ones he had seen in the Akaishi cave, and he knew that they were orangutan's crimson ore, which could be used to make the Nichiren knife. The girl spoke, next, please choose a piece of ore, and the steel to protect your sword is up to you. A few people stepped forward, looking at the rocks of different sizes on the table. They couldn't help but have some headaches, they had never seen this thing, so they naturally didn't know how to choose. Yuan Kangtai walked over, he stood next to Zhenhu, and took out a piece and handed it to Zhenhu. That's it, there's this ore in the mountains near my house, and I know which one has the highest content and is best for making knives. Zhenhu covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Can Mrs. King still do this? It's really amazing. Yuan Kangtai, who was a little embarrassed to be praised, continued to pick 2 pieces and handed them to the 2 behind him, and reluctantly pointed out one to him in the eyes of Miao Yu, who looked a little envious. If you don't say it, I know that I have to choose this piece. He stretched out his hand and pressed the stone. Even if he received Yuan Kangtai's favor, he was reluctant to say thank you. Damn, why are you so shameless, Yuan? Kangtai rolled up his sleeves as if to give him a little color. The rabbit grabbed him, forget it, it's all an organization now, so let's feed it to a dog. After selecting the ore, the Nichiren knife will be delivered to you after the 10th to the 15th. In an empty house, a feather weaver dressed in beige sat on his knees in the middle of the room, with a crow standing in his hand, and his voice was gentle and kind. Well, 5 people have survived, it's really good. They. Tone was full of appreciation. My children have increased again, and I wonder what kind of swordsman they can become, especially the one who killed the lower string. What a surprise to me. Raven, do you think I should raise his rank a bit? Then he shook his head slightly. You're right, you can't be too pushy, just let him practice like this, I believe he will surprise everyone in the near future. 31. The four of them walked together, really bouncing, looking extremely excited. I don't know what Master Liang Glong's expression will be when he sees a few of us. It should surprise him. After all, after 5 this time we have 4 places. The rabbit looked thoughtful. I should be more excited. After all, we are all students taught by him, and this time we have all passed the assessment, and the teacher will be very pleased. Tomioka said lightly. Master Scales is so gentle, maybe you'll cry when the time comes. If I guess right, remember to save some face for Master Scales. It's like a cute rabbit. What do you say, Mrs. Kang? Asked Zhenhu, and the other two also looked at Mrs. Yuan curiously. I'm thinking about how much I'm going to eat when I go back in a while, and I don't know what Master Scales has prepared for us. A smile tugged at the corner of Yuan Kangtai's mouth, as if he thought that he would be able to eat something delicious in a while. Everyone let out a sigh, and then burst into laughter, obviously shocked by this junior brother's obsession with food. Speaking of which, Master Scales should be lonely sometimes. Yuan Kangtai looked up at the sky. He didn't know what the old man was doing at this time. Worried about them. Master Scales is a very special existence for me and the rabbit. Brother Rabbit and I are both orphans, and we were picked up by Master Scales since we were children, and he taught us to understand the world and teach us to breathe. When I was a child, I felt that Master Scales was the gentlest and loveliest person in the world, and I would like to be like him in the future, becoming a cultivator and taking over the burden of his old man. Mako's tone began to lighten, as if he didn't want to disturb the warm memory. But the master is sometimes not happy, he has his own knots. Once I watched the master cry at the tombstone behind the mountain in the back mountain. That's the master feeling guilty, although I don't have much contact with Master Scale, but I know that he must have died in that place because so many disciples who were cultivated by him failed to pass the selection of Fuji Raid Mountain, and he thinks that as a teacher, he has the greatest responsibility. Yuan Kangtai looked at the narrow foggy mountain that was about to arrive and said lightly. He stretched out his hand and pressed the white fox mask on his waist. This mask is the only thing he can do for his disciples, the meaning of the mask to ward off evil spirits. I really want everyone to be safe, this is Master Liang Glong's greatest wish. Yuan Kangtai looked at everyone because there was some silence because of what he said, and he changed his tone. Haha, everyone, cheer up, after a while, Master Scales will see the 3 of you and think that you have lost the election, we will bring the best joy to the master. Immediately after that, Yuan Kangtai ran forward in great strides, and the sound of joy resounded in this valley. Let's compete to see who arrives in the narrow foggy mountain first, and the last one will brush today's tableware, and learn to call a pig. Kangtai, wait for me, I don't want to be a pig. Hey, Mrs. Kang, you're too laid back, see if I catch you in a while, let you feel what kind of love comes from my senior brother. Tomioka, who fell at the end, just smiled faintly. This scene was very warm for him who lost his sister. But the pace under his feet gradually accelerated. After all, who wants to learn to cry a pig? The top of the mountain scale Longzuo kept pacing at the door recently. He received the news of the crow, and learned that his disciples actually passed the test this time, but he was still a little worried, afraid that they would be seriously injured. After getting the news, he would come to the top of the mountain every day to wait for them. The noisy sound kept coming from the mountainside, and the sound of boys and girls laughing sounded as pleasant as heaven in the near future. He stopped walking and walking, not wanting his disciples to see his nervousness. A crowd of people dressed in various colors of feathering appeared in front of him one by one. Master Scales, I'm back. Master Liang Long, we have all passed the selection, and we have given your old man a hard boost. Master! Master! Zhenhu suddenly jumped into the arms of the scale Longzuo and rubbed hard. Liang Longzuo looked at the intact 4 people recently, and finally couldn't hold back his emotions, hugged them together, and tears continued to flow down his cheeks. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. The usually stern old man stumbled nervously at this time, and he hugged everyone hard. Great, you're all back alive. None of the children sent over the years have come back again, and seeing the 4 people intact this time finally can't suppress their feelings. The 4 of them hugged each other and cried. Even Zhen Kangtai had a trace of sadness. He regretted the unfortunate fate of many senior brothers, although he avenged them on the mountain, but it seems that the evil ghost is also a victim. He clenched the neon wheel knife in his hand. No misery, I will definitely kill you, just wait, I hope that day will come soon. In the evening, the 5 people sat around the boiler, and the boiler made fat cow hot pot, red soup, and the four of them ate with their mouths full of oil. Only Master Liang Long looked at them, and they ate very little. Master Liang Long, why don't you eat it? Are you reluctant to eat it? Asked Yuan Kangtai curiously while chewing a piece of winter bamboo shoots in her mouth. The master is so happy to see that we all come back and can't eat. Zhenhu picked up a piece of freshly scalded fat cow and put it in Yuan Kangtai's bowl. Is that so, master? You should also eat more. Don't be afraid that there will be not enough vegetables, and tomorrow I will go up the mountain and hunt a few wild boars for you. Let everyone taste the taste of wild pork. Yuan Kangtai picked up a piece of potato again and said vaguely. Awesome, Kangtai, or let's go fishing another day. I remember if you like turnip salmon. Yi Yang, who was eating a piece of radish in a small bite, paused, nodded, and agreed with senior brother Rabbit's statement. Salmon, salmon, do you like stew, brother? I remember that there seem to be a few places where this fish is particularly suitable for sashimi, and you must remember to try it the next time you have a chance. Zhen Kangta put down the dishes and chopsticks, indicating that he was also very interested in salmon. Let's wait for your team uniform and the Nikiran knife. You may be very busy after becoming a member of the Ghost Slayer team. If your first mission location is near the sea, you can just go down to fish. If it's inland, forget it. Master Scales spoke. Then wait like this, Master, you eat slowly. I have a little feeling when I fought with Xiaxian on the mountain. I will go to the room and think about it. Yuan Kangtai put on his shoes and walked outside. Everyone is no longer surprised. With such a talented little junior brother, they also feel more down to earth. I don't know what Kangtai realized this time. Zhenhu looked at the back of Yuan Kangtai leaving, and was a little distracted. Hey, Zhenhu, be Wangfia Stone, right? The rabbit teased. Senior brother. Zhenhu's little face turned red, and he didn't know if the hot pot base was too spicy. 32. Zhen Kangtai came to his hut and knelt up, and there was an aqua blue futon on the ground. He began to conceive of his breathing, and he learned from that battle that his breathing skills were not mature. Assuming that he can be in a state of breathing all the time, then the improvement of himself will be a notch. Breathing in full concentration is like a technique, and if you want it to reach the state of full concentration and normalization, then proficiency is essential. As far as I am concerned, each of my 3 breathing methods has its own merits, and if I choose one of them as the object of the regular application, then the remaining few will have to be one step slower when I want to use them. If I can find the similarities of all the breaths and use the most basic breathing methods that are common to every breathing method, it will not only strengthen my body, but also allow me to have other options when fighting. Yuan Kangtai stood up. Yes. Without further ado, I'll go to the back mountain to exercise. A black curtain shrouded the entire back mountain, only a glimmer of moonlight sprinkled down, and the back mountain was constantly chirping frogs and insects. Zhen Kangtai came to the place of the waterfall in the back mountain, where the water content is the richest. Zhen Kangtai wanted to start with the first breath he touched, carefully feel the power of breathing, and try again how to normalize breathing. He didn't ask his master, he didn't know if he could make a basic breathing method that was completely different from this world, and after asking the master, after using their method in a preconceived idea, he might not be able to find the one that suited him best. The breath of water all concentration. Yuan Kangtai's whole body was full of a faint sense of water, the temperature of his body increased, the blood flow was rapid, but his heartbeat dropped, and the muscle strength and endurance of his whole body increased greatly. This is the strength of his breathing enhancement, and he wants to feel this strength now, so that this state can be normalized. Yuan Kangtai closed his eyes and closed a perspective, so that the inner vision was more focused, and Yuan Kangtai looked at those meditation masters before crossing over. Not knowing exactly how to start, he thought of the practice of meditation. Genkata began to slowly feel the flow of each breath, focusing on the sensation of exhaling and inhaling. Each breath brings a lot of oxygen, and it is this oxygen that is broken down by the cells and brings great strength to itself. Yuan King pays too much attention to the depth of his breathing, whether it is shallow or deep, the greater the power will be generated, but the time to gain strength will be slower. Just like listening to music, once the rhythm of breathing is out of order, not only is the sword incoherent, but the increase in strength is quite limited. Once the body can't adjust its breathing and let the consciousness adjust, the energy will be separated, and the speed of the knife will be much slower. Yuan Kangtai gradually entered a state of meditation, and at first there were a lot of distracting thoughts in his heart, thinking of the world before the crossing, and thinking of the different look that Zhenhu looked at him. He thought of what Master Scale Long and Mr. Tetsu Torotaro expected of him, but these were quickly forgotten by him. He began to feel the increase in the strength in his body, the blood carrying a huge amount of oxygen to all parts of the body, and the power far beyond ordinary people began to emerge. The heart beats at a very low frequency, but each vibration sends blood throughout the body to provide oxygen. What Yuan Kangtai didn't know was that in the outside world, his body sitting cross-legged next to the waterfall had gathered a large amount of water elemental, and the water flow surrounded him, which seemed to resonate with his breathing. With each breath, the flow of water changes, faintly fitting into this world. Gen Kangtai entered an ethereal state. He didn't know what was going on in the outside world, he just felt that his body became light, with a cool feeling, as if there was a huge water ball outside his body that wrapped him. In this state, he had forgotten to maintain the breathing method, but the breath of water still existed, like Gen Kangtai's most determined partner, existing in every corner of his body. After eating, several people also came to the back mountain, and they saw a surprising scene in front of them. The rabbit asked Master Xiang Long in a low voice, "Master, what kind of state is Mrs. Kang? How do I feel that he wants to become an immortal?" With the sound of bell, Zhenhu gave him a fierce chestnut, and she didn't dare to speak loudly. "Senior brother rabbit, how do you speak? What is the name of Feather Dengxian? This is obviously a great achievement." "Master." Liang Long couldn't complain about how happy the words of the two were. He said softly, "Your junior disciple's full concentration of Changshong's water breath is almost complete." "What?" Several people were stunned for a moment when they heard this, and they didn't understand what it meant. "Alas!" Master Liang Long sighed, "Is this the back wave of the Yangtze River pushing the front wave? This newly recruited disciple is too demonic. When you reach this level, it is equivalent to you using the breathing method to strengthen your body all day long, and this state is also known as the entry method of the pillar. When you have reached a certain time, you have 1 foot on the threshold of the pillar." Hearing this, several people showed surprised expressions. It turns out that the junior brother is already so strong, he can actually compare to the pillar. Said the rabbit, his mouth was a little sour. After all, he was the senior brother of several people, and the result was not as good as the junior brother of the righteous and brave, and he couldn't compare with the new junior brother who had joined for a few months. "It's not as exaggerated as you said, I'm just talking about the admission ticket. Your junior brother should still have a way to go before he becomes a pillar level, although he definitely didn't have to run in the end, but I don't know what kind of name he will have in the end after so many breaths." Master Scales said. "I'm really curious about that day. I hope I can always fight side by side with senior brother Kangtai in the future." Tomioka smiled for the first time in a long time, clearly looking forward to his future life. "Master, senior brother, look at Kangtai," said Zhenhu, pointing to Yuan Kangtai's position. Everyone hurriedly looked over, only to see that the huge water ball that Yuan Kangtai had originally condensed had disappeared without a trace, and now, a faint purple color appeared under his feet, and then gradually crawled all over his body. When thunder breath complete concentration Chong Zhong. Yuan Kangtai was meditating, his subconscious mind kept telling himself that he wanted to take a completely different path from others, and he didn't really want the constant state of each breathing method. What he wants is a basic breath that everyone can learn and that every breath can be used perfectly. Under his intentional guidance, the thunder breath gradually disappeared, and the white air began to crawl all over his body. The breath of speed, concentration, and constant concentration is a new state of constant concentration. The 4 people on the other side couldn't suppress the surprise in their hearts. Senior brother Kangtai actually completed the normal state of the 3 breathing methods in these few minutes, and it was done in a rapid switch. It doesn't matter if Liang Longzuo is at this time, his heart has long been numb, and now that Yuan Kangtai says that he is the Ghost King, he has nothing to say. 33. Gradually, the white glow has faded. Gen Kangtai felt that they each had different states, and they had the most basic similarities. He put the breath of water, the breath of thunder, and the breath of speed together, trying to find what they had in common. Purple lightning, white light, and blue streams of water appeared beside him at the same time, and 3 breaths were used at the same time, and now it was time to remove their differences. Poof! Yuan Kangtai spat out a mouthful of blood. This is because it is the first time to use so many breaths. His body is a little unbearable, but his eyes are still tightly closed. Seeing that Yuan Kangtai was being counterattacked, Zhenhu looked nervous and wanted to rush up to see how he was doing. One hand grabbed her clothes. It was Yoshi Tomioka. He looked at Zhenhu and said seriously, "You can't go now, Kangtai is at the best moment of comprehension, and he vomited blood because he may have to strip out all the particularities of the 3 breathing methods, and it is normal to not notice the injury for a while. If you go over and interrupt his inspiration this time, you don't know when the next time it will be. Yiyang is right, Zhenhu, you still care about it, you have to believe him. Master Scales looked at the stabilized Zhen Kangtai and remembered what his grandfather had told him about the strength of the initial swordsman when he was a child, and it was said that the first breathing method was created and passed down by him. Kangtai, can you reach that height? Let's wait and see. Spit out a mouthful of blood without realizing it. Yuan Kangtai felt that his breathing was much easier, and the use of all 3 different breaths had caused a great burden on his body, and he was now gradually removing their unique things one by one. Everything outside of the body is gone. The sound of long breathing sounded again, like a hidden dragon ascending to the sky, and the dragon in the abyss rose to the sky and breathed heavily. It's like a baby landing for the first time, wantonly and greedily absorbing the air between heaven and earth. A basic breathing method that has never existed before. It does not contain any elements, it does not have any moves, it looks even inferior to ordinary breathing, but its future is infinitely broad. It's like an activator that allows you to use any other breathing technique while maintaining your regular breathing. Why didn't anyone invent this kind of breathing before this? Only a person as gifted as Zhen Kangtai would create new breaths and thus use plural breathing methods. Yuan Kangtai also discovered that Chongzhong in this state can increase the power of the breathing method that is usually used alone by 30%, like an amplifier to amplify the breath carried on it. Yuan Kangtai slowly opened his eyes. Even at this time, he still maintained the Chongzhong breathing method. His vision became clear, and his hearing became very keen, as if he had opened the door to a new world. With a movement of his ears, he heard 4 breaths not far away, which he knew were his friend and teacher. Master Scales, Rabbit, Yiyang, Zhenhu, why are you here? Yuan Kangtai jumped off the boulder and walked in front of them. Of course, it's to see what peerless martial arts you are secretly practicing in the back mountain, my good junior brother. He said sourly, but he was really happy for his junior brother. The 3 of them looked at Yuan Kangtai, and suddenly felt that they couldn't understand him. A few months ago, they could still feel Yuan Kangtai's youthfulness. Even if they created new breaths, new moves, even if they were far from Zhen Kangtai, they felt that there was a chance to catch up. But this time, standing beside Zhen Kangtai, Tsunedo felt that the person next to him seemed to have undergone some essential changes, like a tsunami that was immeasurable. Master Scales looked up at Yuan Kangtai. It's done. Yes. Yuan Kangtai nodded. Then he looked at the people around him who were expecting him. I have realized a new trick, named the normal breathing method. Do you want to learn it? Think. Happy voices come and go, there is a colorful warmth, fitting together is like honey flowing by, just like their days in the past few days, incomparably beautiful. In the next few days, Yuan Kangtai unreservedly handed over to them the breathing method he had realized last time. In the past few days, you can see the figures meditating on the boulder in front of the waterfall. The first thing they tried was the most familiar breath of water, and even if they didn't learn the breathing method given to them by Zhen Kangtai, the constant state of water breath was enough for them to use on a daily basis. Yuan Kangtai took the teacup, took a sip gently, and let out a sigh of admiration. This cup of tea is a cup of tea that he randomly picked a few leaves of plants that Master Scales said were not poisonous, dried them and collected them, and brewed a cup when they were fine, and they tasted unique. How does it feel to make your own tea? Liang Longzuo stood next to Yuan Kangtai recently, and followed Yuan Kangtai's perspective and looked at the few people cultivating on the boulder. Master, you know me, in my evaluation, there are only 3 states, you can drink, and you can't drink. Can you guess what kind of cup I have in my hand? Yuan Kangtai shrugged his shoulders and looked at the real mushroom who was quietly kneeling on the stone, and his solemn expression made Yuan Kangtai feel amused. Master Liang Long didn't answer his question, he said lightly, count the days, it's time to come. You mean the day of the knife? Asked Yuan Kang curiously. Master Liang Long nodded, yes, it's been the 14th day, and I don't know which knife forger will come to deliver the knife this time. Master, when will I see my sister again? I haven't seen her for half a month, and I don't know if her life in the butterfly house is good. Zhen Kangtai used his thumb to feel the pattern on the teacup, and a burning sensation appeared on the tip of his finger. It should be busy, after all, people are different from ghosts, people will die if they are seriously injured, and if they are not treated quickly, they will also die, so the two places of logistics and medical care are the busiest. Master Scales looked at Tomioka Giyu, who had already stood up, and continued to say to Yuan Kangtai, but with your sister's qualifications, you are now a senior member of the Butterfly House. I heard your sister say that you almost fell to your death on the mountain at the beginning, and she rescued you from it. Jen Kangtai nodded like a chicken pecking rice. I almost thought I wouldn't survive at the time. At this time, a black crow flew to the old man's shoulder, as if to convey some news. Master Liang Long clapped his palms and shouted softly to the two cultivators. That's all for today, your uniforms and Nichiren knives have arrived. The two of them, Rabbit and Zhenhu, withdrew from their cultivation state. The two of them also gradually mastered the breath of water in Changzhong. Because they still want to learn a stronger breathing method from Yuan Kangtai, the two of them are also working hard to practice the normal breathing method given to them by Yuan Kangtai. Tomioka Giyu felt that he could master the breath of water, so he politely rejected the new breathing method taught by Jen Kangtai and continued to practice the breath of water. 34. What's the matter, master, is our Rylung knife here? Chi Tu looked very excited. He had been coveting Yuan Kangtai's Rylung knife for a long time, and he was the only one who was most anxious. Because of Jen Soda's relationship, Mako got a dagger that could be used for self-defense. Only he and Yiyang haven't touched it yet, and he is still very curious about what will become of his Nichiren knife. It is said that it will change to a different form depending on the user's breath, but the appearance of Jen Kangtai's blade will change constantly. Is it because the breath he uses is different? Several people stared at the intersection expectantly, as if their things would arrive in the next moment. Only Yuan Kangtai was not interested, leaning against the pillar. After all, he had already obtained his own Rylung knife. A burly figure appeared, with a red fireman mask on his face, and a huge box on his back, which seemed to be filled with things, and kept making noises. Yuan Kangtai's face showed a hint of surprise, as if he had seen an acquaintance. Mr. Taihu, is that you? Asked Yuan Kangtai tentatively. He had already stood up, and he still held the colorless Hinawa knife in his hand, and with the slight tremor of the blade, it seemed that he had touched a familiar person. Jen Kangta knew that this person must be Iron Tiger Taro, otherwise his soul snatcher would not have such a reaction. The burly man took off his mask, revealing a majestic face, and then let out a loud laugh that softened the majestic countenance a lot. Kangtai, you really did it, and you really didn't live up to my expectations of you, nor did you live up to my Nichiren knife. Tetsudaro put down the large box he was carrying and greeted everyone. Fugong is brave, Rabbit, Zhenhu, and Mr. Scales, it's been a long time. Taro, you're still so strong, we must have not seen each other for 5 years. With a faint memory, it seems that he has met an old acquaintance. Jen Kangta was a little surprised. You know each other? Scales and Pseudoko Taro glanced at each other. Haha, that's of course, I once invited Taro to be my stepson, and his status in the forging knife village is just like you now. Don't look at Tetsuko Taro as a knife forger, he may be more skilled than you in picking up a knife to slay demons. Master Scales opened the chest that was placed on the ground and took out a small box and 3 sheathed sunwheel knives. Haha, it's not as exaggerated as you said, Mr. Scale, and now I don't think about swordsmanship anymore, I just do my job. Tetsutaro scratched his head, apparently agreeing with Scales' statement. Tetsutaro came up and gave Jen Kangtai a big hug. Really good, you kid, let you pass the game, you chopped a lower string to death, right? It's amazing. He had obviously received a message from someone else, and even he was surprised that he had great hopes for Yuan Kangtai, as if the teenager was growing up too fast. Feeling the huge pressure on his chest muscles from Tetsutaro Taro, Yuan Kangtai finally poked his head out. No, that lower string is not suitable for fighting at all. After I kill all his little brothers, he has no combat power to rely on, and all of them will die. Hearing that Yuan Kangtai had made things so simplistic, he just smiled faintly. He slapped Yuan Kangtai's shoulder heavily. All in all, this time it's a good job, and it's equipped with the Rylung knife I specially built for you. At this time, the rabbits and the others turned out the black combat uniforms in the box and kept gesturing on their bodies. When Tetsudaro saw it, he explained to them, this is our special costume for the Demon Slayer team, which is fireproof, waterproof, and breathable, and can also prevent the claws of some weak demons. Then Tetsudaro Taro pointed to the Hinawa knife on the ground. The Hinawa knife, also known as the chameleon knife, since you all know it, I'll make a long story short, it is taken from the orangutan crimson ore you selected, and it was made by us knife forgers. The Nichiren knife will have a different color depending on the user. You can pull it out and give it a try. When the rabbits heard this, how could they not give it a try? Yi Yang pulled out the knife, and the blade slowly turned aqua blue. Tetsudoro exclaimed, the purest breath of water. Then the rabbit also pulled out their wheel knife, the blade of the rabbit turned light blue, and the rabbit turned dark blue, apparently under the influence of Yuan Kangtai, one with a little speed breath, and the other with a little thunder breath. They are all relatively rare colors, so I guess we put a lot of effort into breathing. Tetsudoro said. Then the few of them put on the black combat uniforms brought by Tetsudoro, with blue feathers with flowing cloud patterns on the outside, and white fox masks around their waists. Tetsutaro looked at this harmonious scene. Why don't you give a squad name and independently form the Ghost Slayer team? The 4 people who passed the trial are all from the same school, and it is also a rare existence in the history of the Ghost Slayer team. Master Scales nodded, it's true, after the formation of the team, you can always be together in the future. Yuan King asked curiously, is there such a team among the ghost killing team? There shouldn't be any, but shouldn't there be a precedent for everything? You set up a team this time, I can write to the head of the family and let him see if this matter is feasible. Scales said recently. Speaking of which, Iron Tiger Taro turned his head to look at Yuan Kangtai. Kangtai, did you pick up a kind of bead after slaying the evil ghost with the soul snatcher? Yuan Kangtai was stunned for a moment, and then he took out dozens of beads of different shapes from his pocket. Are these things? Iron Tiger Taro was particularly surprised after watching Yuan Kangtai take out a large handful. Kangtai, how many evil ghosts have you killed? I forgot to tell you, this is something that will only be left after you kill with the soul snatcher. He also took out a fiery red bead in his pocket. I call it Suansu, it originated from a demon I slayed. His body did not dissipate after death, leaving only a red heart. I used the material of that heart to forge 2 Nickeloon knives, both of which you used. At that time, I discovered that the Hinawa sword with the addition of special materials can plunder some of the peculiarities of demons when they kill them. Then he threw the fiery red bead into his mouth and chewed it heavily. The effect of Suanzu is to improve human physical strength and speed up recovery, and the more rare the color, the stronger the effect. Then when I first killed the evil ghosts, he also dropped one. Isn't it because I have a special physique? Yuan Kangtai asked curiously. He really thought that this was the benefit he had crossed over, but now he told him that it was the invention of another genius? This made Yuan Kangtai difficult to accept for a while. Tetsu Tiger Taro laughed, looked at Yuan Kangtai and said, Kangtai, have you forgotten that the one I picked up at the beginning was also made by me? In that case, let's eat a little bit and see if it's useful. Brother Rabbit, you eat first. Gen Kangtai handed the cyan bead dropped by the mermaid demon to the rabbit. Senior brother, eat first. You are senior brother, you take the lead. 35. The rabbit looked at the turquoise beads that didn't look like they could eat in his hands, and fell into the biggest crisis in his life. He took the bead and looked at everyone with a look of embarrassment. Do you have to eat it? Taste it, senior brother, don't you see that Mr. Taiho has already eaten one? Yuan Kangtai said leisurely. He also wanted to know if there would be other harm if this thing was eaten. Rabbit looked at his figure, and then at Iron Tiger Taro's burly body like the reincarnation of Hulk, and he said weakly, I feel that we can try it with another person, and senior brother volunteer will be fine. Iron Tiger Taro quietly looked at the prevarication of the rabbit. He hammered the rabbit's shoulder hard, and laughed. What are you afraid of? Didn't I just eat one in front of you? Do you think this thing can be seen everywhere? Its value may be too great for you to imagine. Suanzu can only drop one on each ghost. The higher the rating, the higher the level of the Suanzu dropped. This one in your hand is estimated to be able to slightly improve your physique. You quickly eat it and feel it to know if what I said is true. Seeing Tetsutaro's non-fake expression, he gritted his teeth and prepared to fight. He swallowed the turquoise beads in one gulp, and his face flushed, as if he had eaten poison. After a while, under the expectant gaze of everyone, the rabbit opened his eyes. His eyes became bright, and he changed his previous embarrassment. He grabbed Yuan Kangtai's arm. Good junior brother, give me a few more, this thing is really useful. I feel that my strength is 3 points higher than what I didn't eat just now, it's really incredible. Hearing his disciple say this, Liang Longzuo was also slightly shocked recently. He knew that although this disciple was a little off the line in normal times, he would definitely not talk nonsense at such a time. It seems that the Suunzu that Tetsutoro Taro said is really the kind of effect he said, and he is really a great genius. He opened his mouth to stop the rabbit. Rabbit, your junior brother still wants to keep it for himself, why don't you want to cultivate more? Just think about finding a shortcut. Your junior brother uses his life to kill the evil ghosts one by one, you just ask for it, do you think it's appropriate? Listening to the master's slightly serious tone, the rabbit stopped his movements and scratched his head shyly. Isn't this a moment of excitement, master? Don't you know, the moment the green bead melted in my body was like a warm current passing through, and then I felt that my strength had become a lot greater. Yuan Kangtai handed the black beads in his hand to the rabbit again. Since it is useful, I will give you a few more. These beads were dropped by my subordinates who killed Xiaxian on the mountain, and the quality should not be very high, you can use them as healing agents. The rabbit hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. Forget it, junior brother, you can keep it for yourself, the master is right, since the opportunity is what you get, we can't force it, and it is also very dangerous to kill ghosts. Without saying a word, Yuan Kangtai put the 3 black Suunzu into the rabbit pocket, and then took out 2 different colored Suunzu and put them in the hands of Zhenhu and Tomioka Giyu respectively. Without waiting for them to speak, Yuan Kangtai preemptively said, you take these, don't be polite to me, don't say that I can get these again in the future, now I still have 2 of the most bizarre ones in my hand, I want these higher quality ones to be enough, and the rest can be made up for by killing a little more evil ghosts in the future. Tomioka Giyu looked at the Suunzu in his hand with a slight warmth in his heart, although in name they were Yuan Kangtai's senior brothers, but in terms of action, Yuan Kangtai had been taking care of them. He clenched the beads in his hand and put this heart in his heart, if there is really a scene that his junior brother can't solve in the future, then let him give his junior brother a cushion. Unlike the 2, she smiled playfully at Yuan Kangtai, and was about to put the blue bead in her mouth. Yuan Kangtai saw this scene and hurriedly stopped her. Zhenhu, don't worry, I'll give you another try, you senior brother rabbit don't know if what you say is reliable or not. He swallowed the Suunzu dropped by the hand ghost and the 50 or so of the lower string in one gulp, as if to verify something. As soon as he took his mouth, he felt a fragrant taste, as if he was eating a delicious fruit, and then a warm current came from his abdomen, which spread to all parts of his body. It's like a great river flowing endlessly, and it feels strengthened everywhere in the body. The calluses on both hands gradually fall off from holding the knife for a long time, revealing skin as smooth as a baby. The black hair began to lengthen, and the face became slightly resolute, a little more solemn than the original delicate face. Several people felt a little surprised when they looked at the changes that Yuan Kangtai could see with the naked eye. The power of this Suunzu was too amazing. Yuan Kangtai opened his eyes, and a watery blue light radiated from his pupils, attracting everyone's attention. He was slightly surprised. It's really useful, I feel that after eating Suunzu, all aspects have improved, and now in terms of physique, the speed under normal conditions has increased by a few grades. Zhenhu, Yiyang, you can eat too, it should exceed your expectations. After the 2 swallowed it, they also showed surprised eyes after a while, obviously getting a great gain. Yuan Kangtai came to the side of Zhenhu and gestured with his hand a few times. Zhenhu, you seem to have grown taller. Really? Really? Mako became very surprised, even more excited than her gaining strength. For girls to grow taller is really a dream thing, more important than what to gain strength, improve speed. She carefully gestured between herself and Zhen Kangtai's shoulders, and found that she had indeed grown a centimeter taller. She let out a cheerful cheer and hugged Yuan Kangtai. Thank you Kangtai for the gift, I like it very much. Yuan Kangtai blushed slightly and wanted to say that this was not a gift, but looking at Jinayu's happy expression, he still dismissed this unpleasant word. And after watching Zhen Kangtai give all the beads he had worked so hard to give to everyone, Scales and Tetsutaro exchanged a look, each admiring their good eyes. They thought that Zhen Kangtai already had the basic qualities that a leader should have. Tetsutaro smiled as he looked at the boy and girl in his arms, and then he carried the box on his back, as if he was about to leave. Kangtai, Rabbit, Zhenhu, Yiyang, and Mr. Scale, my purpose has been accomplished, it's time to get out of here. Remember to familiarize yourself with your weapons and combat uniforms, I believe that soon you will encounter new missions. Tetsutaro said. I have other things, so I won't talk to you more, Kangtai, my final work is still in the process of collecting raw materials, you can rest assured that you will have a peerless divine weapon in the future. Tetsutaro looked at Gen Sota, his words soothing but undoubted, he knew that what he said would definitely come true. Yuan Kangtai nodded vigorously, he had a very good impression of the big Mr. Taihu. Goodbye, Mr. Iron Tiger. 36. Everyone said goodbye to Tetsudoratero. Master Scales looked at everyone dressed neatly, and felt extremely relieved in his heart. This was the first batch of Ghost Slayer members he brought out. And it's a rare 4-person squad, which has never been seen before in history. Liang Longzuo is proud recently, but it is not for his own training, but he can continue to send talents to the ghost-killing team and make some contributions to solving those man-eating evil ghosts. Have you thought about it? Do you need to create a team? Yuan Kangtai looked at the 4 people who were dressed similarly, and they exchanged glances with each other. It's confirmed, Master, the 4 of us can set up a team. I heard Mr. Taihu say that there has been no such result in the ghost-killing team, and it is better for the 4 of us to act together. Yuan Kangtai proposed, and then the rabbit took over, and the 4 of us have different personalities and are good at it, and the 4 of us can also cooperate well together and can complete the task at high speed. Seeing this, Master Scales nodded his head. Then you can give your squad a name. I will write to the current head of the Ghost Slayer team in the evening, asking him to agree to your request to set up a team. Speaking of the name, everyone immediately became excited, and the rabbit took the lead in proposing, since several of us can breathe water, the name of this team is called the Water Squad, and we will know what we are good at when we hear it. Zhenhu immediately shook his head. Senior brother rabbit, the name you gave is also too much to say, let people hear it at all, let me think about it. How about calling it the Qingchuan Squad? She looked at Yuan Kangtai with anticipation, and Yuan Kangtai looked at Tomioka Yoshiyang. I don't care, I don't know what you think, senior brother Yiyang. Yoshiyu Tomioka, who has always spoken very little, unexpectedly opened his mouth. The Kyosan team sounds pretty good, but I think we are all from the Sasagiri Mountains, so we can bring one of these words and point out the fact that we are all users of water breathing. I think the name of the Fog Shadow team is good. What do you think? Hearing Tomioka Yoshiyuki say that he would bring the name of their cultivation hometown, they all raised their hands in agreement. Then, let's call it the Fog Shadow Squad. Master Scales, what do you think? Yuan Kangtai clapped his hands, and several people looked at Scales left. Everyone didn't forget to bring him as a master, and they felt a trace of warmth in their hearts. Since this is your choice, then so be it. I will write a letter in the evening. Have you thought about which one will be your captain? Let Yuan Kangtai come. Everyone said in unison. Ah, let me come, I don't have experience as a captain. Well, I also think it's good to have Kangtai as the captain, more wisdom than someone. It's normal to have no experience, after all, not all people are born to be captains, so get used to it. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Yuan Kangtai scratched his head. Okay, I'll work hard. Since you have no objection to these things, let's eat a big meal today. After all, I don't know when you will be called up to complete the mission. He took out a few pieces of iron from the small box and handed them to everyone. This is your status and rank, you are all the last level now, work hard to complete the task and improve your level. Mrs. King, are you actually at the level of decay? Said Zhenhu as he looked at the same iron sheet in Yuan Kangtai's hand as them. I don't know what's going on, I guess my strength is too weak. Yuan Kangtai didn't care much, after all. This thing didn't reflect their strength, it was just a class identification. Yuan Kangtai was confident that in the next year, he would directly rise to the highest level. A few people in the back mountain sat around the boiler, holding chopsticks and constantly pinching the food in the pot. Wow, Mrs. King, your cooking skills are really good. Zhenhu praised Yuan Kangtai while eating, and today Yuan Kangtai showed them a hand, allowing them to see the cooking skills from the previous world. Including but not limited to, sweet and sour fish, pork hot pot, fried dried fish, braised pork ribs, pumpkin soup. Wait a minute. Do the children of the poor be in charge of the house early? My sister taught me by hand. Yuan Kangtai told a small lie without changing his face. Yuan Kangtai sandwiched a piece of pork ribs into the bowl of the real mushroom. Speaking of which, Master Scale, you said that the moment we became members of the Ghost Slayer team, we would be summoned by them for something. That's right, because the frequency of ghosts attacking humans is still quite high, and even now I still don't know where to be attacked by evil ghosts. In this case, then I should have more missions in the future to save the villagers from their attacks. Yuan Kangtai bit the rib fiercely, as if he wanted to tear the demon's body apart. This is the meaning of the existence of every Ghost Slayer member. Most of them are ordinary people like you, it is courage and anger that make them strong, and it is also to destroy all the evil spirits in this world. The left of the scale of the dragon looked solemn. The next morning, Yuan Kangtai and Master Liang Long stood in the pavilion on the back mountain, looking at the three people who were cultivating Changzhong to breathe. A black crow stood on the shoulders of the left of the scales, and the crow spoke. The Lord said that he agreed to your request to form a team, and has great expectations for the team created by your disciples, and looks forward to your presence at the next meeting. Yuan Kangtai naturally heard the voice of the crow, and he had an inquiring expression on his face. Master Scales, is this the captain of the ghost-killing team agreeing with us? Master Scales nodded. Yes, the leader of the ghost-killing team is not called the captain, we often call him the Lord. He is really a very gentle and easily convincing person. When I first met him, he was very young, and at that time he had already shown a different temperament, and even the most unruly members showed a respectful attitude towards him. In this case, the Lord must be a very powerful swordsman. No, on the contrary, the Lord is not a fighting talent, his body is so weak that he can't even hold a knife. Hey! Yuan Kangtai was very surprised when he arrived. Generally those who can play the role of captain in this kind of team are powerful and extraordinary, but Master Scales said that he has no combat power at all, which makes Yuan Kangtai even more curious about that lord. At this time, the sky suddenly cast a few shadows. Urgent! Urgent! Gather the fog shadow team to the town in the northwest to investigate the cause of the girl's disappearance. 37. A hay donking with green feathers flew to Yuan Kangtai's shoulder, rubbing his face affectionately, and the cuckoo flew to their respective owners' shoulders, repeating the task repeatedly. Several people by the waterfall retreated from their cultivation state, and several of them had different expressions on their faces. Rabbit was excited, Yiyang was expressionless, and Mako was worried about the missing girls. Yuan King clenched his hand tightly in the knife, and he said to Master Scales, without further ado, the four of us will set off, and more girls will be poisoned by evil spirits sooner. The other three also stood beside him and said goodbye to Master Scale. There are many plains in the northwest region, and there is a lack of trees, and Yuan Kangtai and the others are walking on the slightly desolate yellow land at this time. The sun shone on their backs, the noon sun looked a little scorching, and several people were sweating profusely. Yuan Kangtai looked at the map given to him by Master Scales in his hand, and compared it to the faint house in front of him. I think I'm almost close to my destination. I look at the map like this, everyone refuel, and we'll rest in the town later. Yuan Kangtai said. The four of them were wearing aqua blue feathers, and they wore a straw hat on their heads to shade the sun, which was made up by Yuan Kangtai for a few people on the road, and even a character like Yi Yang couldn't help but praise a few words, saying that Yuan Kangtai knew too many things. The beads of sweat fell to the ground and were immediately evaporated by the high temperature, and several people couldn't stay in the hot weather, and they all felt relieved when they saw the town in the distance, and their steps quickened. They enter the town's streets, which are lined with neatly lined up small shops and traditional Japanese buildings. Walking through the streets of the town, Minamoto and his family saw residents wearing traditional kimonos leisurely walking through the streets, with the cries of vendors coming and going, and some holding shopping bags and looking for handicrafts in small shops. Zhenhe couldn't help but sigh, will there be evil ghosts in such a peaceful village? Yuan Kangtai had already filled the other shops with water with the kettle. He picked up the kettle and took a sip. Evil ghosts will not appear during the day, no matter how much prosperity will be hidden at night. You can't just look at the surface. I'll ask where the village of the mission is. Then he handed the kettle to Zhenhe, walked quickly to the vendor who was shouting and selling sugar gourds, and handed him a few copper plates. Little brother, do you know where Pingtian village is going? A few of us went there to study, but we couldn't find the specific place. Yuan Kangtai asked. The vendor selling sugar gourds looked at the knives on the waists of several people and felt that they didn't look like students, but he didn't dare to say it. In these years, at least the people who go out with knives are at least the children of the practitioners, and if they accidentally provoke them, they will be in trouble. He put the copper plate in his pocket and said, are you going to Hirata village? Walk along this road and you will see Hirata village. But I've heard that it's not safe there lately, and that teenage girls often go missing, and people in the neighborhood don't even dare to send their daughters there during the day, so I advise you not to go there, lest your companions be in any danger. Yuan Kangtai and the others exchanged a look. It seemed that they had found the right place. He smiled and said, it's okay, after we come, you can rest assured and boldly go to that village to play, and we will solve this problem. They Young vendor pursed his lips, obviously not taking the words of the young man in front of him to heart, but only because others were customers that he did not put that disdain on his face. Yuan Kangtai didn't care what others thought, and took a string of sugar gourds when he left. After all, he had already paid. Casually handed the sugar gourd to Zhenhu, his expression was a little solemn. Let's hurry up now, I'm afraid that if I delay another day, I will have one less girl. Few people walked across the bridge, but Zhenhu suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes, signaling Yuan Kangtai to look at the corner. A girl with blank eyes sat on the ground obediently, her clothes were tattered, she looked a little sluggish, and she was dragged with a rope, obviously to sell this girl. Yuan Kangtai's eyes narrowed, and there was a murderous aura on his body. He thought that Zhenhu and Rabbit were also the same identity, and he couldn't care about such a thing happening in front of him, and several people went there to try to save the girl, and at this time, 2 people stepped forward. A girl with black hair, purple eyes, emerald green butterfly hairpins with pink edges on either side of her hair, and a standard Ghost Slayer uniform with colorful butterfly feathers on the outside appeared. She was followed by a girl who was dressed similarly to her but a little shorter than her, and Yuan Kangtai heard the girl's soft and weak voice, "Excuse me, where did this girl come from, and why did you lead her with a rope?" Then he pushed the girl's shoulders with his large, scarred hands, trying to get her out of the way. Just when the girl behind her couldn't help but be about to make a move, a delicate boy stood in front of him. Yuan Kangtai held the man's wrist tightly, his brows furrowed. "Didn't you hear her ask you where this girl came from? What is the hand stretched out for, don't you want it?" Yuan Kangtai gradually increased the strength in his hand, and the face of the merchant with a full face turned red. How did he know that a random boy actually had so much strength? "Quick! Let go, ah! My hand is about to break." The fierceness on the vendor's face disappeared, and he kept begging Yuan Kangtai for mercy to let him let go of his hand. A weak voice came, "This little brother, let go, we still have something to ask him." The girl spoke, gently brushing the butterfly logo behind her hair. Yuan Kangtai turned his head, only to find that the girl who looked a few years older than him had a knife hanging from her waist with an orange jaw, a 4-leaf clover shape, and an emerald green hilt. And the girl behind her, who looks similar to her and should be a sister, also has a Japanese wheel knife around her waist. This time it was their turn to be surprised. "You are also from the ghost-killing team?" Yuan Kangtai let out a puzzled sound. At this time, the girl also found that Yuan Kangtai had a Japanese wheel knife hanging from her waist, and when she saw the 3 people coming from behind, there was a hint of understanding in her eyes. "You're the 4 people who won the last tryout, and I heard that you also formed a squad, which is big news for us," the girl said softly, and then stretched out her hand to Yuan Kangtai. "The first time we met, my name was Butterfly Channa, you can call me Channa." The weak and boneless little hand and Yuan Kangtai parted with each other, leaving a touch of floral fragrance in the air. 38. This is my sister Shinobu Butterfly, who is also a member of the Demon Slayer squad. Butterfly Chini said, pointing to the girl in the back. The girl named Butterfly Shinobu looks a little grumpy. But she looked at Yuan Kangtai, who came forward, and introduced herself kindly, "Butterfly Shinobi, meet for the first time, and take care of it in the future." Yuan Kangtai didn't expect to meet other people in the organization here. "Hello, my name is Yuan Kangtai, and this time I was instructed to go to the nearby town to complete the task of investigating the disappearance of the girl." Yuan Kangtai pointed to the 3 people who had already arrived behind him. "This is the other 3 of our Fog Shadow squad, and we are acting together on this mission." They. Vendor watched as they became more and more numerous, and the flesh on his face trembled, and his calves trembled with it. He's just a money-hungry villain, but he doesn't want to meet such a few characters with knives, and the eyesight he has trained over the years makes him see that these people are ruthless characters who have killed people. He took advantage of the fact that a few people were not paying attention, and ran towards the town in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Yi Yang was about to stop him, but Yuan Kangtai waved his hand. "He is not our target this time, this matter is not so simple." Yuan Kangtai squatted down, looked at the slightly dull eyes of the girl on the ground, and tried to talk to her. "Hello, my name is Yuan Kangtai, you are free now, where is your home, we can send you back." They. Girl didn't react, and her face didn't change when she heard that she was free. Yuan Kangtai got up and shook his head at the 3 of them, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Butterfly Chini squatted down, and there was infinite tenderness in her eyes when she looked at the girl. "Hello, my name is Butterfly Chini, do you have nowhere to go, Do you want to join the ghost-killing team with me? The girl's eyes moved, and she instinctively believed in such a soft-speaking big sister in front of her. She reached out and grabbed the corner of Butterfly Chain's clothes, but still didn't speak. Butterfly Chini helped her to her feet, called out her sister's name, and a pink handkerchief was handed to her, and she carefully wiped the dust and wounds from the girl's body. Mako also squatted down, took out gauze and began to bandage the girl's injured area because of the rope rubbing for a long time. Yuan Kangtai and the others looked away. He met Butterfly Ninja's eyes curiously, and asked, "Butterfly Ninja girl, are you here also because of a mission? Are we taking over a task? Or do you have other things to complete?" "Butterfly," Shinobu said with a straight look, "my sister and I have completed a mission, and now we have to rush back to report, and it is said that the Butterfly House has accepted a few newcomers, and my sister needs to go back to teach them, and take on a new task by the way." Chini, the butterfly on the ground, wiped the girl's arm and said, "That's what Shinobu said, we will take this child to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer at night, where there is an environment where she can live. I hope she can live well there, what a poor child." Yuan Kangtai and the others glanced at each other, and he said goodbye to Butterfly Chini. "In this case, the seniors and a few of us will go on the mission first, and this girl will be handed over to you. I hope you can treat her well. I wish you good luck." Butterfly Chini waved goodbye to a few people, and Butterfly Shinobu waved her hand slightly under her sister's gaze. At dusk, Yuan Kangtai and the others came to the end of the road that the sugar gourd vendor said. The village was quiet, one by one the bungalows were next to each other, but there were few pedestrians on the road. "I don't know if I was scared by the case of the girl's disappearance." Yuan Kangtai only saw an old man on crutches wandering around the entrance of the village, and there was no one else. He stepped forward quickly. "Hello old man, may I ask if this is Hirata village?" The old man glanced up at Yuan Kangtai, his face was full of wrinkles. "It's indeed here, it's not very peaceful here, some people have disappeared, the guards haven't solved the case here a few days ago, and the people in the village are constantly moving to the big towns outside." He looked at the few people who were carrying knives behind him. "I don't know what you're here for, little brother." "They." Old man carefully looked at the people in front of him, and his rich experience made him know that these children who were the same age as his grandson were not bragging, and his sad face also had a touch of joy. He threw down his crutches, as if he was about to bow down to them. Yuan Kangtai quickly supported him. "Old man, what are you doing here?" "My granddaughter is missing. Just a few days ago, she said that she was going to go to the village to get some wine and come back. I waited for a long time and didn't see her, and I went out to look for the whole village and didn't see her." Tears welled up in the corners of the old man's eyes. "I heard her. I wander around the door every day just to wait for one day she will come back." At this, the old man's tears could not stop flowing. Yuan Kangtai helped the old man up. He was going to ask the old man something. After all, they were new to the place and they were not familiar with each other, and they couldn't get much useful information with a black eye. "Old man, I don't know when your granddaughter disappeared, and if there are any other people in the village who you know who have disappeared, tell me everything you know, so that we can help you find your granddaughter." "They." Old man also knew that this matter was related to her daughter's life, so he didn't dare to hide it, so he invited the four of them to his house to rest, replenish their physical strength, and then catch ghosts. Yuan Kangtai exchanged a look with the three people behind him, realizing that several people needed to rest to replenish their strength. They agreed to the old man's invitation and came to the old man's house together. After the old man had entertained them, he began to talk about his granddaughter's disappearance. "That day, after Mako went out to drink, I cooked at home and waited for her to come home, and when I didn't see her come back, I went out to look for her at the place where she sold alcohol, but when I got there, they told me that they didn't see Mako. Then I asked all the neighbors, and all of them replied the same, they hadn't even seen Mako come out, which made me devastated. I searched all over the village these days, and I didn't see any trace of her, and her parents who were working outside the home were almost home, and I didn't know how to deal with them." At this, the old man couldn't help but hide his face and weep. Yuan Kangtai comforted him. "It must be the evil ghost who captured her, we will definitely do our best to find Mako and save her." 39. "Old man, can you tell me how the other girls disappeared?" Yuan Kangtai asked seriously. "Let me think about it. Another family far away from our house disappeared 2 days after Mako disappeared, a girl named Mifang disappeared, and then 2 days later, another one disappeared, and another one disappeared last night, and now the girl doesn't dare to go out at night. There was a faint fear on the old man's face. Yuan Kangtai listened to this information, and gradually had a general idea in his heart. It must be impossible for people to disappear out of thin air, there must be other reasons, such as... He met the eyes of the righteous bravery. Blood magic. The two said in unison. It must be related to the blood ghost technique that evil ghosts can hide, and the last time I met a demon on the mountain that can lower my sense of existence, I almost didn't find him. Zhen Kangtai said to the other two who were confused. So, the evil ghost used some kind of blood ghost magic to hide his body and the body of the kidnapped person, and after being kidnapped, he went to a safe place. Old man, take us to the place where your granddaughter disappeared and see if we can find useful information. Yuan Kangtai looked serious. They came to the side door of the old man's house. Mako disappeared on this path. I asked the neighbors near the house, and they all said that they didn't see Mako at their respective doors, so she could only disappear on this road. Old man pointed to the path between the two houses, and the ground was paved with cobblestones, which looked extremely smooth. Zhen Kangtai carefully searched the ground with the lantern, trying to find some useful traces, his eyes staring at the ground tightly, trying to find hair, blood, traces of resistance and other things. The other three were also constantly searching in this alley, and at this time, Zhenhu suddenly spoke, I have traces here, you come and see. The few people who heard the sound immediately gave up their search and looked at the place where Mako's hand was pointing. The wall of the next house had a slight scratch, like a fingernail scratch, and there was a hair as thin as copper wire on the ground. Zhen Kangtai picked up his hair and narrowed his eyes. This hair didn't fall naturally, but was cut by some kind of sharp cut. Then, he pointed to the end of his hair, come closer, see if that's the case. The crowd gathered together and tried to see something in their hair. The fracture is extremely neat, it is indeed a mark of a sharp thing, but I don't know if it is a weapon like a sword, or something like a claw. There are indeed no traces of a fight at the scene, it should be that the victim's strength is relatively small, they are unable to fight, and they are frightened and lose their mobility, but I don't know why the evil spirits did not eat them. Yuan Kangtai said. There's no blood on the ground at all, let's take a look at another place. Everyone explored the approximate places where several other girls disappeared, and found that most of them were like this, and the girls were not murdered at the first time after they disappeared, but were taken away and disappeared. Yuan Kangtai's brows furrowed, as if he had encountered some unsolved problem. Has the devil ever caught it but didn't eat it? Doesn't it mean that demons have an irresistible allure to human flesh and blood? Could it be because of the fear of being caught, so that they move to a safe place with their prey to enjoy again? He came up with a hypothesis. There's no need. Tomioka Yoji expressed his opinion, assuming that the demon's blood ghost technique is an ability that can carry living creatures to transfer. There is no difference between eating and taking away food at that time, and even if he doesn't eat it, it is a better choice to beat the prey into incapacitated, otherwise the screaming of the girl on the road will be affected after all. Yuan Kangtai nodded, Yang is right, now it is easy to conclude that the evil spirits may have been driven by some kind of power to make them make the act of taking away the girl, and this power is greater than their instinctive desire for flesh and blood, bringing the girl back instead of eating it on the spot. Now the goal is clear, then there is a high-ranking ghost, who drives his subordinates to go to various places to collect maidens, and then for him to achieve some kind of purpose, whether it is to eat, or to complete some kind of ritual. Without further ado, you summoned your crow to send a message to the Ghost Slayer headquarters, asking if there were any signs of a vanishing girl elsewhere. Yuan Kangtai said. The black crow rushed into the sky, taking away the news collected by Yuan Kangtai and the others. What are we going to do next? Zhenhu asked. The core of their team is Yuan Kangtai. I'll go and ask the old man to discuss with the rest of the village, to see if there is a girl with better physical strength who is willing to show up once. As a bait, I will use my life as a guarantee, and then a few of you will disperse according to the layout of the village. Once there is a situation to issue an early warning, try to entangle the evil spirits, and focus on your own safety. Zhen Kangtai entered the house and told the old man his reasoning, and he assured that there would be no problems with the girl. The old man was in trouble. Mr. Yuan, it's not a question of whether I'm willing or not, my granddaughter and a few others are missing, but most of them are not affected, who would be willing to hand over their daughter's life to someone they don't know? Old Decay is also powerless. Yuan Kangtai pressed the hilt of the knife. Old man, you may not know my strength, ordinary demons can't go a few rounds in front of me at all, I am the strongest newcomer of the Ghost Slayer this year, please believe me. Yuan Kangtai bowed to the old man, and this is also for your safety in the future. The old man was infected by the confidence of the young man in front of him. He stood up and helped Yuan Kangtai. Tonight I will ask for the opinions of others one by one, and do my best to do my best. If I can't persuade, then I can't do anything. Yuan Kangtai accompanied the old man to the door of the family, and most of them politely rejected them, thinking that such a young teenager in front of them did not have the strength to help them, and they were unwilling to gamble with their daughter's life. When she came to the last house, a middle-aged woman with fat powder on her face came out. Her waist was a little thick, and when she heard about the old man's proposal, she broke out and cursed. Okay, you old immortal thing, your granddaughter lost it and came to harm our family. Don't think I don't know what kind of calculations an old thing like you makes. I want to pull a person to back it, right? Let me tell you, my family is no better than your family. How honest she is, she never goes out to hang out at night, so now she is safe. If you want me to see, the one in your family may have been hooked by a wild man. The old woman chattered like a sparrow in a tree that was annoying to the constant chirping. Enough! Shut up, you! Yuan Kangtai finally couldn't help but yell. 40. Faced with the boy who suddenly burst out with might, the woman suddenly became dumb. She didn't know what the identity of the boy in front of her was, and he was so majestic, she was at a loss for a while. The woman was a little frightened when she saw the young man pressing the knife. But it was found that the boy had no intention of drawing the knife, and her courage gradually returned to her body. What's the matter, young man, what's wrong with what I said? If you don't promise you, are you going to kill me? Why didn't I see you so powerful when I was looking for demons? The woman pinched her waist and spat on it. That's not something you should worry about. Yuan Kangtai helped the old man with tears in his eyes, and said coldly to the woman, you'd better stay at home honestly. If you meet evil ghosts, don't blame me for not reminding you. The figures of the two faded away, and the woman closed the door disdainfully. The broom star-like figure dares to take care of our business. What she didn't see was that after she closed the door, a lump of shimmering black light followed her into her room. Yuan Kangtai came to the street, and there were 3 people standing on the street who were looking forward to him, and Yuan Kangtai looked at the 3 and shook his head, signaling that his plan had failed. How so? Don't they believe in our strength? But we're also doing this for their sake. If the evil spirits don't get rid of each other, even if they run into the town, it's still dangerous. None of them are willing to let their daughters take risks, not only because they don't trust us, but because it didn't happen to them and they can't empathize with others. Yuan King said lightly. If they can't catch the evil ghost tonight, they should be in a hurry tomorrow. Start the second plan. You can play the girl next door and see if the evil ghost will take the bait. But senior sister Genhu should have a murderous aura on her body. Can she catch out evil ghosts? The rabbit has its own doubts. I can't be sure, but there is no other way now. The village is too big, our number is too small. Let's separate. I'll follow Genhu to protect her. You have to pay attention to other places. Yuan Kangtai said. Tomioka nodded, and with a few clicks of his feet, he disappeared here. The rabbit ran in the other direction. Remember to signal. Yuan Kangtai said to the rabbit. The rabbit head did not look back and compared an OK sign, which was taught to him by Yuan Kangtai, which means that I have heard what you say and will abide by it. In the middle of the night, the sky was overcast, and there was no other light on the street except the lights, especially on the streets around the corners. Yuan Kangtai walked down the street with Mako, who had changed into Mako's clothes. He kept following Mako, making sure she was in sight, and Mako, like a little girl from an ordinary family, quickened her steps and walked towards her home on the road, as if she was afraid of the appearance of evil spirits. Until they reached the end of the street, nothing happened. Yuan Kangtai appeared and stood with Genhu. It seems that there is no way tonight. This time we didn't catch the evil ghosts. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that they found us and avoided it, and the other is that they may not do it tonight. So what now? Maso raised her little face and looked at Yuan Kangtai, and suddenly her nose wrinkled. Seeing that Genhu's face suddenly changed, Yuan Kangtai subconsciously pressed the handle of the knife. He didn't know what was going on, and began to look around vigilantly. Kangtai, I smell the breath of evil ghosts, and it's still alive. It should have just appeared. Mako's eyebrows furrowed together, trying to find it. Yuan Kangtai followed her until Makoto stopped, and Yuan Kangtai was shocked to find them standing in the door of the poisonous tongue woman. This is it, the aura of the evil ghost disappeared at this door, it should be in. Masamu's little finger pointed to the gate made of pale yellow wooden boards. The door was closed at the moment, and there was no sign of any damage at all. Was this evil spirit invited in by the woman? Why is there no trace of destruction at all? Yuan Kangtai was questioning. Mako's nose twitched, and she pointed to the door. I should have gotten in from here, I smelled it. It is supposed to have used blood magic. They two looked at each other and decided not to signal for the time being, so as not to startle the snake. Yuan Kangtai knocked on the wooden door gently. Is anyone there? Please open the door, we apologize to you for what happened just now. 2 minutes ago. Kami, who was wearing pink pajamas, heard the conversation at the door. She subconsciously wrapped her clothes tightly, and she was not angry when she heard the boy want to use herself as bait. Mako is her friend, and although her personality is not as lively as Mako, she can still do something for the safety of her friends. But hearing her mother's harsh words, she hesitated again. Her character is so weak that she has to listen to what her mother says. She watched the door shut, and hurried to her room. She was afraid that her mother would see her and scold her again. Jiamei subconsciously quickened her pace. She didn't notice that there seemed to be two shadows on the ground under the faint moonlight, with an indescribable weirdness. Kami returned to her room. She covered the quilt, trying not to think about Mako's affairs, and wanted to fall asleep quickly. But I don't know if it's because of the weather, she feels a little cold. She subconsciously tightened her quilt, and found that the cold feeling was getting closer and closer to her, and she was a little scared in her mind, and gradually thought of the stories of evil ghosts that had been passed down in the village in the past few days. She sat up abruptly and ran towards the door, stunned for a moment by the demon who was performing her blood demon magic. He wanted to eat her whole person with the bed in his blood ghost technique, and then transport it out, but he didn't expect the girl to have such a mobility, and she actually ran away directly. The demon's name is Ryasuk, and at first he was just a small minion in the demon, until that day he brought a girl to the adult, and the adult was happy to give him new blood. As a result, his blood ghost technique changed, and the scope expanded a lot. The blood demon spell Swamp World was originally a blood ghost spell that took a long time to release in a small range. At most it could only make the enemy difficult to move for a few seconds during the battle, and he was almost killed by a woman with a butterfly decoration in one action. After that, he began his own alternative path to becoming stronger, grabbing young girls for the adults and gaining great power. At this moment, most of his blood ghost technique had been completed, but the target suddenly ran out. This action made him embarrassed a little. Fortunately, most of the blood ghost spells that have been completed will not disappear, as long as he does not have fierce fights during this period. He turned the swamp world into a grey ring and placed it behind his back, and the whole person disappeared to the ground like water, turning into a black shadow and running in the direction of the girl. 41. An evil spirit named Ryasuk keeps following the sound of footsteps underground. He didn't seem impatient. At the door, he saw the boy with the knife. He knew that it was a member of the ghost-killing team, and he felt extreme danger in the boy, which showed that the boy had the ability to kill him. When the boy scolded the woman, he was also frightened, and at that time he wanted to leave here, and the vote was gone. No matter how strong his strength is, he is afraid of death. He thinks that he can avoid the limelight, and it is not too late to take the girl away when those few people leave here. But he smelled the scent of a young girl in the house, and he couldn't help it, so he followed him all the way here. With a poof, Ryasuk jumped out of the swamp like a fish jumping out of the water, and he stretched out his blue-grey hand to cover Kami's mouth, so that she couldn't make a sound even when she was extremely frightened. The other hand summoned the grey ring behind him, slowly sinking the girl's body inside. Kami's face was full of fear, tears, and infinite despair. She didn't know who else would come to her rescue at this time, but suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Is anyone there? Please open the door, we apologize to you for what just happened." A woman in purple pajamas came out of the back room. Her expression was somewhere between disgust and impatience. "What bastard doesn't sleep in the middle of the night and comes out to borrow the toilet? There is no." "Yes." A shrill voice rang out, and the woman saw her daughter being dragged into the grey swamp by an ugly-looking demon. She was frightened, and under the strong stimulus, she casually picked up the mop next to her and threw it towards where Ryasuk was. With a click, the demon easily broke the wooden handle of the mop. With a bang, the doorway was breached. An incomparably sharp knife slashed straight at Ryasuk's head with an indomitable momentum, and Ryasuk was caught off guard and tried to block the knife with his arm. The blade sliced through Ryasuk's arm as easily as tofu and headed straight for his head. But with this buffer period of arm covering, he knew that the person who made the knife was the boy he had just met on the other side. His body suddenly fell half into the swamp, making Yuan Kangtai's knife miss, and he quickly put the girl in his hand who had fallen into half of his body as his own meat shield. A few bouncers stood on the roof of the house and fired a signal flare, and a pop of fire exploded in the sky, and the two people who received the signal began to rush here. Yuan Kangtai saw that the first knife did not work. He immediately changed his move, and the blade of the knife stabbed fiercely at the evil ghost on the ground like a meteorite falling, and the evil ghost did not have time to put the girl's body on his head. Ate him with the knife, red blood rushing out, with his painful roar. Ryusuk's eyes instantly turned red, but he didn't have a murderous intent towards Jen Kangtai. He had to escape. He knew that even if he fought alone, he was not the opponent of the handsome young man in front of him. But he couldn't give up on the girl, because if there were no hostages in his hands, he felt that he would die a miserable death at the boy's hands. Ryusuk whistled fiercely with a gesture, as if to convey something. In the darkness of the night came the sound of Sisuo, and something was coming out. Yuan Kangtai didn't have time to think about it. His purpose now was to stop the demon from taking this girl. He kept changing the Hinua knife in his hand, but he found that he couldn't do anything about the girl who kept sinking. He couldn't even pull it, for he was afraid that if the demon got vicious, he would tear her into several pieces regardless of the girl's injuries. Yuan Kangtai stood up. He decided to let the demon drag the girl down, and he gradually had an idea in his heart. As long as he didn't let this evil ghost leave here, he would definitely release the girl at a certain time, because every blood ghost technique has a time limit. This is especially true when he maintains such an enchantment like blood ghost technique. Maybe it won't be long before the demon will automatically reveal its flaws, and he just needs to wait for the demon to surface. The girl's entire body has been dragged down by the evil ghost, but Yuan Kangtai gave her a reassuring look, signaling that she doesn't have to worry. The girl glanced at Yuan Kangtai in horror, understood what he meant, and she obediently did not shout. It's just that the last gaze is filled with infinite expectations. After all, whether she can survive depends on the young man in front of her. The woman saw what Yuan Kangtai was doing but thought that Yuan Kangtai had let her daughter go alone, and she kept cursing Yuan Kangtai in her mouth, and then pounced on the place where the evil spirit disappeared, and asked Yuan Kangtai why she was helping to abuse. Yuan Kangtai didn't have any explanation, just followed the extremely fast shadow, and kept jumping up to the heights. Zhenhe followed Yuan Kangtai on his toes, and before leaving, he stuck out his tongue at the woman. Old woman, don't worry, my junior brother is very steady, and he will definitely leave a whole corpse for your daughter. Only. The woman who wanted to cry was left to sit on the ground, resenting everyone. At this time, the mutation was sudden, and several small and agile demons suddenly pounced on Yuan Kangtai, and the remaining few rushed to someone else's house to try to kidnap the girl in the house. Yuan Kangtai felt a little tricky. He drew his knife and slashed the evil ghosts that pounced on him, and with it, he was almost unable to keep up with the speed of the black shadow. A faint white color rose above him, and Jen Kangtai slashed all the demons in the vicinity like a ghost, following the black shadow. After Yuan Kangtai used his breath to solve the evil ghosts that were approaching him, there were all kinds of screams from the nearby room, including old people, women, and girls, and the white light in Yuan Kangtai's eyes was even stronger. A whistling wind passed through Mako's ears. You go and keep an eye on that black shadow, and I'll deal with the evil spirits in the village as soon as possible. Like a meteor streaked by, Yuan Kangtai took over the battlefield. On the stairs, a demon was about to kill an old man on crutches, when it suddenly found itself in sight. What's going on? It was the last thought that crossed its mind. Yuan Kangtai stood behind the demon and waved his knife, slashing the head, and then he rushed to more places, 1 knife, 2 knives, and 3 knives, and the head of the evil ghost was constantly cut off. He didn't have time to pick up the suanzu dropped by the evil ghost, and quickly rushed to another battlefield. Yuan Kangtai wiped the sweat from his head, and the last one was in front of him. The sharp and scaly claw seemed to be about to pass through the middle-aged man's chest, but Jen Kangtai slightly estimated the distance between himself and the man. It seemed that it was too late, and he was ready to pay some price to try the higher form of speed breathing, so that he would not regret it. An aqua-blue knife fell from the sky and severed the demon's claws, and then a knife with purple light severed the demon's head. The Fog Shadow Squad, Tomioka Yoshitoi, Rabbit, arrive. Yuan Kangtai put away the quick breath that he was about to use and shook the sweat from his head. He didn't tell the two of them about the current situation. He said follow me and left. 42. Jen Kangtai's toe point disappeared into this place. On the other side, Zhenhu, who was instructed by Yuan Kangtai, followed the Black Shadow closely. Her combat effectiveness has never been very good, but she still has a great advantage in this kind of intelligence collection and tracking. She always took a few steps behind the shadow, and she changed out of the Ghost Slayer team's uniform, fearing that the demon would attack her if she followed too closely, so she bit the shadow like a poisonous snake. Ryusuk's head was covered with sweat, on the one hand, because of the overuse of physical strength, and on the other hand, because of the oppression brought to him by the delicate boy. When he first saw the boy behind him change to a girl, he was still fantasizing about changing his strategy to make this girl pierce, but the girl was like an experienced hunter, and she kept a safe place with him. No, I won't even be able to save my life if I continue like this. Ryusuk thought to himself, and he decided to leave the girl and run away by himself. The girl in the pink pajamas is suddenly thrown in front of Mako, who has to stop and hug the girl who was thrown to prevent her from falling. Ryusuk appeared and hurried out of the village. As long as he escapes into the complex jungle, no one can find him, and he can hide in the trees so that others cannot find him. Just when Ryusuk was getting ready, he felt a chill coming at him from behind. The speed was so fast, the killing intent was so great, it made people shudder. Genkata slammed into Ryusuk like a meteor, pulled out a piece of white satin behind him and then dissipated. Genkata slashed at the demon's limbs with a knife, blood splattered, and the demon's cry of pain sounded again. Gen Kangtai could have chopped off his head with a single sword, but in order to inquire about the whereabouts of the other girls, he only cut off the demon's limbs. Rabbit and Tomioka Yoshihu also arrived, and Yoshihu draped his own Haori over the girl's body, holding the hilt of his sword and standing behind the demon to prevent him from escaping. The demon controls his hands and feet not to regenerate, because he finds that no matter how quickly he regenerates, he will be ruthlessly cut off by the boy, and he knows that the boy's intention is to make him lose the ability to escape. I advise you to get acquainted and let me go, otherwise the adult behind me will leave all of you with no bones, and you dare to intercept the adult's food. Ryusuk's expression was hideous. With a brush, Yuan Kangtai cut a mark on his body again, and blood flowed. Yuan King looked at him indifferently, and didn't have any reaction to the adult in his mouth. I didn't kill you now because of the so-called bullshit in your mouth, but because we still have questions for you. Genkata lifted the Hinawa knife against Ryusuk's neck. Now I'll give you a chance to tell the whole story completely. I'll let you go for a night, and then you'll encounter life and death conceit later. Yuan Kangtai didn't say that he would spare his life, which sounded ridiculous to both of them, but Yuan Kangtai gave him another choice, giving him a chance to survive at their hands. Ryusuk's face showed a hint of struggle, and he could intuitively feel that what the young man in front of him said should be true, and he imagined the strength of the adult. It must be easy to devour the few humans in front of them, and instead of sending them to death here, it is better for them to go to the place where adults live to fulfill their dream of sending them to death. Ryusuk's eyes rolled as he thought it was feasible. We are the subordinates of the adults, and we do some tasks for the adults to collect young girls, and the adults especially like to eat young girls, so our meaning as subordinates is to complete his ideas. The last batch of girls we have sent to the adults' ice cellar, assuming that we succeed this time, this girl will also end up with the others. Ryusuk told everyone everything he knew. Yuan Kangtai and the others frowned, exchanged a look with Fugong Yiyang, and he continued to ask, "What is the adult in your mouth, and is there anyone else besides you who is capturing the girl? Your Excellency can give us blood to make us stronger, we only know that your adult is the leader of a divine cult, and his strength is very strong, and we haven't even seen his face." Ryusuk didn't dare to lie under the pressure coming from his neck. Yuan Kangtai was thoughtful. He thought at first that it was the final boss Ghost King Wu Miserable, but he didn't expect that there was another person, and the strength of this so-called adult must have reached the level of the upper wind. Tell me what characteristics you adults have and where you live. Jenny Koda exerted a force in his hand, and the tip of the knife seemed to stab Ryusuk's throat. Ryusuk swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew that it was a question of whether he could survive or not. He was not like those adults in the legend. He had the ability to cut off his head without dying. Once he was stabbed in the neck by a boy, he would be here for the rest of his life. The adult's hair is white, and there seems to be blood on his head, and the adult is wearing clothes like those of the gods in the shrine. The specific location is in, Ryusuk said everything he knew about pouring beans in a bamboo tube. Pray that the young man in front of him can give him a way to live. Gen Kangtai pondered the message from the mouth of the evil ghost, and the image of a powerful demon who loved to eat women and had no feelings for humans was established in his heart. He slowly withdrew the tip of the knife, but Ryusuke still didn't dare to move, because the distance between them was too close for the boy to be, and he really didn't dare to gamble with his life. Gen Kangta seemed to come back to his senses, and he said to Tomioka Yoshiyong, "What are you doing in a daze? Kill him, let him go and harm others." Tomioka Yoshide pulled out the Hinawa knife, and the breath of water opened from the third type, and the blade slashed hard at Ryusuke's head, and his head flew high. Ryusuke looked at Gen Sota with a resentful gaze before he died. "You said you would let me live, you shameless villain." The voice did not fall, and the body continued to disappear in the wind. Yuan Kangtai shrugged, "That's what I said, I didn't make a move, you see I didn't even pull out the knife." In the face of the evil ghosts that turned to ashes, Yuan King lacked the slightest sympathy. "I thought you were telling the truth, after all, we got a lot of news from him." Tomioka said that he really thought that Yuan Kangtai was going to let this evil ghost go, although he had some resistance to this in his heart, but if he came to interrogate, he might not get so much useful information. He was stunned for a moment just now, but he couldn't react to Yuan Kangtai's words. As if seeing Fugong Yiyong's incomprehension, Yuan Kangtai explained, "I have done everything I said, and your action is not included. If I let go of this evil ghost today, then all the bad things he will do in the future will belong to our sins. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to the partner. And we've got all the information out, and he's of no value." 43. Gen Kangta put away the blue beads on the ground and said to Tomioka Yoshiu, "Let's go, send the girl home, and see what message the crow will send us." Tomioka nodded, and several people helped the girl who had woken up to her home. On the way, the girl thanked her all the way and asked if they could save her friend. Gen Kangtai can only say that he will do his best. Even judging by the time, he didn't have much confidence that he would be able to take back Mako and the other girls under the hands of that adult. The two sent the girl to the door, and Yuan Kangtai said to her, "We won't go in, the province will make you embarrassed for a while, remember to live well in the future, our ghost-killing team will definitely end the rule of evil ghosts, so that you don't have to worry about this kind of monster in the future." The sound of mother and daughter hugging and crying came from behind, and Yuan Kangtai didn't have much trouble with this, he knew that he had other things to do. "Old man, we are here to say goodbye to you, and we have investigated the disappearance of your granddaughter." Yuan Kangtai paused, "She is not in this place, she was captured by others, we have to go to the place where she was arrested to rescue her, you wait patiently at home for a few days, maybe we will send Mako back." Yuan Kangtai looked at the old man who seemed to be much older in front of him, and he didn't know if his words could bring him comfort. The old man held the young man's hand tightly, he didn't know what to say, the only thing he could do was to believe in the powerful boy in front of him. The old man didn't dare to leave the boys for dinner, and he wanted to force them to find his granddaughter. But he knew that no one owed him. These children have done enough, and the rest can only depend on the will of God. Country roads. Yuan Kangtai and a few people were running on the road. The pitch-black crow flew next to several people. "The Lord has received a letter from you, and he tells you to do what you want to do, and he has sent Huazuo and his sister to intercept the evil spirits. The Lord has also heard about what happened on the bridge, and has high expectations for you." "Mrs. Kang, where are we going now?" Rabbit asked. He didn't do much tonight, and he felt a sense of strength and nowhere to go. "Go back to the town and recuperate, and go to the land of bliss to rescue the other girls," Yuan Kangtai said. On the other side, Butterfly Shinobu and her sister returned to the butterfly house. Looking at the child who was picked up, Butterfly Ninja felt a headache, and she didn't have any experience with children, so she could only pray that her sister could teach her well. Butterfly Chini put the girl on the soft futon, and she said softly, "Little friend, what's your name?" The girl stared at her with wide eyes, as if she didn't know what she meant. A slightly hesitant voice rang out, "I. It seems that there is no name. Doesn't such a beautiful girl have a name? Let me think about it, why don't I call it Chanel, it happens to be similar to my name, so that we are family, and this is also your sister." Chini pointed at the butterfly Shinobu with a serious expression and nudged her gently. There was a smile on Butterfly Ninja's face. "In the future, the two of us will be your sisters, remember to tell us if you have something, and we will solve it together if we encounter difficulties." The girl's eyes lit up, but she still didn't speak, and Chini knew that she might have a slight communication barrier, so she took out a pen and paper and wrote down numerous surnames, and then handed the paper to her. "These are better surnames, you can just point to a pleasing one, and you will have a name from now on." Butterfly Chini smiled very kindly. Let the girl gradually let down her guard, she casually pointed to a surname she couldn't understand. Yikes! Is it a chestnut blossom fall? This is also a good surname, my Chanel really knows how to pick. Butterfly Chini gently touched her forehead. From now on, you will be called Chestnut Blossom Chanel, and we will call you Chanel. The girl's eyes lit up, but she still didn't speak. She had a good impression of this gentle big sister, but she didn't know how to express her gratitude to her. Butterfly Chini seemed to see her problem, and took an old coin and put it in the girl's young palm. If you don't know what to decide, just flip a coin and leave your fate to Providence, so that you won't regret it no matter what. Chini held the girl's slightly scarred little hand in the palm of her hand. Chanel felt a touch of softness from her sister's hand, and a tear flowed from the corner of her eye, who never knew what feelings were. Tears dripped on the grey floor, as if it were her grey life. After living for more than 10 years, the girl's life has been in a state of darkness. Beaten by her stepfather, forced to do heavy work that does not belong to this age, and will be sold after it has no value, she has long closed her heart and does not let anyone open the gap again. If you can avoid optimistic thoughts, there will be no sadness. But today, a strange girl brought her endless warmth, like a beam of light into her cocooned heart. Tears continued to flow from the corners of the girl's eyes, her mouth opened hard, and she spat out a few words with difficulty. Thank you. Sister. Sister, thank you, sister. Butterfly Chini gently wiped the tears on the girl's face. What a good boy, in the next few days, just cultivate with us, and strive to make yourself strong and not be bullied by others. Butterfly couldn't help but complain about her sister. Sister, your way of letting her flip coins is too casual, you will teach bad children like this. Butterfly Chini smiled slightly, it's just an opportunity, the most important thing is to let her make her own decisions. The human heart will bloom as long as it encounters the right opportunity, and when Chanel meets the boy she likes one day, it will also change. At this time, a black crow chirped and flew over. I received news from the Fog Shadow Squad. A large number of girls are also missing in the southeast, and the girls have been captured in the City of Bliss, and the Lord wants you to go and rescue those girls, and the Mist Shadow team will be your help. The crows surround the Butterfly Chini and carry out their duties. Is there a new mission? What an eventful time! Butterfly Chini stood up from the ground. In that case, then don't delay, bear with me, remember to teach your new sister well, I'll go back as soon as I go. What, sister? Why don't you take me with you? Didn't you say that you wouldn't be separated at any time? Butterfly Shinobu looked a little angry, she felt that her sister was underestimating her strength. In 2 years, I should also become a pillar, and then our sisters will be the two most dazzling golden flowers. Butterfly Chini slowly walked to the door. Renda, what you said is very right, then I look forward to that day as soon as possible, remember to eat well, goodbye. Sister, you always help me as a child. Children will become adults when they work hard, so I'm looking forward to that day. The departure of Butterfly Chini left a fragrance in the room, leaving only the two people looking at each other. Looking at Chanel, who had been staring at her with wide eyes, even the grumpy Butterfly Shinobu didn't know how to deal with it, and rarely put her hand against her forehead. Do I have to raise a child for my sister when I'm still a child? What a headache! There are a few figures lying horizontally on the thick trunk, it is the Yuan Kangtai team. It was night, and they didn't know how far they were from their destination. Yuan Kangtai held a dog's tail grass in his mouth, savoring the sweetness of the roots. Alas, I knew that a few of us should have taken a car so far away, and we didn't have to go around here like headless flies. What you said is good, junior brother, you have spent the money I married my daughter-in-law these days. The rabbit sat next to Yuan Kangtai and looked at him with a resentful face, like a little daughter-in-law. Yuan Kangtai moved towards the place where Zhenhu was sitting without moving. Senior brother, don't say that, you are a senior brother, under the master, above the 3 people, if you don't give us money, who will we ask for? It's impossible for me and brother Yiyang to go to the street to perform a chest breaker. As he spoke, he lay down and suffocated as a result. Makoto laughed quietly. It's not as bad as you say, the main thing is your brother. I don't have any money in my pocket. The rabbit took out a yellow sewn purse, and there were only a few coins scattered in it. Hey! Zhen Kangtai sat up. How can there be only so much left? Senior brother, you are too immoral, take so many of your senior brothers and junior brothers out to play, and take such a small amount of money, so that the ghost-killing team next door looks at us and thinks we are poor ghosts. The rabbit looked at Yuan Kangtai's eyes as if he was going to eat him. Senior brother, have you forgotten that I am an orphan, helpless? I am all the money from going up the mountain to chop wood and catch fish and sell it. This is my hard-earned money. Yuan Kangtai leaned sideways to prevent the rabbit's saliva from spraying on his face. He was also a little embarrassed. He knew that his senior brother was so poor, it was good to borrow a little from the master. The rabbit looked at him faintly. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking in your head. The master doesn't have any money. He is a cultivator who doesn't go out to stay in the narrow foggy mountain every day. What does he want money for? Mako slowly moved to Gen Kangta's side, took out a few coins and put them in his hand. I still have a few, you can take them first, and then we will spend them together. Yuan Kangtai looked at the few coins that were still warm in his hand, held them in his hand, and touched Mako's smooth short hair with his other hand. I still feel sorry for me, and I'll buy you something delicious when I get to town. Senior brother Yiyang, are you asleep? Gen Kangta raised his head and asked at the trunk of the tree several floors higher. There was a sound of urns on the branches. Senior brother, if you didn't shout at me just now, I fell asleep. Don't think about it. I don't have any money. I originally had quite a lot of family resources, and after coming to the narrow foggy mountain, I was already the same as your senior brother rabbit. Yuan King bowed his head in frustration. He still wanted to experience what the train was like during the Taisho period. It seemed that he needed to find another plan. At this time, a shadow rushed straight down and stood on Yuan Kangtai's shoulder. It was his pale Hai Dongqing, who said to Yuan Kangtai in a sharp voice, "The Lord has sent Huazu to investigate the mastermind behind the girl's disappearance, and I need the four of you to assist her in gathering in the town in the southeast." After speaking, Hai Dongqing rubbed Yuan Kangtai's cheek affectionately. Seeing this, the rabbit also wanted to touch it, but Hai Dongqing pecked him hard and asked him to stop his ridiculous behavior. The rabbit put down his hand stupidly. "Mrs. King, you bird is really fierce, you can't touch it." Yuan Kangtai stood up and stretched. "Touch your own crow, it will be jealous and won't let you touch it for a while, then you will really become a loner. Let's go to the southwest town to meet the flower pillar. Let's see how strong the pillar is." Chain Butterfly stands on a large rock, and she has just arrived at the place where she is said to be meeting with the Fog Shadow team. She was prostrate with a lilac butterfly on her hand, which seemed to carry the pattern of the moon, shining in the moonlight. A scene of tranquility and serenity. Tonight's dark clouds covered the half-moon, and the trees in the distance were constantly shaking under the evening breeze, like dancing a tango, and several black figures were running on the ground, bringing up clouds of dust behind them. Butterfly Chini realizes that the person she was waiting for has arrived. Yuan Kangtai and the others stood still, looking at the familiar faces on the rocks and feeling a little surprised. Didn't they just meet the sister of the two girls a few days ago? Could it be that she is a column? Yuan Kangtai wiped his face with his sleeve, and he asked tentatively, "Huazu?" Butterfly Chini smiled softly, "It's me, isn't it surprising to you? I, a weak woman, actually stayed in the position of the pillar." Yuan Kangtai felt a little surprised, and then shook his head. No, I just felt a little surprised. I didn't expect Miss Channa's strength to be so strong." Then he climbed to the stone and sat down not far from Chain. "Anyway, when will we leave for the land of bliss, and will we use other means of transportation?" Butterfly Chini seemed to see Gen Kangtai's intentions, but she didn't debunk it. "The Lord has already booked train tickets for a few of us, we just need to set off at the specified time. If we run over, it will be a delay and a waste of energy." Several people's eyes lit up when they heard this, because a long journey really requires physical strength, and of course a few people can save money. Without further ado, let's go. The train was heading towards the platform, and the loud roar made Mako cover his ears and tremble slightly. This was the first time he saw something new. Several people who grew up in the mountains had never seen such a thing, and Gen Kangtai was just a little curious about this old-fashioned train because of his previous life. Yuan Kangtai gently grabbed Genhu's hand because he was afraid of holding the corner of his clothes. "Let's go, let's get in the car and get used to it after a few more seats." Several people made their way through the crowd and found their seats. Genkata and Mako's seat numbers were connected, Butterfly Chini and Tomioka Yoshio were together, and Tsutomu was sitting opposite them. Gen Kangta asked Makoto to sit close to the inside, and across from them were two girls lying on their stomachs, who seemed to have fallen asleep. As soon as Yuan Kangtai sat down, Genhu unnoticeably tugged at the corner of his clothes. Yuan Kangtai thought that Zhenhu was afraid, and he just wanted to open his mouth to comfort Zhenhu but met her eyes. Looked serious, as if there was something important to say to Yuan Kangtai. Yuan Kangtai immediately understood, the toilet is here, I'll go with you and show you the way. Jen. Kangta left his seat with Makoto and walked to the toilet. Kangtai, I smell the breath of evil spirits, just near our seats, those two girls may also have a problem. Zhenhu's expression was solemn, and he whispered to Yuan Kangtai. 45. When Yuan Kangtai heard this, his right hand habitually pressed the handle of the knife, but he found that he had pressed it empty. In order to pass the security check of the train, several people put the knife in a black bag-5 and secretly brought it in and put it at the foot of the flower pillar, and now Yuan Kangtai is unarmed. Zhenhu saw Yuan Kangtai's movements, she untied the rope around her neck, took out a blood-red dagger, and handed it to Yuan Kangtai. This is the one you gave me, you can use it first. The demons should not be far from those two girls, they should also be captured, and they should be sent to the land of Elysium, and we are the same destination. Zhen Kangtai's face became ugly, because this was the place where the train and the flow of people was the most dense, and he was worried that there would be no way to kill the demons quickly and cause extensive damage, which would be too bad. Let's go back and take a look first, you can't startle the snake, if not, it's not too late to do it at the moment you get off the destination, it's too unsafe to do it on the train. Yuan Kangtai said. Zhenhu nodded, it's only going to be like this, the main thing is that we don't know how many evil ghosts there are on the train, and missing one is also a huge disaster for the ordinary people on the train. That's it, let's see how many demons there are first, and then see how the situation acts, and we have to find a way to pass this matter on to Huazu. Yuan Kangtai and the two walked back, and in order not to be seen by others, they also went to wash their hands. When the two sat down in their seats, the two girls were still lying on their stomachs on the table, as if they were sleeping soundly. Yuan Kangtai deliberately kicked the table with his foot, making a loud noise, but the two people on the table did not move, but the other passengers behind him glanced at Yuan Kangtai dissatisfied. Yuan Kangtai immediately folded his hands and apologized, and the man did not continue to investigate, leaning back in the chair to rest. He realized that the two girls in front of him seemed to be unconscious, and he didn't know if they had been drugged or had special blood magic. Yuan Kangtai thought about it, they had to take the initiative to find the place where the evil ghosts were, it should be not far from these two girls. Yuan Kangtai stood up and asked Zhenhu, and his voice was very loud, what do you want to eat? I'll go to my senior brother and get them, okay, do you want water? You are waiting for me here. Yuan Kangtai left his seat and walked to the place where the rabbits were. Yuan Kangtai came to the seat of Butterfly Chini, at this time she was closing her eyes to recuperate. Yuan Kangtai grabbed Chini's hand, and the eyes of the rabbit on the opposite side immediately widened, and the eyeballs were about to pop out. His heart was full of astonishment. Okay, you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, you can't see that you are still a demon in the color, aren't you enough to have a little junior sister? Wouldn't it be good to provoke other girls and leave a few for your senior brother? Yuan Kangtai seemed to be coquettish, sister, you can bring us some snacks at your feet in a while, Zhenhu is a little hungry there, this train seems to be different from what we think, and the girls are not woken up when they sleep. The butterfly Chini, who was originally caught in her hand, was a little puzzled, but she quickly reacted to the meaning of the source Kangta's words. Her eyes suddenly sharpened, and she glanced around and found the two people who were sleeping well in Yuan Kangtai's mouth, and she knew that something else must be wrong. Otherwise, Yuan Kangtai would not have done this. She casually caught a glimpse of a man in a yellow trench coat with a black hat, wrapped around his body so tightly that it was impossible to see what he looked like. Butterfly Chini instantly figured out the crux of the matter. She smiled lightly, are you in such a hurry to eat? Otherwise I will invite you to eat delicious food when you get off the train, we only bring fast biscuits, which may not taste good here. Yuan Kangtai took the hand of Butterfly Chini and shook it constantly, sister, give me a piece, I'm dying of hunger, give me a piece, I won't ask you for it again before I get off the train. Butterfly Chini thought for a moment, really took out a biscuit, and handed it to Zhen Kangta, let's eat it at 8 o'clock, it's too early. Yuan Kangtai, who got the key information, no longer entangled, returned to his seat, leaving only a confused look on his face. Tomioka Yoshiu's eyes flashed with a faint sense of water that no one saw, and he understood the conversation between Gen Soda and the two, and he reached out to the bottom of the seat, and Butterfly Chini pressed his hand. Softly, now is not the chance. Even if you are as sluggish as a rabbit, you can now realize that something may have happened. He tried to scan the carriage but was blocked by Butterfly Chan Ahui. She took out a cup and smiled at the rabbit. Please go and help me get a cup of boiling water, I'm a little thirsty after a long ride. The rabbit understood and left his seat. Carefully observed the different passengers in the seats. It really made him discover the well-dressed weirdo, and at first glance he was hiding something. He walked towards the front with the water glass, but did not stop where the water was boiled, and walked all the way to the cab. There are dangerous people in car 6, possibly carrying bombs. I need your help to evacuate the crowd in the car, and then we will take down the criminal. He didn't say that the man was a ghost, he didn't know how much the girl in front of him accepted the ghost, and if he had never heard of it, it would be troublesome to treat him as a psychopath. Say that a suspicious person is carrying a bomb, so that others can easily accept it. The attendant saw that the rabbit did not look like a fake, and realized the seriousness of the matter, and she hurried to find their conductor, which was beyond her ability. The rabbit returned to his seat and made an okay gesture to Jen Kangtai. Suddenly there was a sound from the horn in the carriage. Passengers are reminded that an emergency notice is now being announced. Due to a short circuit in the control system, the air conditioner in car 6 was broken, and the conductor needed to repair it. Passengers in car 6 should take their luggage and take it to the cafe car to rest, and we have good refreshments for you, the conductor said on the radio. At this time, the carriage sounded one after another complaining. No wonder I feel so hot and sweaty. Let's go, why don't you eat the refreshments for free? Then I'll eat a little more later, and I just save money for dinner. The people sitting in car number 6 gradually left here, and they couldn't die of heat without air conditioning in such a hot day. Until the personnel left, there were still a few scattered left, and a middle-aged man looked at the butterfly chini and the others did not move, and he kindly reminded, aren't you guys leaving? There will be no good place to go late in a while. Rabbit showed a smile, thank you, uncle, my foot is broken, and I have to wait for everyone to finish before I can go out, otherwise it will not be very convenient. Uncle didn't say much when he heard this, and walked to the front of the train by himself. At this time, the man in the trench coat frowned, as if he felt that something was wrong, but when the girl was still lying there and did not move, the heart of the person who was carrying it was relaxed. Whether or not to change the carriage is nothing to a demon like him, and he always wants to kill everyone with fewer people. At the moment when he relaxed, a quenched dagger rushed straight into his head with the sound of a whistling wind. 46. The middle-aged man finally sensed the danger and knew that he had been exposed. So he no longer hid his body, and his trench coat and hat were torn apart by him, turning into a hairball to block the dagger thrown by Yuan Kangtai. Do it! A loud shout. Tomioka kicked out the black bag and delivered the Hinawa knife to everyone's hands. The rabbit and the mushroom quickly retreated, gradually forming an encirclement of the evil spirits. The demon's eyes looked at the two girls lying on their stomachs, wanting to take them hostage. Yuan Kangtai's figure flashed, cutting off the demon's gaze. Jen Kangtai slowly pulled out the knife at his waist, and his clear voice was like a cheerful sonata, about to send the evil spirits in front of him to hell. What are you trying to do? Yuan King took out the knife too much, and the blade instantly approached the demon's body. Caught off guard, the demon could only use his shoulder to eat the knife. So fast! A drop of sweat flowed from the demon's head. How can it be so fast? Did you actually meet a pillar on the train? Red flower of the flower breath one-shaped dream rose. Flickered, and the mark of red petals appeared on the demon's face, and he found that he could no longer control his body. Butterfly Chini took control of the evil spirit with a single sword. How could Yuan Kangtai let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately followed up with a knife and cut off the head of the evil ghost, and the evil ghost couldn't believe that he would die on the train until he died. If he knew that the destination of these men's trip was to go to the land of bliss in search of his master, he didn't know what would happen to the expressions on his faces. The demon's body slowly disappeared, and Jen Kangtai picked up the Suanzu dropped by the demon. Is it Suanzu? Mr. Iron Tiger has finally turned that heart into a weapon. Butterfly Chini said with a little surprise. Yuan Kangtai was stunned for a moment. Sister Chan Ahui, do you also know Mr. Taihu? Butterfly Chini covered her mouth. Of course, there are very few characters in the ghost killing team that I don't know. I am the owner of the butterfly house, and everyone who is injured has basically seen me. I saw your sister a few days ago. What a talented girl. Mr. Iron Tiger was seriously injured after slaying that evil spirit, and was carried to me, and I rescued him. Didn't he tell you about it? I don't think Mr. Taihu will tell me much about his troubles, but how my sister is doing in the butterfly house. Butterfly Chini fell into deep thought. Your sister should have a good life in the butterfly house, she is very diligent every day, as if she has found something she really loves. That's good. Hearing this, Yuan Kangtai was relieved. He had been worried that his sister would not be able to adapt to the life of the ghost-killing team, and it seemed that he was too worried. By the way, let's see if we can wake up the two unconscious girls. I think they're controlled by this demon's blood magic. Gen Soda came to the seats of the two girls, and he asked Butterfly Kane to come forward and watch the two of them. Well, the body is fine, it's just frightened. The reason for the coma may be that they are controlled by some kind of spirit of the evil spirit, just let them sit back when they wake up. Butterfly Chini touched the foreheads of the two of them and said to Yuan Kangtai and the others. At this time, the conductor hurried to ask if they had controlled the gangsters. Yuan King said lightly, the gangster jumped out of the car, and he may not be able to catch him. Under the questioning eyes of everyone, several people finally sat at the terminal. The five of them stood on the platform of another station and waved goodbye to the two girls who were going to take the return trip. Yuan Kangtai has a chance to come to us and play with us. The little girl with the ball head made her hands trumpet and shouted to several people. Yuan Kangtai said to the rabbit, what did the girl just say? The rabbit fell into deep thought, it seems that we are going to finish. Hey! Yuan King was taken aback, is this girl so vicious? She already knew that she was looking for them to ask for money as a reward. A few people looked up at the city of Bliss, which looked extremely prosperous in the moonlight. The city sits on a wide plain, surrounded by towering mountains and verdant forests. The floor is paved with smooth stone slabs. Unlike the dirt roads they had seen, pedestrians weaved through them, dressed in ornate traditional costumes. The neon lights on both sides of the street flickered with colorful light, making Gen Soda feel as if he had come to the previous world. The rabbit nodded at the back of Yuan Kangtai. Are you sure we didn't come to the wrong place? This is not like a place infested by evil ghosts, it is so prosperous, I have never seen such a big high-rise building. Yuan King stabilized his mind, a city can't just look at its superficial prosperity, there are all kinds of shady things happening in the mainland, but you don't know. He held down his neon wheel knife and walked towards the city, besides, the address we asked for is here, and even if we are wrong, we can only try to find out the location of the adult they are talking about. And don't forget that we promised her grandfather that he would take her back. Butterfly Chini smiled slightly, Kangtai is really a responsible swordsman, I believe we can definitely rescue them. The capital of Bliss is very prosperous, and as soon as Yuan Kangtai entered here, they were dazzled by all kinds of snacks, fans, toys and all kinds of vendors. Yuan Kangtai looked confused, how to find someone here? He turned to look at the crowd, hoping for some revelation. The rabbit whistled calmly, not looking at Yuan Kangtai's eyes at all, the main thing is one, I have no morality, you can't kidnap me with morality. Zhenhu looked at Yuan Kangtai with an innocent face, signaling that she had no way to find someone. Yi Yang coughed a few times, indicating that he was also a child in the mountains and had never seen such a big city in his life. In the end, it was Butterfly Chini who solved Gen Soda's embarrassment. Let's go separately and ask questions all the way. Then gather in the middle of the city every morning and report the results of your search. What do you think of my proposal? Butterfly Chini thought a little and came up with a solution. Yuan Kangtai thought for a while, that's the only way to go, after all, we are not familiar with each other, but we are such a big organization, don't we have a stronghold or anything in the city of Bliss? Butterfly Chini said softly, our ghost-killing team is self-organized, without the help of official forces, many people have not even heard of us, and there are only a few strongholds in us. Then she looked at a few people, all our tasks will be so heavy, not only me, each pillar has a lot of tasks, some even have to complete several a day. Yan Zhu is said to be also on a mission, but I don't know where his task is. If we see it, maybe he can help us a little. Several people exchanged glances with each other, and determined that Butterfly Chini's method was the safest. Yuan Kangtai suddenly thought of something, by the way, you can work on this thing in the church then. When we pressed the evil ghost, he told us what that adult seems to be, the leader of the Eternal Bliss sect. We just need to find their base and we can wipe them out. 47. Then let's go our separate ways, and if we really catch an important person this time, we will reward you for a good meal in this place. Butterfly Chini smiles brightly. Looking at the brightly lit tall buildings in the distance, Butterfly Chini thought to herself that if this operation went well, it would be better to bring her sister and the children of the Fog Shadow team to play together. Butterfly Chini has an important mission on her shoulders, and since the loss of her parents that day, she has rarely come to such a place where she can have fun. Every day, I either complete the task or preside over the overall situation in the butterfly house, and every time I want to relax, I remind myself that I still have responsibilities on my body. Even if she is said to be weak by her sister, she has an unknown strength in her heart. Butterfly Chini has a hunch that the mastermind they are looking for this time may be very strong, and I don't know if they can survive this time. Let's hope this time is a good ending. Several figures flickered and disappeared into the vast sea of people. Yuan Kangtai was close to a stall selling sugar gourds. "Uncle, can you try this sugar gourd?" Yuan Kangtai looked at the bright sugar gourd, and his saliva was about to flow out. "Where did you come from, the little kid? You want to eat white food? Go and go, I'm from a small family, I'll give you a taste, hurry up, don't delay my business." The old man waved his hand impatiently, as if chasing flies. Yuan Kangtai scratched his head, and he was not angry. Money, money, a penny is difficult for a hero. The reason why I'm begging for food here is because he has no idea about finding people. Yuan Kangtai thought that the search for the church was to pull a few people on the road and ask, and the passers-by kindly told him where the church was, and then he hacked the head of the church to death with a knife, and finished the work. But he found that after asking a dozen people in succession, he didn't get any useful information. Moreover, he encountered someone who wanted to call the police and say that he was propagating a cult. Yuan Kangtai stopped this meaningless behavior stupidly. Now he finally knew what the shadows under the big city meant. Let me think, what's next? Yuan Kangtai fell into deep thought. Obviously, he didn't know how to find such a small sect in this society, unlike in his previous life, where he could find where he wanted to go at will. Yuan Kangtai slapped his forehead. Hey, the evil ghost on the train was still killed early, he should be allowed to lead the way. Now it's okay, I'm going to find a needle in the bottom of the sea. He walked aimlessly down the street, paying no attention to what the people around him said. A young girl pear blossom with rain tightly pulls on a middle-aged woman's clothes. Mom, the sects are all deceitful, there is no so-called heaven and hell at all, the sect is just to cheat you out of your incense money, please don't go. The girl's face was full of tears. My father's money for treatment is almost gone, and I heard that there are girls going missing there constantly, maybe it will be your turn next, do you still want to be so obsessed? They. Girl hugged the middle-aged woman, father is still lying on the bed, you are afraid that he will die. As if touching a piece of reverse scales, the woman with a wooden expression finally came back to her senses. Her face was hideous, and she pulled the girl's collar fiercely. Who do you think I'm for? Not for your father's old immortal. Why did I go back to that kind of place? The sect leader said that after a few more times, my merit will accumulate enough, and then I can make your father's illness better. You are an unfilial daughter, do you want your father to die a good death? The woman forcibly pulled away the girl's hand, grabbed her, and hurried towards the place she expected. Like a kite with a broken string, the girl watched her mother stride away, not knowing what to do, she slowly squatted on the ground, buried her head in her arms, and sobbed quietly. Suddenly, a shadow obscured the neon lights cast at her, but instead of feeling dark, the shadow sheltered her from the wind and rain like a mountain. A polite voice rang out. Just now, you mean your mother is religious? With tears on her face, the girl looked up at the boy who seemed to be talking to her, and the boy's face looked exceptionally handsome in the light, and his voice had a hint of magic. The boy held out his hand to her, and she took it and stood up for some reason. Hello, my name is Yuan Kangtai, can I learn something about your family? The boy whispered to her, I don't know if you've eaten, so I'll invite you to eat ramen at that ramen restaurant. The girl hesitated slightly, choosing to believe the handsome boy in front of her, because she also needs to vent her emotions at this time, and listening to the tone of the boy in front of her, it seems that she can solve the problem for herself. The two of them sat on a small stool in front of the ramen restaurant. The boy's voice at this time was very neutral, boss, let's have 2 ramen, 1 big bowl and 1 small bowl, and the big bowl is spicy. Then Yuan Kangtai turned his head to look at the girl, is your portion spicy? The girl shook her head to signal that she didn't need to, and the boy continued, don't be spicy in the bowl. Okay, wait a minute, your pork bone noodles will be ready soon. Yuan Kangtai pulled out the tissue on the table and handed it to the girl. The girl looked at him in a slightly surprised light, and cleaned up her face, which looked a little messy from crying. Hello, I don't know what to call it. Yuan Kangtai wiped his hands with paper and asked the good-looking girl in front of him. Yuko Furagaki, you can just call me by my name. The girl replied at once. She didn't know why she looked a little reserved in front of the handsome boy in front of her. Miss Yuko, I'll call you okay too. Jen Kangtai paused and looked at Furagaki Yuko. She waved her hand to signal that this would be fine. From what I just saw, did you have some conflict with your mother just now? Furagaki Yuko nodded, yes. Then may I ask you the reason for the quarrel with your mother? I seem to have heard the word religious just now. Yuan Kangtai looked at the girl tentatively, not knowing if such words would offend her. The girl hesitated, as if wondering if she should talk about her ugly things outside. Seeing this, Yuan Kangtai was playful, and he immediately added fire. At present, I am an intern in the guard team, and recently the state has been very strong in cracking down on cults. If you know something, maybe I can help you. Hearing this, some of the swaying girls made up their minds. I'll tell you everything I know. Yuko begins to tell stories about her family. A few months ago, my mother was a very traditional ordinary woman, until my father was diagnosed with a tumor at this time. The doctor said that if the treatment was done at this time, there was still half a chance of cure, but my mother firmly disagreed, believing that the high cost of treatment could not be guaranteed a certain cure. She began to treat her father in her own way. 48. I don't know where my mother came into contact with a mysterious sect. She began to become abnormal, and often told my father to let him be happy and not be bound by rigid treatments, and said that she prayed to the sect leader in the church, so that he could enjoy endless joy in Elysium after death. The girl looked at Jen Kangtai and noticed that there was no shame or mockery on his face. He looked at her with a serious expression. She continued, in this way, my father's health deteriorated day by day, and my mother thought that this was the reason why my father was not religious. She just came home and asked her father to go with him to their master, so that his pain would be less, but my father said he would rather die than believe the master in her mouth. They had a heated argument and my mother thought he was unreasonable, and I was still in school, and it was only when a neighbor told me that I knew my father was so sick. Speaking of which, Yuko Furagaki's eyes turned red again. So when I persuaded my father to go to the hospital for treatment, the doctor said that it was not his level that could be saved, and that he should recuperate at home for a period of time, and he would not ask again. The girl wiped her tears with her hands. So this time my mother's departure may be a farewell for my father. Yuan Kangtai quietly listened to what Furagaki Yuko said, and he didn't evaluate them for the first time, but sorted out the information in his head. He said, I sympathize with your plight, I am sorry for your father's matter, but I don't know if I can help you. There is a person in our organization who is particularly skilled in medicine, she will meet us tomorrow. I don't know if she can help your father. Do you know where the headquarters of the sect where your mother went? I don't think such a cult should exist in this world, my companions, and I will destroy it and send their leader to the so-called Elysium. Jen Kangtai looked at the girl and said. The girl shook her head, I don't know exactly where it is, but I do know where they connect, and when you get there, you need to go through a series of procedures to prove that you are indeed a member of the sect before you can enter. One time I followed them, and after they had been selling me the teachings of their sect for a long time, I didn't agree to them, so the door didn't open to me. Yuan Kangtai tilted his head, as if he was thinking about something, so if we want to go in, why don't we go in directly? They. Girl nodded, yes, I don't know what the reason is now, the sect has expanded very much at the beginning, from a few people to hundreds, but now it rarely recruits new members. But if you want to get in, we have other options. The girl hesitated for a moment but then spoke, I don't know why, the sect leader there seems to be particularly fond of young girls, so I can pretend to join there and see what kind of person their sect leader is. No, it's too dangerous. Yuan Kangtai immediately shook his head, and then he realized that he had said the wrong thing, because in front of this girl, she just thought that her mother had fallen into a cult or something, but she never thought that she was a threat to her life. The girl listened to Yuan Kangtai's words and realized that there was something she didn't know about, and she asked with a little hesitation, danger, how can there be danger? Is there something else that Mr. Kangtai is hiding from me? Looking at the girl's disbelieving eyes, Yuan Kang knew that if he didn't tell her about this matter, his plan would also be blocked. So he told the girl everything, such as that they were members of the Demon Slayer squad, that the leader was actually a powerful evil spirit, and that he liked to eat young girls. Wait a minute. The girl was unable to digest this information for a moment, and the impact of these things on her was even more severe than when she first learned that her father was sick. At this time, a little guy with a towel on his shoulder broke the silence. "Hello, tonkatsu ramen for 2, please use it slowly, and you can add another one at the counter after eating. Have a nice meal." Jen Kangta looked at the girl who was slightly distracted, and pushed the ramen in front of her. "Eat something first, digest it slowly, I'm hungry, I'll start first." Yuan Kangtai brought his large bowl of ramen to him, stirred the noodles in the bowl with chopsticks and mixed well. The slightest heat floated up, and he picked up a large piece of pork bone, barbecued pork, and sent it to his mouth. "The ramen in this big city is delicious, and it's expensive." Jen Kangtai looked happy and gobbled up ramen. The girl on the side, Yuko Furagaki, saw the appearance of Yuan Kangtai, who had not seen food for 800 years, hesitated for a moment, and pushed her bowl to Yuan Kangtai. Who knew that the moment he pushed it to Yuan Kangtai suddenly stopped his movements. "Don't you eat?" "They." Girl shook her head. "I'm not very hungry, you can eat, and I'll give you both portions." Yuan King looked at the girl suspiciously. "You can take a bite, it's so late now." "They." Girl hesitated, but shook her head. Unexpectedly, Yuan King looked at the girl directly, and the girl looked confused, not knowing what she had done wrong. "Well, if you don't eat it, I'm embarrassed to make you pay. I only have enough money for a bowl of mine." Yuan Kangtai scratched his head, and he was not embarrassed to say this. "Oh, you said this, it's okay, you can eat it, I'll eat as much as you can tonight." The girl was a little confused at first, but she realized that the boy might not have enough money to eat. Hearing this, Yuan Kangtai's eyes lit up, as if he had heard some great news. He buried his head in the bowl and ate it heavily, and said vaguely while eating, "Since this is the case, then you are welcome, let Miss Yuza break the bill tonight." Halfway. Looking at the 4 large bowls piled up on the table, Yuko Furagaki began to wonder if she was wrong to eat casually. Yuan Kangtai lay on the chair with a happy face, rubbing her stomach comfortably. "Since I got out of the narrow fog mountain, I've never eaten so cool, and I was just inviting myself to eat with the intention of inviting a girl to dinner, but I didn't know that I met an atmospheric girl." Thinking of this, Yuan Kangtai's eyes became grateful when she looked at the girl. "Speaking of Miss Yuko, have you thought about it? If you can take me to the place where they connect, I'll try to get in first. If I can't get in, I'll trouble you to help me find out the situation inside." Jen Kangtai put down the last bowl and said to Yuko Furagaki. Looking at Jen Soda, who had eaten so much, Furagaki Yuko instead believed what he said about evil spirits. "After all, a few minutes ago, you said that the delicate boy in front of her ate more than pigs, and she didn't believe it." 49. "You can take me to see how it is tonight, and when the rest of my team members come here, treat your father first, and then think about the rest of the matter." Yuan Kangtai wiped the corners of his greasy mouth. Yuko nodded. She chose to believe in the young man in front of her who could eat. Yuko took out a few bills from the mezzanine and put them in front of the counter. After paying for the meal, he gestured to Yuan Kangtai and motioned for Yuan Kangtai to follow her. The two of them kept shuttling along the crowded crowd. After crossing a few streets, Jen Kangtai noticed that there were significantly fewer people on these streets. Walking through the narrow passage again, the dark space made him frown slightly and feel uncomfortable. After several twists and turns, I came to a dilapidated alley. The noble moon shadow didn't seem to be able to shine on this place. The trash can was empty, except for what appeared to be black blood stains on it, and it was unknown what animal left it. Jen Kangtai smelled a pungent smell, like the smell of rotting like a dead rat. Genkata covered his mouth and nose and stood behind Yuko, observing the doorway. In the dim light, Jen Kangtai could barely see 2 burly men standing at the door. The black feather weave is draped around the body, wrapped around the thick figure, and the tiger head knife is carried around the waist, giving people a sense of slaughter at a glance. It was hard for Yuan Kangtai to believe that the two of them were guarding the same thing as the sect, and those who didn't know thought that they were guarding a confidential occasion. Yuko Furagaki took Jen Soda to stand in the corner, observing the scattered pedestrians on the road to see if anyone had entered again. The 2 strong men looked around vigilantly, not knowing what they were guarding against. What did this sect need to guard against? Superintendent? Yuan King was so puzzled that suddenly he thought of the demons he had killed. Several of the demons who helped the adult capture the young girl died at their hands. Is it because of this? Yuan Kangtai had a hint of realization in his heart. He had a way. Then he pulled down the corner of Furagaki's clothes and motioned for her to come with him. The two came to a safe place, and Yuan Kangtai looked at the girl. I have a better way, that is, I disguise myself as a demon, and you will treat it as a girl who was captured by me, and then get in. I don't believe that the two people at the door dare to stop us. What do you think? They. Girl hesitated. She didn't know whether to trust the boy in front of her. Her instincts told her it was possible. But in case she meets a bad guy, isn't she a sheep? As if seeing the girl's hesitation, Jen Kangtai explained, if you don't believe me, you can wait until tomorrow when my team members arrive here. If that's the case, you can go back tonight, and I'll see if there's a chance to sneak in. Yuan Kangtai quietly looked at the girl in front of her, waiting for her choice. Jen Kangtai has never been an egoist who is willing to sacrifice others for his own sake. If the girl doesn't want to, he'll find another way. After a brief hesitation, Yuko grabbed his arm. That. What should I do? Half an hour later, Gen Souta, who had finished his disguise, carried Yuko Furagaki, who pretended to be dizzy, to the door of the church. Yuan Kangtai was covered in blood, which made it clear that he had done something dangerous. He's mimicking the evil spirits he encounters in the small town to the west. Jen Kangtai's mind struggled to develop a demonic and hideous tone. He looked at the two guards with a fierce face, and the fierce murderous aura made the two of them slightly startled, and they didn't dare to look at him. My lord is not in the church tonight, and I caught a young and delicious girl for my lord. I really don't know how the adult will reward me. Ha 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 ha, maybe he will give me more blood. Yuan Kangtai raised his head and laughed, revealing a little fierceness between his words. He tried to imitate the demon with the information he knew. The two sturdy men were momentarily frightened by Yuan Kangtai's momentum. They glanced at each other, and tacitly felt that it was better not to understand this matter in depth. A man with a samurai hair bun bent down and said, Your Excellency has instructed us to put the food we brought in the warehouse so that he can enjoy it later, and as for the reward, we are not very clear for the time being, so I hope you will ask your lord personally. They. Two of them turned sideways and gave way to Yuan Kangtai. Very well, I will show your seriousness to your lordship, and you will also receive some small rewards when the time comes. Yuan Kang swaggered inside. The two men at the door whispered, Do you think we are raped like this? So many innocent girls have been adult. Another man glared at him, then looked around and found that no one else had heard. Dare to discuss this, let the adults hear it, maybe you will be next. Little people like us don't care what we do so much, and adults can't just pay us salaries. Then as if helpless, in this era, ghosts eat people, don't people eat people? Anyway, for the two of us little characters, it's okay to live. Then the man stood up and straightened the knife at the waist of the man with the samurai's bun. When tonight's mission is completed, my brother will take you to eat something delicious. Good. Inside the door is a dark passageway, and the left and right sides of the passage are connected to a white wooden door that I don't know where to go. Jen Kangtai gently put down the Furagaki Yuko that she was carrying on her shoulder, and the girl was holding Jen Kangtai's Hinakura knife in her hand, and the vision of the two people was stuck so that they didn't notice it. Where should we go next? Jen Kangtai put the knife on his waist and looked at Yuko. The girl's face was slightly red, but Yuan Kangtai didn't see it clearly under the darkness. Furagaki Yuko steadied because of the inexplicable emotions dangling on Genkina's solid arms. She observed the environment. Isn't our goal to rescue the girl first? They said it's underground, or let's see which path leads to the underground. Yuko Furagaki proposed. Jen Kangtai nodded, and walked slowly towards the wooden door at the end of the road, followed by Yuko Furagaki. Yuan Kangtai gently pressed his ear against the door frame to hear what was going on inside, but he didn't hear anything, and Yuan Kangtai motioned for the girl to stay away from him. He didn't know how lucky he was tonight. It would be bad if he met the final boss as soon as he opened the door, and it would hurt her for a while to let the girl stay away. Yuan Kangtai pressed the wooden handle and pressed it down gently, and the wooden door that had not been repaired for many years brought a slight creak. Yuan Kangtai pressed the handle of the knife behind him with his other hand, guarding against possible danger. The door was opened, and a grey staircase came into Yuan Kangtai's eyes, and there seemed to be a huge space under the staircase. Scattered torches are tied to the sides, lighting the way to the underground. It's like a man-eating demon, making it impossible to see its true face. Yuan Kangtai motioned for the girl to stand in place, and he went in first to explore the way. Yuan Kangtai pulled out the Hinakura knife, and a clear voice sounded. 50. There was not a single sound coming from the dimly lit environment. Yuan Kangtai walked down the stairs and felt a cold breath. He closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his pupils revealed a touch of aqua blue. In the whole episode, Changzhong, the source of the breath of water. Souta entered the battle mode in advance, just in case of an accident. With this blue light, Yuan Kangtai kept walking down, and by the way, he waved his hand to signal Yuko behind him to follow him and keep a safe distance from him. Until they reached the end of the stairs. With the faint night vision of the breath of water, Yuan Kangtai saw a miserable white face. A girl with a beautiful face is bound by white filaments all over her body. The hands and feet, the waist, were all wrapped with white silk, and they were hung on a huge white ice net and could not move. Damn, is this the spider's nest? Zhen Kangtai was startled by the girl who suddenly appeared. The huge cobwebs made it hard for him not to think of what he was going to encounter. Could it be that the boss we're going to fight this time is a spider demon? Yuan Kangtai thought so. Yuko followed him down, and when she saw this scene, her mouth suddenly opened wide, as if she was about to scream. Yuan Kangtai reacted in time to cover Yuko's mouth and made a silent gesture to her, indicating that they were still in someone else's lair. Yuan Kangtai stepped forward and tested the nose of the bound girl with his hand. There is still breathing, it seems that I have fainted, I don't know if I can wake up. Furigaki Yuko pointed to the right side of Zhen Kangtai, can you shine a little brighter, I want to see if there are any other girls over there. Yuan Kangtai opened his mouth wide and inhaled again, his lungs swelled again, and the blue light on his body became brighter, but it still couldn't meet the girl's requirements. Yuan Kangtai's heart moved, and the blue light suddenly disappeared, and just when the girl was afraid when she saw that there was no light, a touch of purple appeared on Yuan Kangtai's body. Zhen Kangtai pulled out the knife, and with the sound of Zirozla, the knife was filled with purple thunder and lightning, and Yuan Kangtai motioned for Furigaki Yuko to stand farther away. Yuan Kangtai swung his knife violently, and a fist-sized ball lightning condensed in this space, and then, violently converted the energy into light, and the purple color instantly illuminated the entire space. Furigaki Yuko's pupils contracted violently when she touched something in the room. White cobwebs cover the entire space, delicate and tough, exuding bursts of fishy smell. The bodies of several girls were tightly entangled in cobwebs and could not move. The spider silk weaves into a large web-like structure on their bodies, like a thin rope that wraps around their bodies. There was an eerie light all around, dim and deep, and the cold wind blew across the cheeks, making people feel a chill. Chill? The temperature here doesn't feel right, is MD air-conditioned? A question appeared in Yuan Kangtai's mind, and he felt that there must be something else that he hadn't discovered. Purple balls of light gradually rose into the air, gradually illuminating every corner of the room. Yuan Kangtai was shocked to find that the space was surrounded by huge ice blocks. Huge blocks of irregular ice, instead of ordinary walls, fill the space and lower the temperature. Damn, who built the refrigerator? How can you be so talented? Yuan Kangtai looked at this scene and thought of the kind of frozen ice cellar before the crossing that was how to store prey. Then anger began to appear in his heart, so many girls, I don't know if they were caught here from all over the world, tied to cobwebs as food by evil spirits, and their lives and deaths are unknown. This is simply challenging Zhen Kangtai's bottom line, and someone will definitely pay for this matter tonight. Yuko Furigaki covered her mouth to express her surprise. What she encountered tonight destroyed the worldview she had established for more than 10 years. Which was simply beyond her expectations, and in a hurry, she reached out to save the girl with a pale face. It's just that her hand is halfway through and is blocked by the other hand. Zhen Kangta looked at the puzzled Yuko and explained to her, have you ever seen how spiders hunt? Yuko nodded, growing up in the village so that girls generally knew about this problem, she immediately understood what Zhen Kangta meant. Now is not the time to rescue the maiden, and if the owner of this place realizes that someone has invaded here, it will be troublesome. Zhen Kangtai began to carefully observe the structure of this cobweb. He stretched out the hilt of the knife and gently touched the cobweb, the spider silk shook slightly, and not a single hideous monster appeared. Yuan Kangtai had an idea in his heart. He turned his head to look at the girl who was still in shock. Miss Yuko, you go to every girl you can contact and test if they are still alive. Furigaki Yuko was a little confused, and she asked weakly, how to tempt? Yuan Kangtai rubbed his forehead, obviously feeling a headache about the girl's IQ. If you take my knife and give one person a knife, the one who screams is still alive, and the one who doesn't make a sound is dead. Ah, this can't work, it's still hard to be stabbed and want to live. The girl shook her head desperately, and began to wonder if the delicate boy in front of her was a pervert. You know, why don't you hurry up and try it with your hands? Yuan King said angrily. Oh! Yuko Furagaki trotted all the way to the side of one girl after another, imitating Gen Soda's appearance to test their snorts. This one looks like it's dead. Yuko Furagaki waved her hand and motioned for Gen Kangta to look at her. Yuan Kangtai's heart tightened. After all, is it still a step late? He is fast enough, can't he save everyone? Yuan Kangtai held back the loneliness in his heart and walked to the side of Yuko Furagaki. Bah, you're dead. A weak and unquestioning voice sounded in front of Yuko Furagaki. Yuko Furagaki was so frightened that she jumped up and hid behind Gen Soda. You're the ghost. The restrained beautiful girl glared at Yuko Furagaki, dissatisfied with what she had just said. Yuan Kangtai looked at the girl who was still awake and asked, Are you? What am I? I want to ask who you are. You were also arrested. The girl didn't have too much fear, but asked Xiang Yuan Kangtai curiously. I'm the one who came to save you, whether I was caught or not, you can see which of us is freer. Yuan Kangtai said lightly. Yuan Kangtai stared at her seemingly familiar face. Could it be that you are Mako? They. Girl was visibly stunned. How do you know my name? Is my name written on my face? Yuan Kangtai walked up to her and looked at her carefully. When you first disappeared, your grandfather looked for us, and we deduced your location and found this place, and now we are trying to find a way to take you out. I don't know if you have not. Hearing this, a light flashed in the girl's eyes, and then quickly dimmed. It's useless, you can't beat that monster, a teenager like you shouldn't die here with us. The girl hung her head, as if thinking of something frustrating. 51. Ayo, then I'll go, I won't bother. Yuan Kangtai raised his feet as if he was about to walk up the stairs, and the girl on the internet finally looked confused. Who am I, where am I, isn't this boy here to save me, how can I be polite and he will leave? Mako's head was very confused at this time, obviously she read romance novels like this. The female protagonist asked the male protagonist to give up on her with a sad face, and the male protagonist had a deep face. No, baby, I will rescue you no matter what. How did things change when she got here? This script is wrong. Seeing that Yuan King really stayed away from him without looking back, Mako really felt terrified at this time. She knew that she was not tied up here to find her family to get a ransom, but the evil ghost wanted to eat people. Hey! Brother, I was wrong. I admit that what I just said is a bit against my will, please help me out, the little girl will be grateful in the future. Yuan Kangtai ignored the girl like the living treasure, he just wanted to scare the girl and let her know that their current situation was not much better. The biggest problem facing Gen Kangtai now is not how to rescue them, but how to get them out safely. He had just tried, but the web was not strong enough to block the Nichiren knife. But Gen King is too worried that as long as he puts down a girl and touches the early warning device that may be set up after touching the cobweb, the owner of the cobweb will appear. He didn't think he could take so many girls under the attack of that adult. He thought about it and didn't know how he could get so many girls out. Looking at Soda Gen with a pensive face, Yuko Furagaki realized that he had just said that he was leaving just to scare the girl named Mako. She hesitated for a moment. Yuan Jun, what are you thinking, is there anything I can help you with? I'm thinking about how to get them all out without alarming the owner here. Yuan Kangtai said casually. Just as Yuan Kangtai was thinking, there was a sudden sound of slight footsteps at the door. Oops! There was an electric current flowing behind Yuan Kangtai, and a chill rushed straight to the Tianling guy. He stretched out the tip of his knife and picked down the glowing lightning, which was absorbed by the tip of the knife and disappeared without a trace. The whole space was dark again. Gen Kangtai took Furagaki Yuko's hand and made a silent gesture to Mako, and the two quickly flashed to the corner. The ice cube made the temperature between the two drop, and Yuan Kangtai held down the handle of the knife, looking at the door, and he extinguished the light in his eyes, in order to better hide himself. Hey, are you saying that we've caught so many girls here and that's not enough for adults to eat? When they gave us some of their men, I couldn't help but smell the fragrance on them. A slightly eerie voice rang out. Sure enough, the evil ghost is back, and this evil line is in line with Gen Kangtai's stereotype of the villain. Don't you want to die, dare to touch the food prepared for adults? Another voice rang out. He then sighed, those of us who are little brothers are naturally adults who break our legs with a word, I hope the adults can give us a little blood on top of our hard work. There's a demon there. Yuan Kangtai thought to himself, so he had to change his strategy, thinking about how to kill the two demons with one blow. Hey! Have you heard that a team of people missed? I haven't seen them for a long time, and I heard others say that they met people from the ghost killing team. I don't know, the blood ghost technique of the first team is especially suitable for the things that the adults have explained, so we don't have any achievements, it's better to die, maybe we can get more blood. Another voice was filled with a hint of schadenfreude. Don't talk about it, I'm going to rest for a few days if I put this girl in, damn, we have to buy tickets for a ghost ride, and it's so expensive, if it weren't for hiding myself, I really want to screw the ticket seller's head off. Who said it wasn't? Okay, hurry up and put it in and finish it, I haven't eaten people for a few days, and I'll find a place to kill people to satisfy my hunger. The owner of the voice had a hint of casualness, as if killing someone was nothing more common to him. Yuan Kangtai had already touched the door with the help of their words, and he hunched his waist and ambushed behind the door, so that he could maximize his strength for a while. Gongqi, do you smell fresh girls? It seems that someone else has caught a new girl back, it seems that there are people who are faster than us. It still seems like that's the case when you say that, but... Wait, I seem to smell something else, there is a smell of blood. Not good. A white blade instantly appeared in the field of vision of the two demons. The two demons who spoke were also carrying the girl on their backs. One has 4 arms on his body, and the other has 2 horns on his head, and he doesn't look like a good ghost anyway. The blade of the sword slammed into the head of the 4-handed demon with a rampage. He was the demon who gave the first warning. With a click, under a single look, the head instantly fell to the ground, bringing up a large area of blood. He didn't even use his own blood ghost spell, and the dropped head had an incredible expression on his face. With a faint white glint in his eyes, Yuan Kangtai turned his attention to the other demon. The evil spirit, with its sharp horns on its head, saw his companion die in front of him. He knew that the gap between the two was too big, and beads of sweat continued to appear on his forehead, so he decisively threw down the girl and ran towards the stairs. As he ran away, he grew his mouth and wanted to reveal the situation here. He believed that in this place, there was no way to hide any movement from the perception of adults, and he only needed to pass on the information, and maybe he could save his life. Ghost Slayer invasion, Ghost Slayer invasion. The horned demon found that his throat could not make any sound. A purple Hinakura knife pierced the demon's back. Gen Kangtai's eyes had a faint purple tinge in them. This is the benefit of cultivating the normal breathing method, multiple breaths can be switched at will. I don't know if the rabbit will drop his jaw when he sees this scene and beg him to teach. The demon's body was also covered with purple thunderbolts, and it was these lightning bolts that paralyzed his body and made him unable to move. Yuan Kangtai stepped out, and after pulling out the Hinawa knife, the purple blade wiped the demon's head. With a snap, the head fell to the ground, and the demon's body dissipated. Yuan Kangtai bent down and picked up 2 suanzu and threw them into his mouth. Suanzu quickly decomposed in his physical strength, replenishing Yuan Kangtai's physical strength and strengthening his body. He scooped up the unconscious girl who had been thrown by the demon on the ground. He picked up the girl on his back and walked down the stairs. Yuko, come out, the evil ghosts outside have been dealt with by me. The boy's voice sounded, making people feel extra calm. Yuko Furagaki walked out with a trembling body and a pale face. There is no way, the girl's physique is like this, not to mention that she has not exercised much in the first place, and her face has become bloodless in a short period of time. I don't know where the huge ice cubes came from, and the cooling effect is rattling. 52. What happened out there just now? Yuko Furagaki asked, shuddering. Yuan Kangtai carefully put the girl on her shoulder on the ground. Just now 2 man-eating ghosts came to send the girl and I killed them. Furagaki Yuko looked at Gen Kangtai and said the word killing. Oh no, kill ghosts. She seemed to feel the chill on his body even colder than this space. And Yuan Kangtai glanced at her and knew what she thought, but didn't say anything more, because there were other things to do at the moment. Yuan Kangtai tried to shake the dizzy girl. At first, there was no response, and Yuan Kangtai snapped and gave her a slap. A red handprint slowly appeared on the girl's fair cheeks. Why are you like this? How are you so direct? Do it. Furagaki Yuko watched Yuan Kangtai slap the girl, and she couldn't laugh or cry. The girl woke up slowly after being violently stimulated. Looking at the human figure with white light in the room, the girl's pupil shrank, as if she had seen something most terrifying. She cried out, have I gone to hell now? How can I see Bai Wuchang? Am I really dead? Woohoo! I saw Bai Wuchang stretch out his hand to her, but she found that it was not the spirit state she imagined, and she watched blankly as the powerful hand pulled her up from the ground. What's going on, do you still give me a beautiful man trick before you die? The girl was thinking about these boring things, and Yuan Kangtai pressed her hand to the ice cube next to her, and a cold tingling sensation came from her hand that made her wake up instantly. Before she could scream, she was covered by the other girl's hand. She finally understands that she has not reached hell, but has been rescued by someone else. Yuan Kangtai stared at her eyes. Now I will talk about the situation, you listen, if you have any questions, you will ask later, understand and nod. They. Girl nodded. You've been caught by demons, haven't you? Nod. Did you see any other girls like you when you were caught? Shake one's head. Does the demon who captured you have 2 sharp horns on his forehead and 4 arms? Nod. Gen Kangta glanced at Yuko Furagaki and motioned for her to let go of the mouth she was covering. Ahem, ahem. The girl coughed violently, as if she wanted to cough out all the grievances in the past few days, and the bumps along the way and the sudden events she encountered made her mood fluctuate, and she almost thought that she was going to die there. The current situation is that you were saved by me, and we are now in the ice cellar created by the evil spirit that wants to eat you, and the purpose is how to take away the young girl like you, plus the one next to you and me. There are 8 people in total. Besides, we can't alarm the master here, otherwise I have something difficult to say, but you will definitely not survive. Yuan Kangtai looked at the girl with a somewhat unsightly face and told her the cruel truth. But there's another possibility, if we stay in this place until daylight, and then you'll all be saved, at the cost of all of us dying here if the demons were to eat tonight. Yuan Kangtai said. There was still some confusion in the girl's head, and Mako in the spider web suddenly said, I think it's better for us to go now. They. Girl was startled again, she no longer knew how many of them were normal. Yuan Kangtai frowned, he felt that it was not impossible to break in, but there were too many people, even if he used the breath of speed, there was no way to bring out all the girls. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. It's done. Wrong is wrong. Yuan Kangtai pulled out the sun wheel knife, and the white light shone on the blade, and the blood in his body began to flow faster, with a faint light in his eyes. The 2 girls only heard the sound of Yuan Kangtai putting the knife into the sheath, but did not see how Yuan Kangtai moved, and the girl in the spider web fell to the ground like a ripe plum. Only Mako let out an oops sound. I said that you are really, not a gentleman at all, can't you be lighter? Mako rubbed her ass as if complaining that Gen Soda's movements were too heavy. All the girls in the cobwebs have fallen, leaving only a lone white web that is broken and seems to have lost its usefulness. At this time, the mutation rose suddenly, and the white cobwebs all curled up into a ball and rose violently. Yuan Kangtai only then realized that there was still an iron board on the ceiling. Bell, bell. The sound of a death-like crash echoed throughout the space. Oops. Yuan Kangtai didn't expect that the evil ghost would use such a method to warn. But now there was no time to think about it, and Gen Kangtai turned his head to look at the girl who was still active. What's the matter, do you still have the strength? One of you carries one on your back, and I'll figure out the rest, I'll open the way for you, just pay attention to escape. Mako and the others nodded, knowing that it was time for them to survive. Several people vigorously picked up the fainting girl on the ground. I don't know if it was the adult's special fetish, Yuan Kangtai didn't see the girl who was too heavy for the time being, which lightened their burden a lot. At this time, Yuan Kangtai heard the footsteps again, and he almost flickered to the door, pressing the hilt of the knife, wanting to give the evil ghost who came a good time. The white light almost filled the entire eyeball, and at this time, Yuan Kangtai was like a monster who chose people to devour, and wanted to kill all the evil ghosts that came over. He knew that he would be able to cut off the demon's head with his next sword. The hell, Sister Channa, why did we trigger the alarm as soon as we came in? This mud horse's early warning system is so powerful. Ghosts also use high technology, what should I do? That familiar voice rang out. The whiteness in Yuan Kangtai's eyes instantly converged, and his face showed joy, and the first good news finally appeared tonight. Fog Shadow Squad Swordsmanship. Ahem, stamina. Ahem, the first person in age is already in place. How did you find here? Gen Kangta stood up and watched as Rabbit and Butterfly Chini walked up the stairs one after the other. What the hell am I going to buy? Kangtai. 2 different voices rang out, the boy with a look of shock and the girl with a touch of surprise. Damn, Kangtai, how did you find this place faster than the 2 of us? How did you find Mako and them? After discovering that the source of the sound was his little brother, he was also pleasantly surprised. Found it, right behind me, now hurry up and save people. Yuan Kangtai turned around and motioned for the two to follow him, and then saw many girls in the ice cellar. In a dimly lit room, the man with white oak hair, the patriarch's hat, and a black cloak heard the sound of the impact coming from underground. In front of him was a middle-aged woman who was begging him to heal her husband. A slightly playful voice rang out. The gods of your request are already aware, so go back and wait in peace. Now, it's time for me to go see the little rat stealing food in the warehouse. A pair of eyes as dazzling as a rainbow opened. The iris of the left and right eyes are engraved with the words Shangfeng and Er. 53. Hurry up, go fast. Yuan Kangtai kept urging the rabbit who was carrying the two girls on his back, you're too slow, what if you get caught? Sweat was dripping from the rabbit's forehead. He looked at Yuan Kangtai, who didn't carry any of them, and said sadly, you don't carry any of them, so I'm embarrassed to talk about me. Yuan Kangtai held down the handle of the knife and didn't look back. Isn't this here to cover your safe evacuation, right, Sister Chan Ahui? Butterfly Chani hugged a girl with a princess, and she nodded. Now that both of us have lost the ability to fight, if we encounter evil spirits, Kangtai can still fight, so this is the best choice. Yuan Kangtai turned his head and squeezed his eyebrows at the rabbit. Look, you are really disobedient, I will let Sister Huazua complain about you in a while, let you fall another level, Sister Chan Ahui, has my class risen? Butterfly Chani smiled slightly, yes, Kangtai, your rank has already risen, in fact, if it weren't for the Lord's fear that giving you too high a title might not be conducive to your growth, you might be tied with a few of us. She looked at the delicate boy in front of her, and naturally knew how much potential he had. The Lord told her that during the first selection exam, Yuan Kangtai actually killed 2 demons in a row that were close to the strength of the lower strings. Although the Lord's tone was gentle, the surprise in it was something she didn't expect. It seems that it is not a fallacy that the appearance of the Lord said that there is no misery to fully stimulate their potential. It's not Mrs. Kang, why are you promoted, the rabbit asked unwillingly, and then thought about it for a while. If Yuan Kangtai didn't go up, they wouldn't have much chance. Kangtai. You. What am I? It's normal for me to be promoted, don't you see my strength? You work hard to do things well this time, and when the time comes, I will ask Sister Chani to apply to the Lord for a promotion for you. It's not Kangtai, you see. Don't worry, I'm not a pillar yet, I can't speak in front of the Lord, when I have that strength, you will all rise, don't worry, don't worry. Yuan King said slowly, obviously not taking the rabbit's words to heart. Kangtai, behind you. Butterfly Chani finished the last few words for the rabbit. The rabbit is not greedy for promotion or anything, isn't it waiting for death if his strength is not promoted? He wanted to remind Yuan Kangtai that a figure appeared behind him. Immediately, Yuan Kangtai finally realized something, and he had a strange feeling dozens of times stronger than the first time he met an evil ghost. A cool breath rushed from the tail vertebrae to the Tianling Gai. It reminded him of the terrifying power that really came out of the sea of corpses and blood when he fought against the warriors of the Wa Kingdom for the first time before. But Zhen Kangtai was indeed stimulated by the fighting spirit, and he still pressed the hilt of the knife 1 second, and the next second a white blade of the Japanese wheel knife swung towards the figure behind him. The more dangerous the situation, the more it can stimulate Zhen Soda's fighting spirit. This knife source Kangtai has 10% strength. Because it must not be a small roll that can move Butterfly Chan Ahui. But the result was completely unexpected. A pale hand easily blocked the menacing slash. Oh no, you little mouse has a lot of strength. A flirtatious voice came from behind Yuan Kangtai, and there was no emotion in the voice. It's like talking to a dead man. By the way, you little rats who broke into my cafeteria, have you figured out what to use to repay me? Yuan Kangtai couldn't strike a blow and retreated quickly. A not tall figure playfully looked at Yuan Kangtai, who was constantly flashing, and did not stop him. A boy who didn't look very old stood in front of several people, with a red shirt and a black cape, looking particularly solemn, like an emperor in a church, standing in front of everyone casually. A terrifying force enveloped the entire space. He simply stood there, giving people an insurmountable sense of majesty. He wears a hat on his head as a symbol of the leader's status, showing his identity. Yuan Kangtai said in a deep voice, you guys retreat. Yuan Kangtai's nasal cavity began to emit white air filaments, and white air currents appeared in this space, slightly pushing the rabbit back away. The terrifying figure looked at this scene with interest. Oh, oops, don't be nervous, it's been a long time since I've seen so many young geniuses of the Ghost Slayer team, and I actually miss it a little. Butterfly Chini put down the girl on her back and said to everyone, pay attention to hide yourselves, we are going to fight outside. A peach-colored Hinawa knife was drawn. Rabbit, come with me, Mrs. King may not be able to withstand him. Butterfly Chini said in a deep voice. There was one more thing she didn't expect, she didn't want to admit, the demon's eyes had numbers in them that she had never seen before. Winding up the second breathtaking number. Yuan Kangtai looked at the disappeared people and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were no hostages now, and how to fight was a matter for the two of them. Yuan Kangtai pressed the hilt of the knife. I don't know what you mean, if all the pillars of our ghost-killing team touch you, you won't be able to leave tonight. They. White-skinned boy laughed uncontrollably as if he had heard some peerless joke. You mean those weak and pitiful pillars? Tong Mo snapped his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even know how many columns I've killed, 10, 20 or not. He was not in a hurry to attack Yuan Kangtai, because for him enjoyment was the most important thing to do at present, and killing Yuan Kangtai was no more difficult in his eyes than crushing a small bug. He gracefully bowed towards Yuan Kangtai. First meeting, Tong Mo, or you can call me. Rainbow-like eyes staring at Gen Soda, those eyes have the most beautiful colors in the world, and they also seem to be the most dangerous things in the world. Gen Kangtai's back was cold, and this time he knew that he seemed to have encountered something terrible. Your name is Tong Mo, what is your relationship with Wu Miao? Yuan Kangtai asked. He once thought that this adult who could give blood to others was the Ghost King Wu Miao. Oh! Tong Mo's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Where did you hear this name? You still know a lot at a young age. I don't know how to answer you about this, probably? Superiors and subordinates? Haha. Tong Mo waved his hand and chuckled, don't care, I just think it's easier to understand. Yuan Kangtai only realized that there seemed to be something in Tong Mo's eyes at this time, and he carefully looked at the numbers on it, and gasped in his heart. I'll go, shouldn't this kind of boss be the last one to appear? Why did I run into it now? Wind. 2. 54. Yuan Kangtai's heart was a little speechless. Why did he just come out of the task and ran into a copy that he couldn't touch now? He knew he needed to make up his mind to die tonight. The gap between the strength of oneself and the other party is so big that it seems that there is no edge. The strength with which he could slash an ordinary demon with a single knife just now did not cause any damage to Tong Mo. Didn't even hit him. Yuan King clearly felt that the knife was not the touch of flesh and blood, it seemed to have slashed into ice, which was the same material as the underground ice cellar. He had some understanding in his heart that the ice in the ground was not brought in by others, but was made by Tong Mo. It's really breathtaking. There was the sound of footsteps underground, and the rabbit and the butterfly Chini walked up to him and stood side by side with him. Kangtai, there may be a fierce battle tonight. Butterfly Chain's always gentle face also has a seriousness on it. She thought of the night when her family died tragically, and she and her sister hugged each other and vowed to protect each other in the future. It's really a beautiful girl, it's still a pillar-level strength, if you don't stay tonight, I'll let those ordinary girls go. Tong Mo stared at the face of the butterfly Chini, as if he noticed some rare treasure, and said greedily. It's not an exaggeration for a girl like you to top 10. Tong Mo's voice was a little seductive, and he seemed to be very interested in the girl in front of him. Gen Kangtai stepped out and stood in front of butterfly Chini. He looked at Tong Mo with a gloomy face, angry at his frivolous words. I'll say this when I'm dead. Immediately, a white air stream filled the entire space. Yuan Kangtai preemptively launched the attack. In everyone's field of vision, Yuan Kangtai disappeared, and a white sword light flashed beside Tong Mo. The breath of speed, the second type, and the heavenly source. Kangtai slashed at Tong Mo's left hand with a sharp knife. This blow was just a test, trying to find out the approximate strength of Tong Mo. Gen Kangtai thought that his speed breath was already fast, but he found that Tong Mo had just used the power of his body to keep up with his speed. Tong Mo still had a smile on his face, and he didn't care about Gen Kangtai's movements. Ice quickly surfaced from the pale left hand, blocking Yuan Kangtai's knife. The cold ice didn't crack as Yuan Kangtai thought, and after the blade slashed, the ice cracked a few gaps, but it quickly closed again. Yuan Kangtai pressed the sun wheel knife hard, and the ice cracked in response. But just as the blade was about to touch the arm, a thicker ice appeared, like a huge mouth trying to clamp Gen Sota's Hinakura knife. "Oh no, I've been tricked," Yuan Kangtai said secretly in his heart. He stopped slashing at his arm and tried to pull the blade out, but the blade was stuck in the ice. At this time, a fresh breeze blew behind Yuan Kangtai. He smelled a delicate scent, like a wild flower from nature. Butterfly Chini was the second to keep up with the speed of Gen Kangta, and made a decisive move, wanting to save the trapped Yuan Kangtai. Flower breath one shape dream rose. Pink rose flower with a faint fragrance appeared where the butterfly chain slashed through the blade, and she slashed at Tong Mo's other hand. The sword and the ice collided, making a sound of gold and stone. Yuan Kangtai took the opportunity to exert himself and brought out the Nichiren knife. His eyes turned aqua blue. The breath of water, the shape of the wonton, and the flowing water 3 slashes. Yuan Kangtai swung the blade to bring out 3 phantoms, and he used the residual speed of the breath of speed to unleash 3 consecutive slashes. Gen Kangtai's target is Tong Mo's chest, and with this blow, he wants to pierce Tong Mo's heart. Just as the blade was about to touch Tong Mo's body, a layer of ice armor with spikes appeared on Tong Mo's body, blocking Yuan Kangtai's blow. And the spikes continue to grow larger, straight into the bodies of Butterflies Chini and Gen Sota. Gen Kangtai had to stop swinging the knife, because even if this knife hit, it might not be able to break through Tong Mo's defenses, and even if it did, he and Butterfly Chini would have to be seriously injured. Watching the ice thorns flickering brightly, Yuan Kangtai realized that if he was stabbed by this thing, it might be as simple as bleeding. Yuan King was too afraid of being stabbed in the moment the ice spike burst open, piercing through his internal organs. The peach-colored neon wheel slashed at the ice spikes, and the huge ice spike gaps fell smoothly to the ground. Once again, the ice spikes on the ice armor grew out and hovered in the air, firing at where they were. The two of them quickly retreated, dodging the growing ice spikes. Suddenly, the ice spikes were no longer deriving, as if someone had detonated them inside, and with a bang, the ice turned into countless tiny ice spikes and rushed towards the 3 of them. Swift breath, 3 of 1, finger instantaneously. Gen Sota used swift breath to slash the ice spikes that were rushing towards the 3 of them in a few flashes. The ice spikes that were cut down exploded like fireworks, and those who didn't know thought that there was a fireworks show here. The armor on Tong Mo's body has disappeared. He looked appreciatively at Yuan Kangtai, who was standing with a knife. Applause rang out in this space. "Good job, which pillar of the Ghost Slayer team are you? Today's performance is enough for me to remember your name." With a casual swing, Gen Kangtai threw the ice on the knife that turned into water to the ground. "You can call me Yuan Kangtai, currently just a little swordsman of the GUI level. Oh no, it seems to have been upgraded by 2 levels, and now it is the XIN level." Yuan Kangtai twisted his wrist. "I'm wondering, if I kill you tonight, will I be able to reach the 1st grade? A question circulated on the internet before the crossing, whether college students who have studied nuclear fusion can be able to secure research. In this life, Tong Mo also heard the same joke. Can a member of the Ghost Slayer team who killed the string be promoted to the 1st class? If Yuan Kangtai really solved the 2nd string in this place tonight, the Lord estimated that he would be happy and could live for a few more years. As if hearing the biggest joke in the world, Tong Mo raised his head and laughed. He thought this ghost swordsman was too interesting. He hadn't seen such a young man who didn't know the height of the sky in many years. "It's really admirable for you little ghost to speak, so let's do it. I promise you, I can turn you into a demon, and in a few decades you will become an existence that is not weaker than me." Tong Mo said seriously. He actually had the idea of turning Yuan Kangtai into a demon. Yuan Kang's face was too calm, so that people didn't know if he listened to it or not. "Kill you, see if you're still hard-mouthed." Yuan Kangtai tugged at the corners of his mouth, and his body was shrouded in white airflow. Breath of speed, type 6, flash swift shadow. Yuan Kangtai once again launched a charge like Tong Mo, the figure flickered rapidly. Butterfly Chini and Rabbit couldn't keep up with Yuan Kangta's speed, and could only see a white light and shadow constantly appearing near Tong Mo. Yuan Kangtai continued to slash at various places on Tong Mo's body, but Tong Mo's whole body once again appeared with ice armor, blocking all his attacks. No matter how fast he is, Tong Mo can keep up with his speed. 55. And with every slash, Yuan Kangtai could only hear the sound of the gold and stone colliding, and there was no smooth feeling of the blade cutting into the flesh. After slashing more than 10 times in a row, the figures of Yuan Kangtai and Tong Mo separated. Tong Mo's body just shattered countless ice chips again, without any damage, and even the position he was standing on did not change. And a few wounds flashed sporadically on Yuan Kangtai's hands, obviously falling into a disadvantage in this fight. "Little mouse, why don't you cut it, is it no longer strong?" Tong Mo said with a smile. When Yuan Kangtai retreated to the rear and wanted to step forward again, the rabbit made a move. The aqua blue breath appeared, and the rabbit took a few steps and rushed towards Tong Mo in one step. The body of the rabbit twists with the blade of the sword, and unleashes a multi-stage attack like a tide at Tong Mo. In the face of this ferocious offensive, Tong Mo just waved his hand lightly. Sharp icicles continued to emerge in the air, and then blocked the way of the rabbit's attack, and each attack of the strike tide was only slashed on the solid ice, unable to touch Tong Mo's body. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a palm made of solid ice emerged from the ground, intercepting the sprinting rabbit. Without paying attention, the ice touched the left half of his body, but he quickly twisted his body to avoid being crossed by the ice hand. He stuck his knife into the ground and slashed again. This time, when he ran, his body was already covered with purple energy, like thunder hitting the ground. Purple lightning and water compatibility of the mixed breath, thunder water ball. And surge current domain appeared around the rabbit, forming a spherical field, and he rushed towards Tong Mo with this tyrannical power. Tong Mo just sighed lightly, as if he had discovered a new breathing method that he hadn't seen in hundreds of years. He raised his hands slightly, and two golden fans appeared in his hands, the surface of which was engraved with pink-purple lotus flowers and green lotus leaves. Tong Mo waved in the direction of the rabbit's run. A huge ice hockey ball suddenly appeared in this space, horizontal between the two of them, blocking the way of the rabbit. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he was about to slash this furious force onto the puck. A peach-colored Hinawa knife took a step ahead of him, striking hard at the huge puck with soft power. With a click, the puck shattered, clearing the way for the rabbit's attack. Flower breath, type 2, Mikage plum. Butterfly Chini struck like a nimble swallow and shattered a huge block of ice. She was keenly aware that Tong Mo didn't want to let this blow hit Tong Mo, so she would definitely let this knife cut Tong Mo's body. Under the battle of several people, the originally hidden secret room was bombarded with holes. The devastated floors and walls speak of the fierceness of the battle. The butterfly Chini knife body shook slightly, and the plum blossom appeared near Tong Mo, and 4 flowers revolved around Tong Mo, and then spun violently, turning into sharp blades and cutting towards Tong Mo's body. At this time, the surge current of the rabbit arrived, and the lightning made a sizzling sound, and the knife slashed towards Tong Mo with an unrivaled momentum. The smile on Tong Mo's face did not decrease, as if such an offensive was just a piece of cake for him. He went up and down with both hands, waving the golden fan. The 4 petals are frozen in the middle and then dissipate. In the face of the attack of the rabbit, Tong Mo stretched out his hand to the rabbit and spit out 2 words like a royal order. Frozen. The speed of the rabbit, which was visible to the naked eye, slowed down, and the barrier where water and electricity reflected each other gradually froze, and the power of thunder and lightning was gradually swallowed up. With a bell, the tip of the knife slashed into Tong Mo's golden fan, but it did not produce the expected explosion. The realm of the rabbit was simply cracked by Tong Mo. "I'll admit that you guys are a bit of a trick, but this level of attack is not enough to see in front of me." Tong Mo's face was hideous, the sharp iron fan was cut horizontally, and the tip of the rabbit's Rylung knife was broken in response. It's not because the material of the Nikolung knife is not good, but because the difference in strength between the two sides is too big. Another fan slid into the rabbit's abdomen, trying to disembowel him. A hand appeared on the back collar of the rabbit and pulled him back to avoid such a tragic end. Yuan Kangtai used his fingers to take the rabbit back in an instant. A smile appeared on Tong Mo's face again. Blood Demon Technique, Lotus Leaf Ice. Tong Mo waved his fan, swaying out lotus-shaped ice crystals, stabbing at several people like a legendary flying sword. Butterfly Chini waved her knife, and a touch of crimson appeared, gradually forming the shape of a cloak, and fell on the 3 of them like shelter. Flower Clothes negates most of the damage from the ice crystals. Flower Breath, Wanton Type, Red Flower Butterfly. Chini stared at Tong Mo tightly. Compared to other pillars, her killing power is not particularly large, but her defense ability is particularly strong. This is her confidence to become a column. For example, this trick Safflower Clothes is equivalent to giving everyone a high armor and high magic resistance equipment. Yuan Kangtai's eyes lit up, so that he could charge with confidence. As if to see Gen Soda's thoughts, Butterfly Chini reminded softly, there is a time and number of times. I'm only capable of supporting the three of us 3 times at most. Gen Kangtai nodded, and the tyrannical purple began to appear on him, and he knew that the damage of the breath of speed and the breath of water could not hurt the upper string in front of him. Gen Kangta finally knows what the second string is. Judging by their current record, they haven't even been able to do any effective damage. I'm going. Yuan Kangtai's eyes were full of purple, and the sound of violent breathing resounded in this space, and a thunder breath more powerful than the rabbit appeared, and purple lightning continued to appear around him and condensed into a clump. A powerful sound of breaking the sky sounded, and Yuan Kangtai tore through this space, and a purple ball of light composed of thunder and lightning appeared on the tip of Yuan Kangtai's knife, and he drew his knife like flowing water, jumped high like a lion, and slashed towards Tong Mo. Thunder breath one-shaped thunderstorm. Boom! With a loud bang, the two of them couldn't help but cover their ears, and the tip of Yuan Kangtai's knife and Tong Mo's fan collided fiercely. The purple lightning was constantly absorbed by the cold ice gushing out of Tong Mo's hands, and the purple lightning continued to destroy the ice armor in Tong Mo's hands, and then continued to be reborn. This scene is simply the best interpretation of destruction and rebirth. Tong Mo was slightly shocked in his heart, but his face was not obvious. He didn't know when the ghost-killing team produced such a powerful ghost swordsman, which made him feel a little surprised. This lethality was a little terrifying. This kid actually has multiple breaths, and there are more than 2, God knows if there will be other breaths after this thunder breath. Thinking of this, Tong Mo's mind suddenly flashed a figure covered in red feathers. Tong Mo, who never knew what emotions were, felt a trace of fear. It was not from his body, it was from the memory of the Ghost King's miserable cells, and it was the fear that belonged to his heart. Tong Mo's face showed a touch of ruthlessness. Yuan Kangtai actually evoked the memories of no miserable cells. It seems that he has to die here today. 56. Yuan Kangtai naturally didn't know what Tong Mo was thinking in his heart, and immediately changed his strategy after this knife did not work, and wanted to do it again. Tong Mo sensed Yuan Kangtai's intentions. He didn't want Yuan Kangtai to repeat his old trick this time, and with a wave of his hands, a new blood ghost technique appeared. The cold ice that originally belonged to the dead thing was constantly driven by Tong Mo, and the solid cold ice turned into an ice vine wrapped in the ice lotus, grabbing Yuan Kangtai. Yuan Kangtai looked at the big hand made of cold ice with spikes on it, and he didn't have to think about what would happen if he was caught by this hand. He kept stepping on the ice in the air, dodging the seemingly endless ice hands. The rabbit stepped forward again and wanted to help Yuan Kangtai get out of trouble. Breath of water, land type, twisting vortex. The rabbit's feet pointed to the ground, and the violent twisting of his body created a huge vortex, which turned into a sharp and huge blade, slashing towards the ice giant hand around Gen Soda that was pulling him. The Nichiren knife, which had been cut off, still did not lose its luster and fulfilled its duties as a Nichiren knife. The rabbit cooperated with Yuan Kangtai to cut off the outstretched big hands one by one, and the ice fell to the ground and smashed with a rumbling sound. A large hole was blown out of the wooden door on the side, and Gen Kangtai saw the people in white dresses inside, who seemed to be believers in Tong Mo. Originally, they were just praying here, praying that they would see their sect leader and be blessed by the gods. But what they didn't expect was that there was an earth-shattering sound of fighting from the ramp on the side. A few younger girls huddled in the corner tremblingly, as if afraid of the sound of fighting outside, as if a war had broken out. Yuan Kangtai looked at the poor and unaware few people lightly, knowing that these people were Tong Mo's disciples. Yuan Kangtai didn't have any thoughts about these people, and he was a poor person who was in a sea of misery but thought that the more he went inside, the more he would go ashore. He hadn't had compassion to the point where he could only try his best to kill their sect leader for the sake of the Ghost Slayer team's duties, and nothing else was for them to consider. Talk. Yuan Kangtai pressed down the raised Hinawa knife and looked at Tong Mo. Oh? It's not begging me to let you go, is it? Tong Mo smiled. This is not good. You have killed so many of my little brothers, and now this vacancy is difficult to fill. If you agree to become a ghost plus us, I can still consider it. Yuan Kangtai's opening was something he didn't expect. But for him, except for an existence like Yuan Kangtai who can't let himself grow, the other Ghost Slayer swordsmen, and even Yuzhu, don't pose any threat to him at all. He just asked Gen Kangtai if he was willing to become a ghost, so that he would not only make up for the vacancy of those younger brothers, but also might have a strong ally in the future. Yuan Kangtai shook his head. He pointed to the believers who were huddled in the corner. Let them go, they are unrelated personnel, and they are also your believers. Stay here, I am afraid that you will have to find it again. Tong Mo was a little surprised. He immediately figured out Yuan Kangtai's thoughts, and he showed a smile that he thought was gentle. Yuan Jun, you are really a kind person. Since this is the case, I have no way not to agree to you. After all, as you said, it is not easy to find so many believers who have died. Tong Mo smiled and turned his head to look at the believers. Since you are a pilgrim, leave here now. Remember not to tell the outside what happened here, otherwise the gods will be unhappy, and you also know the consequences of the gods' anger. The believers recognized this as their master, the legendary presence of the gods. But looking at the three people standing with swords, they didn't have the courage to propose to the sect leader that they also fight. A leading man, sweating profusely, gathered the other believers to follow him and hurried to the door. Seeing that everyone disappeared at the door, Yuan Kangtai and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Tong Mo also turned his head to look at Yuan Kangtai. Now that the people in the way have gone, the next game is between us. Tong Mo laughed loudly, and the whole ghost was in a state of madness. Well, there are other innocent people in the ice cellar you made, why don't you let them go too? Yuan Kangtai asked tentatively, and Tong Mo's act of letting the believers go made him realize that this evil ghost was the only one they could communicate with. This couldn't help but give birth to bolder ideas. In response to him was an ice spike. Yuan Kangtai took out his knife and cut off the ice thorns. Yuan Jun, you can't be too greedy, put my food away. What do I eat? Eat you. Yuan Kangtai thought about eating it. I don't know if you eat it first or if I cut off your head first. You can't be too arrogant to be a ghost. Yuan Kangtai looked at the two people behind him and said in a deep voice, I'm going to be serious. Then, under the stunned gaze of the rabbit and the butterfly Chanahui, the headlights above the ramp flickered on and off, casting an indescribable layer over the boy's figure. Under the uniform of the Yuan Kangtai ghost-killing team, it began to expand violently, that is, Yuan Kangtai's muscles continued to become congested and expanded, and the blood flow rate became faster. The water of the breath of water, the white air flow of the breath of speed, the purple lightning of the breath of thunder surrounded him. I just figured out the little trick yesterday, I can only enter this state twice a day at most. Yuan Kangtai didn't pay attention to the reactions of the two people behind. He put all his energy on Tong Mo in front of him. Tong Mo still looked indifferent, and seemed to have no reaction to Yuan Kangtai's changes at all, which means that no matter what kind of changes have occurred, he can deal with them with his strong strength. He had countless times that he could use to dodge Gen Soda's attacks, but the three of them didn't, and this was the fact that the Demon Slayer had been dead for so many years, and the position of the upper string had rarely changed. The winding of iron, the pillar of flowing water. With the characteristics of almost immortality, coupled with the powerful blood ghost technique, even that martial godlike man fell at the feet of his Tong Mo, not to mention the children in front of him who were far from reaching the top level. Gen Kangtai swung the knife again, and the blade, which was as smooth as the mirror surface reflecting light, slashed through the space in front of Tong Mo like flowing water. A new realm spread from him, and a lilac mist rose in his knife with a hint of thunder and lightning power, and the three breathing methods were mixed together to produce a new power. The mist lightning rushed straight towards Tong Mo, and that tyrannical power carried Yuan Kangtai's bloodthirsty killing intent, and rushed towards Tong Mo along with Yuan Kangtai's blade. At the moment when this realm opened, Tong Mo, who had been indifferently as if he had been out of the matter, finally showed a touch of surprise on his face, and his colored eyes stared at Yuan Kangtai's body, as if he was once again surprised by his strength. 57. Tong Mo admitted that the boy in front of him had shocked him many times, and he had to admit that the Ghost Slayer had one more towering pillar. He has changed his psychology of cherishing talents, and he is not ready to let him become a ghost. Gen Kangtai must die here tonight. The dense ice element in the air seemed to freeze the entire space. It seemed to feel the call from its master, and after trembling slightly, it all revealed a hideous appearance, like a beast showing its claws for the first time tonight, instead of the previous petty fight. The rabbit and the butterfly Chini stood with their knives in their hands, gasping slightly. They don't know what will happen next, but they know their position, and they can only do their best to help Gen Kangtai. Butterfly Chini swung her knife again, and the slightly dull red flower dress on Gen Kangtai's body became strong again. 1, 2, 3. 3 layers of crimson flower clothes shrouded Yuan Kangtai's body. She directly put 3 layers of protection on Yuan Kangtai, obviously he is the main force tonight. Rabbit moved forward again, he wanted to buy time for Gen Kangtai to reach his best, and he didn't allow Tong Emo to touch him until then. It was clearly an ice cube as hard as iron, but it seemed to be softer than cotton under the drive of Tong Emo. The ice cube changed shape, and two lifelike pythons appeared around Tong Emo, like a left and right protector. Tong Mo's slightly whitish hand waved forward slightly, and the ice snake shot at the rabbit, who rolled to dodge the blow, and with a bang, the ice snake hit the ground and smashed the floor out of a big hole again, revealing the soft soil underground. Then the size of the ice snake grew again, like a slippery tentacle. Tong Mo's hand waved again, and another ice snake also pounced towards the rabbit with an invincible attitude, as if it was bound to kill him here tonight. The rabbit stomped on the ice under his feet and jumped up with his strength, dodging the bloody jaws of the two snakes. He fell like a jack-drop, and the nippon blade without the tip slashed at the snake's body, and a giant snake cracked in response. The scarred face of the rabbit is extraordinarily resolute. After the explosion of the ice snake, it once again turned into tiny ice crystals and shot towards everyone. Butterfly Chini gently waved the hilt, like a peerless dancing girl gently playing and singing, releasing her charm. A large piece of pink appeared in the air, like a sea of flowers. Each flower corresponded to each ice crystal, and the petals closed to wrap them gently like a mother holding a child, ending the explosion of ice crystals. Sweat appeared on the head of the flower breathwood pill's fruitless peony medicine. Rabbit slightly, his water breath was completely restrained by Tong Emo. He had no way to use the new breath to offset Tong Mo's damage. The only thing he could do was to buy time for Yuan Kangtai. Behind him, Yuan Kangtai's heartbeat had tended to be calm, and it was extremely powerful. Yuan Kangtai, who had adjusted his state, opened his eyes, and the purple light flowing like water in his pupils, the tyrannical purple was full of killing intent towards Tong Emo. Mixed breath, water speed thunder, infinite boundary. Lilac like a film of wisteria flowers stretched out into the space like a field, until it enveloped the entire ground. Tong Emo carefully felt the power of the realm, and he chuckled, interesting skills, it seems that there is a lot of gain tonight. I'll talk about it when I'm dead. Yuan Kangtai smashed like a meteor towards Tong Emo, who was sitting on the frozen throne. The expansion of the realm of the infinite realm in this space means that Yuan Kangtai can use the speed of speed breathing at any time in this space, including the breath of water and the breath of thunder. Gen Kangtai's figure disappeared, and he was hidden in this space like a ghost, and he was everywhere. The rabbit's hands and feet were slightly out of strength, not as good as Yuan Kangtai's admit, not to mention that he almost lost his weapon in a photo, but he didn't have any intention of backing down. Master Scales said that at the beginning, when the evil ghosts appeared, those seniors did not have the neon wheel knife, and they could kill the evil ghosts with ordinary weapons, and they were in a much better situation than before, so he didn't have any feelings of complaining. Just trying to regain strength. He suddenly heard some strange voices behind him, and his face finally showed a hint of joy. This was the code he had agreed with Tomioka Giyu, and he knew that they had done it. In the ice cellar underground, the girls gathered around each other to keep warm, and they heard the sound of battle from above, and they looked a little scared. They could only hope that the three above would not abandon them and leave. Mako acts as a psychologist at this time, constantly reassuring the frightened crowd and telling them that someone else will come to save us, so that they don't worry too much. As if to confirm what she said, a large hole was suddenly opened in the wall behind them, and two men dressed in blue feathers, a boy and a girl, came out of the hole with a dirty face. Tomioka looked at all the girls who had woken up lightly, without the slightest intention of comforting them. He waved his hand lightly. Come with her, find a safe place to hide after you escape from here, and wait until you come out during the day. Mako held out her hand to the girls. Everyone, please come with me, this is very dangerous, I will take you to a safe place. Then he made a gesture for the girls to get out of the hole. Mako's little face was a little happy, someone really came to save them, and she was really right. She said to everyone, come along, otherwise you will be left behind and no one will pull you again, this is our chance to live, everyone remember to cherish it. Then Mako plunged headlong into the hole prepared by Yoji-yang and Mako. The girls rushed in, and the last one to leave was Yuko, who looked at Yi-yang's figure and hesitated, but still said, remember to let Yuan-jun protect yourself, you too, I hope everyone can get out alive. Janayu's green eyes twitched, and she also knew that this was because Yuan Kangtai saved them, but she didn't know why she was a little bit apprehensive in her heart. Senior brother volunteers, then I'll take them out of here first, and I'll come back to fight after sending them to a safe area, please protect yourselves during this time. Genhu said with a serious face. Tomioka nodded, he took a deep breath, the raging waves churning around him. This was the breath of water that was purer than Gen soda. He stood with his sword in his hand, his momentum continued to rise, and a water dragon condensed behind him. Tomioka's courage was like thunder, and the floor was shattered into a spider web by the tremendous impact. Tomioka bravely intervenes on the battlefield. Gen soda's Nyancha knife kept colliding with the ice crystals made by Tong Mo, and his speed became more and more so that Tong Mo couldn't keep up with his speed. Yuan Kangtai jumped into the air and stabbed at Tong Mo obliquely, piercing Tong Mo's arm with ice armor and drawing a blood mark. The battle has been so far that Tong Mo has been injured for the first time, but this is not the end of Yuan Kangtai's knife. The blade did not stop after grazing his arm, but continued to go up to cut Tong Mo's body with this knife. Breathe. Quickly. 58. Gen Kangtai's Hinua knife was covered with purple lightning, and he wanted to use this blow to paralyze Tong Mo's body. But as soon as the tip of the knife scratched the blood, it was instantly healed by Tong Mo. The Railung knife in Yuan Kangtai's hand continued to condense a ball of light. The incandescent ball of light slowly turned into a surging purple aura, and the space was filled with the sound of thunder and lightning crackling. When both sides collided together, the collision between Tong Mo's frozen realm and Gen Kangtai's realm would release the color of iron tree silver flowers, and the collision of purple electric balls and icicles was like a short-lived apocalypse. Every time Yuan Kangtai teleported, the ordinary speed was unable to suppress Tong Mo. Even if Tong Mo can't keep up with his speed, every prediction can safely take Gen Kangtai's attack. The dense impact continued to smash through the wooden plank floor they passed, and the pure white ice on the ground that had been shocked erupted from the tattered ground, and the shattered ground was frozen by ice crystals, and then blasted away by Gen Kangtai's purple lightning. Some tiny ice spikes kept stabbing at Gen Soda's body, but the damage was blocked one by the safflower clothes cast by Butterfly Chini. The originally delicate flower clothes also looked languishing at this time, and the petals were full of scratches, and his intuition told Gen Kangtai that his protection would soon be gone. When Yuan Kangtai was slightly distracted, the sound of high-spirited breathing sounded from behind, and then they quickly came to their battlefield, and a surging water rushed out, like a waterfall falling dragon. It was a well-proportioned figure, a boy named Tomioka Giyu, with the water blue ring open around him, and the solid ice on the ground was also betraying his master's constant vassal on the ring. Give him the power to cut off everything. The breath of water, the shape of picking, and the flow of life. This is the biggest whole card that Tomioka Giyu relies on to survive, and it is also the last form of water breathing that Master Scale Long taught him. Tomioka Giyu was spinning and churning like a dragon at this time, and the water ring turned into a water dragon at this time, and went straight to Tong Mo, who was fighting with Gen Kangtai. Tomioka's idea is very simple. Generally the demons who need several of them to go into battle together should be at least the lower string level. This time there is one more pillar level strength that cannot be solved quickly, he needs to use all his strength. This means that they have encountered unprecedented difficulties, so Tomioka Giyu came up as his final hole card. Tong Mo also seemed to realize that this blow should not be underestimated, and he took his attention away from Gen Soda, and his rainbow-like pupils stared at the boy holding the aqua blue Nicha knife. Another surprise tonight. Where did these geniuses come from? For unknown reasons, he rarely receives assignments from ghosts. Therefore, Tong Mo's main area of activity is in the vicinity of his sect. Over the years, the swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team have been tracked down here, but they were all eaten by him because of their lack of strength. In recent decades, no one from the Ghost Slayer team has come after him again. And tonight's arrivals are stronger than the other, and he can't help but feel that the potential of the current members of the ghost killing team is really greater than the other. Can hurt a top stringer like him. Tong Mo pressed the sect leader's crown on his head, and his pupils continued to flicker with a different color. Blood Demon Technique, Frozen Cloud. Tong Mo waved his fan, and a large number of ice crystals gushed out, filling the entire space, intercepting Tomioka Yoshi's way forward, to see how Tomioka Yoshi chooses, whether to choose to use this style with the stabbed body and scales all over his body, or give up and make another plan. A crackling sound sounded. Thunder Breath One-Shape Thunderstorm. Source Kangtai saw the help from his senior brother, and of course he would not let go of this opportunity. A thunderous sound exploded above Tong Mo's head, and even with the protection of the ice armor, Tong Mo still stopped waving the ice crystals to intercept Yuan Kangtai's blow. The ice crystals on his head were broken and blood gushed out like pillars, but the next moment it was healed by the powerful self-healing ability. The more he hit Yuan Kangtai's heart, the more bottomless he became, this evil ghost seemed to be two different creatures like the ones he had encountered before, and at the same time, he had such a powerful ability, and his recovery ability was even more against the sky. Yuan Kangtai did not retreat from the battlefield in love, and his purpose of delay had been achieved. Fu Gongyang was brave and continued to rush towards Tong Mo, just when Tong Mo thought that he was going to give him such a knife despite his injury. A red garment made of flower petals was draped over Tomioka's body. Flower breath, wanton type, red flower butterfly. Chini's forehead was covered with sweat, and it was obvious that she had been using this trick to make her consume a lot. The ice crystals grazed Fu Gongyang, and they didn't bring him fatal damage, but every time they rubbed an ice spike, the red color on his body dimmed. It wasn't until the hideous water dragon arrived in front of Tong Mo that there was not much red left on his body. The water dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, constantly surrounding Tong Mo's ice armor, wrapping around Tong Mo and crushing all the protection on his body, from head to toe. Tong Mo's body was constantly cut open by the Nickeloon knife, and it continued to heal. With a click, Tong Mo's left and right arms fell neatly. Tomioka Yoshiyang's forehead was bleeding slightly, it was a wound cut by Tong Mo's fan, and the move Tomioka Yoshiyang used for the first time could not control it well. Tong Mo, who lost his hands, laughed angrily, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. Two illusory figures began to appear in the air, two girl-shaped ice lotuses were impressively formed, and the cherry mouth breathed, and white gas continued to spurt out from the mouths of the two. The blood ghost technique of the cold Shiraheim. Fugong Yoshito felt the temperature in front of him drop rapidly, and the blood in his body seemed to be frozen, and he had no way to retreat when he couldn't reach it. Are you going to die here? As soon as this idea appeared in Fugong Yiyang's mind, he was ruthlessly dispelled. No, I still have teammates to believe that Kangtai will definitely be able to do it. His expression began to harden. As if to verify what he said, a bruised hand grabbed the clothes on the back of his neck and slammed him back. Yuan Kangtai has been paying attention to the depths of the battlefield, and he also sees the injuries on Tong Mo's body, and the only thing that makes him unhappy is that Tong Mo's two severed arms grow back as if nothing happened. Throwing Fugong Yiyang to the position of the rabbit in the rear, Yuan Kangtai once again launched a charge. Purple lightning would appear under his feet with every step Yuan Kangtai took, and a purple film of light was condensed on his body, absorbing the sudden drop in temperature in front of him. As if the thunder god had descended into the world, the sun wheel knife in Yuan Kangtai's hand seemed to pull infinite purple lightning towards Tong Mo. Tong Mo's face was cold, he was besieged for a lot of time tonight, which made him very unhappy. His expression moved, several icemen who were exactly the same as him appeared out of thin air, each holding the same fan as Tong Mo in his hand and making a swaying movement in the air. Blood Ghost Technique, Crystallized Imperial Sun. Blood Demon Technique, Scattered Lotus Flower. Tong Mo used two Blood Demon techniques in a row, as if he showed his true strength for the first time tonight, and a large area of ice crystals was continuously spilled out by Tong Mo's clone, heading straight for Yuan Kangtai. Yuan Kangtai's momentum continued unabated, and the purple intent in his eyes was even worse, and thunder and lightning like a pillar of thunder continued to fall from the realm. Thunder's breath, wanton type, thunder splitting the sky. And blazing light. 59. Tong Mo's pupils contracted suddenly, obviously he couldn't imagine why Yuan Kangtai wanted to slash out this knife as if he didn't want to die. Purple lightning filled his body, slowly flowing in the place where Tomioka had been slashed before, and the electric light seeped into Tomioka Yoshiyu's water, entangled with each other, and severely shocked the place where Tong Mo was injured before. Unexpectedly paralyzed Tong Mo's whole body. Gen Kangtai's tyrannical blade slashed Tong Mo's shoulder tightly, all the way down until his body was cut in half. For the first time, Tong Mo was hurt in the true sense of the word. This is their unprecedented record, and all the pillars that died in Tong Mo's hands have not done as much damage to Tong Mo as this knife combined. There was a hint of disbelief in Tong Mo's eyes, even though he had infinite regeneration ability, but this knife was a great shame for him. Yuan Kangtai immediately retreated as soon as he struck a blow, because he saw that Tong Mo had come out of a state of paralysis after this knife. Butterfly Chini gently pressed Genkita's back to make him look still erect, and she noticed that Genkita's body was trembling slightly. His forehead was also covered with sweat, and it was obvious that these attacks had seriously depleted his physical strength. The rabbit also walked forward with the broken neon knife. Can you still hold on? The rabbit looked at Yuan Kangtai, and he was a little worried. Yuan Kangtai wiped the sweat off his head, and looked at Tong Mo, who was lowering his head and constantly repairing his body like an adhesive, with an astonishing killing intent in his eyes. It's okay, but it's going to have to be done quickly. He turned his head to look at Chini, the butterfly who was holding his back. How many times can that protection be used? Butterfly Chana Ika was sweating. Not once, the number of uses has passed tonight, and I will appear with you as a combatant next. Gen Kangta looked at Tomioka again, and Tomioka didn't speak, just nodded lightly at him with a knife. Tong Mo lowered his head so that people couldn't see his face clearly, but everyone felt that the atmosphere at the scene was very grim, and Yuan Kangtai could clearly feel an emotion called anger on Tong Mo's body. It seems that the earth is also frozen at this moment. Do you have emotions too? Ridiculous monsters. Yuan King said lightly. Then he kicked the ground to charge up, then shot, his speed breaking through the sound barrier, and the planks on the ground that were his foothold shattered. Yuan Kangtai's 3 breathing methods have achieved a perfect fusion. Even if it is not complete, it is enough to exert terrifying destructive power. If you don't count Tong Mo's immortal and immortal characteristics, just by virtue of this move, Yuan Kangtai can fight with Tong Mo on an ordinary battlefield. Several people rushed towards Tong Mo, who seemed to be seriously injured, and in mid-air, Yuan Kangtai's whole person was stretched into a purple meteor with a white tail, which became a shining streamer that illuminated the ice room. At this time, Yuan Kangtai felt a violent tremor coming from the ground. Is it an earthquake? No. It wasn't an earthquake, but in Gen Kangtai's field of vision, a Buddha statue that seemed to be made of cold ice from the yellow spring rose from the ground, and then its size continued to expand. First of all, a giant hand with a foot of more than 10 meters stretched out of the ground and pressed the ground to support the majestic body of dozens of meters. It was a huge Buddha statue, with 2 thick arms tightly together, and a faint compassion on its dead-like face, as if it was praying for Yuan Kangtai and the others, and then sending them to death. The roof of the house was collapsed at this moment, officially pulling the battlefield of several people into everyone's field of vision, and the big Buddha could be clearly seen hundreds of meters away from the base of the Tong Mo sect. Blood Demon Technique, Fog Ice, Water Lily Bodhisattva. This is Tong Mo's last whole card, and it is also the foundation of his victory over the third of the upper strings in just a few years. After settling everyone down, he was rushing back. But when she saw this round of giant-like ice Buddha rising, she was infinitely shocked in her heart. She didn't know what kind of monster Yuan Kangtai was fighting against, and at this time she went to die or not. But she quickly shook her head, her expression became firm. Mrs. Kang, they are still there, even if they die, they will die together. Yuan Kangtai's knife rushed towards Tong Mo's huge Buddha statue with endless purple heavenly thunder, although his mind was also shocked, but it was obviously impossible to escape at this time. Yuan Kangtai slashed at the leg of the big Buddha with a knife, with huge kinetic energy and infinite purple electricity. Mixed breath, thunder breath, pick-up type, 10,000 thunder cover. This is the most powerful blow that Gen Kangtai can use at the moment, and a powerful shock wave erupts from the feet of the Iceman, like a pool of accumulated thunder bursting purple lightning, and the 3 people who rushed over were temporarily restrained from their pace. The entire thunder and lightning covered the body of the Ice Buddha, just when Yuan Kangtai thought that this sword could make a contribution. Tong Mo's rainbow eyes without the slightest emotion looked down. He silently raised his right hand, and at the same time, the Ice Buddha also raised his hands as sharp as knives, but they were not aimed at anyone, but at this space. Obviously it was a peerless knife, but it didn't cause any damage to Tong Mo, and Yuan Kangtai's mind seemed to be enlightened. Pure ice does not conduct electricity. Did MD have to find out about this at this time? Yuan Kangtai had a headache. All his breathing methods had been restrained by Tong Mo so far, and Tong Mo, who had been allowing Yuan Kangtai to slash and kill before, obviously knew about this problem. At the end, he used the most powerful move to absorb the purple lightning. Tong Mo looked at Yuan Kangtai, who had not made any achievements on the ground, and showed a cruel smile, and as his right hand waved down, several sharp icicles fell from mid-air, enveloping the entire space. The rabbit bore the brunt of the piercing of his arm by a sharp ice crystal, and the severe pain made him tremble, and the butterfly Chini on the side swung his knife to cut off the icicles that continued to fall on his head. Flower breath, land type, vortex peach. A pink vortex formed on the top of the heads of the 3 of them, absorbing the falling ice spikes. Tomioka Yoshiyuki and butterfly Chini exchanged a look. He picked up the rabbit figure and flashed backwards. With the rabbit already seriously injured, staying here can only drag a few people down. Tong Mo saw that the 2 were about to leave the battlefield. He didn't look at Gen Kangtai, who was constantly moving in the air to avoid the ice spikes. He waved his hand again, and the ice spikes rushed straight to the place where they left as if they had been commanded. Tomioka was still scratched by endless ice spikes after cutting several icicles in a row, and one of them was inserted into his back and penetrated out, and the surging blood was not sprayed, probably due to the influence of the temperature. Tomioka Yoshiu, who originally left the battlefield with the rabbit, was also injured at this time. The field was reduced again, leaving only a demobilized flower pillar and a struggling Yuan Kangtai. When Yuan Kangtai saw this scene, the anger in his heart seemed to be about to pierce the sky. He slashed through the ice spikes that were coming at him, and then tried to rush towards Tomioka. At the last moment, the pink vortex was transferred to the two of them by the butterfly chini, absorbing the huge ice spikes. A thin figure appeared. Genhu finally arrived here, and his figure flickered, dragging the injured two people down the stairs and taking them to the ice cellar underground. 60. Tong Mo saw this scene. He didn't want to let go of a person. Tonight the behavior of Yuan Kangtai and the others had completely angered him. Tong Mo, who obviously didn't know what such a thing as feelings was, had an uncomfortable feeling for the first time, and he wanted to let all these people die here. He pressed his hands in the air, and the ice Buddha slapped the ground with both hands, bringing up a huge layer of ice like an earthquake. The fast-moving Makoto was affected, and its speed slowed down again. In order to cover the retreat of the three of them, Butterfly Chini's head continued to sweat, her eyes began to appear a faint pink, and her eyeballs were even more bloodshot. The breath of the flower, the type of 10, the vermilion-eyed. Butterfly Chini uses the ultimate meaning of the breath of the flower. In her eyes, everything in the world slowed down, and the ice crystals on her head that were chasing Yuan Kangtai and her were falling slowly as if they were still at this time. Butterfly Chini took out her knife and cut off the ice crystals around her and Jen Kangtai one by one, and she looked at the child mill above the ice Buddha. Tong Mo's body became transparent in her eyes, and she could see the flow of power in Tong Mo's body, and this move approached the highest realm of the ghost swordsman, the transparent world. This is the reason why she was able to advance to the flower pillar so quickly. In this state, Tong Mo's body will appear to be transparent, and her own movement speed, attack prediction and evasion ability will be significantly improved. But it can't be opened for a long time, because she doesn't really have a grasp of the transparent world, and if she fights for a long time in this state, she will lose her eyesight. The red pupils shone with a dazzling light, and the butterfly Chini carefully observed the flow of blood in his body, and suddenly her eyes froze, and she shouted at the constantly leaping Jen Kangtai, "Attack his left waist!" Hearing the command from the flower pillar, Yuan Kangtai turned into a flash of lightning and rushed straight towards Tong Mo above the ice Buddha. Fusion breath thunder dance steps. Sota kept stepping on the broken ice cubes in the air and climbing upwards, aiming directly at the place indicated by Butterfly Chan Ahui. The purple Hinakara knife slashed at Tong Mo's waist, and Yuan Kangtai's speed was very fast, so fast that Tong Mo's fan did not block his attack at all, and the blood spurted out for a short second. Tong Mo's body returned to its original state again. Tong Mo raised his head high and laughed loudly, "Without the thunder power of the thunder breath, your attack is simply not worth mentioning in my eyes." The ice Buddha's head once again appeared with an ice clone that was exactly the same as Tong Mo's. The bloody demon magic, crystallization Maiko. Then waved his hands again. Blood demon technique, winter icicle. Tong Mo uses multiple blood ghost techniques, but the goal is not to slash his Gen Sota with all his strength, but to go straight to the butterfly Chini who continues to report points for Gen Sota. A huge amount of ice crystals continued to pierce down in the air, like a heavenly punishment falling from above the 9 heavens, and the large area of spurs made it impossible for Butterfly Chini to dodge, and she kept swinging her Nichiren knife to try to resist these ice spikes. She didn't have much strength left. Caught off guard, a tiny ice spike pierced into her shoulder, and the bright red blood began to stain the feather weave like a red flower, and the sharp pain made it impossible for her to maintain her usual peaceful and gentle expression. The pain distracted her, so much so that tiny ice spikes kept grazing her cheeks, arms, and legs. Blood poured out, and the butterfly Chini fell to the ground weakly, but the ice spikes in the sky still did not stop. Yuan Kangta's eyes were torn, watching the butterfly Chini constantly injured in front of him. The anger in his heart had reached the limit. He jumped down and threw the Hinawa knife in his hand with great force, and the Hinawa knife reached the butterfly Chini's side one step faster than his body, blocking a huge ice spike for her, saving her from the risk of being pierced. Tong Mo watched this scene with great interest, and did not stop it, because this time he would not let the injured person leave like last time. His hands were raised, a wall of ice blocking the passage underground, and he did not allow anyone else to join him again. It was the choice he had given to choose between taking a burden to fight or letting her die in front of him. Tong Emo showed a cruel smile. He was curious about what Yuan Kangtai would choose. Yuan Kangtai's purple pupils had been filled with anger at this time, and the scorching purple was about to be blinded by blood, which was more vivid than Tong Mo's rainbow-colored pupils, and the most primitive will to kill was wantonly transmitted through every cell of Yuan Kangtai. Wrath! 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 Yuan Kangtai felt that he was about to burn like a fire, and all he wanted in his mind at this time was to break Tong Mo's miscellaneous corpses. HOH! H! A flame-like phantom appeared on Yuan Kangtai's body, and the flames continued to wrap around his body like flowers, and the fire dragon formed behind him. The temperature between heaven and earth is constantly rising. Those ice spikes that rushed towards the butterfly Chini were melted by this powerful force at this time. Genkata finally rushed to the side of Butterfly Chan Ahui. Butterfly Chini smiled sadly at Gen Kangta, showing her last tenderness, "Leave me alone, do what you have to do." Then he fainted. Gen Sota looked at Butterfly Kane, who fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss, and showed a look of neither joy nor sadness on her face. He violently tore open the blue feather weave he was wearing, and used the strip of cloth to stop the bleeding of the butterfly Chini in the way his sister had taught him, and he gently pulled out the ice spikes from her body and bandaged them with the strips of cloth. Lifting the knife and turning to face Tong Emo. The flames rose up beside Yuan Kangtai, and the extreme temperature rose to melt the surrounding ice, and the blood that flowed out of Yuan Kangtai's body because of the fight with Tong Emo was evaporated by the high temperature in an instant, leaving only a pitch-black color. The momentary pain did not affect Gen Kangtai, and the fury in his eyes gushed out like lava, and the target was Tong Emo, who was sitting on the frozen throne on top of the ice Buddha. "Even if I die here today, I will definitely cut off his head, and he must die before me," Yuan Kangtai said softly. I don't know if the unconscious people on the ground have heard this plain but infinitely angry sentence. Tong Emo looked at the flames rising from the ground, looking at the figure that was particularly small compared to his ice Buddha, but he felt his heart beating violently, as if something was awakening the deepest part of his heart. Fear. That's fear. The figure of the boy seems to coincide with the red figure of hundreds of years ago. Where it's funny, where it's funny. What do you think of life? Tong Emo fell into a momentary distraction, and a red figure rushed towards him, and the fear that came from the depths of his cells made him want to flee from here. Yuan Kangtai's eyes were red at this time, his eyeballs were bloodshot, and his hideous expression made it impossible to tell which was the real demon. He had lost his mind, and the neon wheel knife in his hand gradually faded to purple, and red gradually crawled all over the blade, and the intense temperature made the blade show beautiful patterns. The Nichiren knife has become a sword. Comprehend the meaning of the breath of fire. The strongest breath in the world.
Thanks for listening.